with you in my fantasies. More and more I get, I wanna feel alive and not regret. Even though it hurts, I can't go back. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I wanna lose the demons from the past. How can I recover? I am waiting for love. I am waiting for love. I am waiting for so long, baby. I am waiting for love. I am waiting for love. I am waiting for love. qualified. I was a loner, you were a goner. I never wanted fairy tales. I was distracted, you were impacted. I never practiced fairly well, and it took too long. Where did I go wrong? Now I'm too far gone to turn back. It was an accident, it was a lie. just need somebody to call my own, yeah, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me, they're everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. 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 My friends, they telling me, go out and lose control, just let it be. Instead, I'd rather meet you in my fantasies. More and more I get, I wanna feel alive and not regret. Even though it hurts, I can't go back. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I wanna lose the demons from the past. How can I recover?
Now, I've also realized, ladies and gentlemen, as I welcome you to the stream, that this is now the music. My microphone is the music. So, if you want, I can sing for you. Because I'm starting off. I'm Hysterics. I'm going to be taking you through the first 3 games. You're getting a countdown, but no music. So, if you want, you know, I can... My partner's looking at me so strangely like, man, what are you doing? Yeah, it is actually live. I'm going to tell her, I'm going to tell you guys. So it cut to me, but there's no music on my feed. So I had to sing it. And there was some real jams before. And I denied these people their jams. So I figured, you know, why not? Why not intro them the right way, right? Of course, it's an LPL stream, guys. It's a little bit more casual. I don't know if you get that already. You haven't heard me sing at the countdown at LPL normally. But Asia Star Challengers Invitational. We're on day 3. Group stage is a 4-day event. It's double round robin. Everyone from their groups versus each other twice. And then the top 2 move on. There might be tiebreakers at the end of today. That's right, at the end of our 12-hour day. Ooh. You know what? Maybe you didn't have music because I turned the music down. Look. Vibe, vibe, vibe. Oh, yeah. Now you're going to get some. I'm going to throw it up here for you. And yeah, we got some backing track. So welcome properly. I realized I probably didn't actually have to sing. That's a silly thing. So,
亲爱的各位召唤师们，大家中午好，欢迎来到2022亚洲挑战者之星邀请赛 ASCI 第3天的比赛直播现场，我是本场主持人微微，欢迎各位。
I can't translate this for you, but I can welcome you properly. So welcome again. Asia Star Challengers Invitational was a tournament that came out of nowhere with 5 challenger teams from each and every region in Asia. Well, each and every? Okay, the majority, right? Unless I'm missing one. LCK Challenger, LDL, which is LPL Challenger, LJL Academy, PCS Academy, and VCS.B, also known as their Challenger League as well. Zhongwu is noon. Well said, because it is 12 p.m. in China. Right now for me, it's 2 p.m. in Sydney. We're going to cast the lineup for you yet again today. Every 3 games we're swapping over. I am on the first 3. As I pull open schedule, I can tell you who's after that. It'll be myself, then it'll be Why Not coming after me over in New Zealand. Chronicler will be after him, and then Mazel will finish the day yet again here. We're utilizing the American time zone to really get towards the end. As we are introducing our first teams. We can talk about J Team 2 in a little bit. Because, look, it is interesting talking about a team that maybe should have won Worlds in their primary roster, but were unable to do so. And we're going to explore the players a little bit as well. We vibed yesterday. What is the date for me? It is the 14th. If you're an American, it's probably not that day yet, is it? Okay. Korean stream team on stage as well. By the way, funny thing about this group while we go through, just a heads up, I need to mute a little bit more. Korean stream team is actually tied with Team Flash and J Team. So this group D has a 3-way tie. We're going to be sorting that out today, as you know, this group will be rounded out in the first 6 games. It'd be so funny if Korean stream team went over like a challenger team, but you know, right now it looks like Sengoku Gaming Academy are just kind of almost down and out, right? LJL hasn't done too well at this tournament, and yeah. Where can you see the standings? Don't worry, as I also let you know how casual it is, because we can read Twitch chat for once. I can also give you a bit of a heads up that it is a co-stream. There you go. It's all there. So, here's standings so far. Now, I was talking about this just moments ago. Group D is a 3-way tie. We're going to be sorting that out because the first 6 games are all based within Group D. Remember, there's no group changing. There's no, like, Interlaken is a train or a platform in Switzerland. Sorry, very big tangent. But we've got a 3-way tie there. And then every other group is pretty straightforward, right? Like right now, LJL is at the bottom, 0-3 between all 3 teams. Is it all 4? Or have we just not seen... We haven't seen Group C. No, we have seen Group C. I gotta refresh. Did DFM get a win yesterday? Are they 0-12 combined? I think they are. Oh, no. Yeah, so LJL is 0-12 at the moment. Real rough. Group A plays until 5 a.m. Man, it's late, right? For me, it's like 2 p.m. all the way to 2 a.m. It's 12 hours of broadcast, plus the potential for tiebreakers will be played at the very end as well. So these days have been massive. We've got this and tomorrow to go, then a bit of a break until we get to the knockout stage. If you guys scroll all the way to the bottom in the Leaguepedia, you'll see that from the 16th of September, that is when we start quarterfinals. So I lied about there being a break. Quarterfinals will be played directly the day after until the 20th. And then there's a small break until semis on the 22nd. And then finals finally on the 25th of September. So it'll get you all the way through just a couple days before Worlds. It's kind of nice that this is here. Welcome from Brazil. It's you know, time zone, middle of the day, China time, Australian time, where it's like getting into the early hours of the morning for Americans, I think, or at least late night. The Europeans, this is... Oh, no, maybe this is late night for Europe. I don't know. I was in France. I should know this. It's 8 hours behind right now. So, yeah, it is early hours in the morning. Yeah, between the end of LPL and Worlds. I mean, more importantly, between the end of, like, LCS, LEC finals that just came through. We got the draw show. We got Worlds teams decided where they're going. Groups that look, like, very balanced for once, I'll say. Why isn't Edgy on the list? Because EDG Youth played yesterday. And they won't be playing till tomorrow from as far as it is. Dude, we're already in a pick and ban. We don't muck around here. Who needs a schedule? Who needs a schedule? Now, 12-16, if anyone's wondering. Is Udyr banned? It says it on the Leaguepedia. And I haven't seen anyone hover it or pick it up. So I'm going to agree that Udyr is just no bueno for the rest of the year. Wild Rift. No, this is not what... This is definitely not what... This is not a mobile phone. You are on a computer right now. And so are these players. As we saw PCs on stage. So look... You know, be a bit careful if you think this is Wild Rift. What Udyr is this? What Udyr? Time zone, this is China. So this is being played off of China time zone, and it's being hosted in China. So yeah. No Yumi discount codes. Alright, look, I'll take you a little bit through 12-16. So far in this, like, very strange Challenger League, 5 different region event, we've seen priority on Kalista. Aphelios be like first pick priority. Dude, Zeri has gone through so many times and people haven't touched it. Things like Renekton are still there. In fact, like more rare, but getting it here again. The Yumi fan in the chat probably be happy to see a Sivir because now that has to be banned away. As we just, dude, people just want to get this over and done with. The Korean stream team obviously know what they're doing. Is Viper the best AD carry of the world? Or is it J-Team 2's Tide? A real hard question to answer, don't you think? Real hard one. I would say at the moment, like, is there a best AD carry? Well, watch this Worlds, especially Group A. He's one of the best? Absolutely. Absolutely is. Good Yumi ban, by the way. I think Nautilus would probably be your next go-to, especially with Wukong. Get engaged in the 2v2, but also set up for early roams. You know, when you have a Lissandra on the enemy team, it's always nice adding in flares. Jackie well, he did run it down in the finals, didn't he? Game 5, he decided to flip it all over. A dead turret with a Zeri. What do you go into Wukong? Is Poppy available? Dude, Poppy's available. Wait, please ban Poppy. Dude, Poppy destroys your comp. If J-Team 2 don't ban Poppy, I think this could be Cassina's inting. Team on the top right, that is the Korean stream team. There's Alistar, which is also a good response into Sivir, but dude, you've left open Poppy. I mean, you can get that last pick. I mean, I'd go support last pick here to see what they play bot. I don't think you need the Renata, but maybe they'll think they're going to pick it up themselves. I don't know. Yeah, the Ashe has been a good counter to Renata, but I honestly think Poppy does so much against this team. I think Poppy's so free. Oh my god. Poppy, doesn't Poppy stop E-Orn? Wait. That's not a lock-in, is it? Dude, Poppy. Dude, Poppy. Please pick Poppy. Please. Think about how this comp operates. Dude, around some of these skirmishes, it's OP. It's not Zed Jungle. That's not a lock-in, is it? Is that a lock-in? It's a green bar. I can't tell. It's no different. Oh, dude, Poppy's... Oh, my God. We picked Jarvan, but Poppy's so free. Jarvan's been banned for a lot of the tournament. I'm looking, I'm like, man, is there a graphic change? Did Poppy get nerfed that hard in 12-16? Honestly, like, you know, I read up on 12-15 for LPL. 12-16 had a brief overlook. But even the Jarvan... The Renata ult could kill the whole team. Yeah, Jarvan a bit bedge, though. Dude, Poppy's so free, especially in this comp. Look at the setup you have. Through mid, through top. I don't know. You've got really nice front to back here. Especially, like, okay, let me tell you guys something. Because Ashe support is something I have played a hell of a lot in the last 6 months. Ash support is really, really good in the Renata lane. Your dueling, especially with Halo Blades, which you kind of expect here in the early phase, is quite slick. Like, Renata walks up, and if handshake's down, you just get free trades. Might not be comfortable, but dude, you don't have to be that comfortable playing Poppy. I feel like Poppy's one of those champions where, yeah, there's definitely great Poppies and exceptional Poppies, but I think a base level, everyone should be able to play Poppy. Overthinking it? I just think it's still a good pick. But you could be right. You could be right. I mean, the Jarvan here facilitates some of the lanes I was talking about. Anyway, don't need to mold, right? We're in an Asia Star Challengers Invitational group stage. We're literally watching Korean Stream Team versus J Team 2. And I came in yesterday, and who was I casting yesterday? Who was looking at yesterday? Dude, Beyond Gaming Academy, if you missed out. They were sick. A real good team to watch. But at least we see the other PCS team here who are trying to get themselves out of groups. This is a tied group, so it's kind of exciting. The only tied group coming into this one. As we're going to go up, but, you know, what can I do? But yeah, Ash into Renata is real fun. I would suggest playing it in solo queue. I would also say Rumble support into Renata is not too bad, although I haven't had too much time in the matchup. All I can say is that Ash just feels so much fun. When you're level 6 and you have, let's say you have Lucidity Boots, right? He's gone Halo Blade, so you have Ultimate Hunter. The Ash cooldown is early, can be like 47, 50 seconds. Real good. I'm very sorry to the Spanish person who keeps trying to type in Spanish, but it's just not working out for you. KIS is Korean Stream Team. So these are challenger streamers, or at least top tier streamers from over in Korea. So they're literally just a stream team put together, and they're doing pretty well. And we saw them, I think it was on day number 1. The Yuumi main coming in for the Yuumi jungle. What an absolute classic. Alright, so we do have an invade star, but it's spotted on a ward, so they know that Malky is on the top side here, at least towards blue buff. He's going to try and clear out another camp, but you can see Natalie's just walking straight on over. I mean, this Jarvan probably utilized the bottom lane to just walk down, but however, this is the power of Ash. And already with a bit of a health bar, that's going to hurt a little bit. But the collapse might hurt even more. All right, flag and drag flashed away from him. Matches it. Loyalty program with a bit of damage. There's Ignite. You know what? This was kind of disrespectful. He didn't get blue and get out. He went for the grop. And J Team 2's jungler just over-greeted. First blood. Just here to support the cast. Dude, yeah, it is a one-man cast. Because we're just, you know, the tech ain't there. The broadcast coming from China at the moment. So, obviously, there's, you know, some technical issues. There's a nice little attempt from Char to ward off Natalie, who tries to get the red buff in response. Quick respawn, because it's early as hell, guys. So, the monkey is going to be back in action. Don't worry about that. Well, that kind of hurt to watch. You know, greed, but also good ward. Korean Stream Team's jungle, Natalie just walks over straight away. You know, doesn't do the rest of his camps, doesn't give it up. Jarvan Earl and damage good, as walking into an Ash is also disrespectful. Guardian helps him. You see mid was moving down as well, but KRS not in too much threat. Also hard with things like bailout. Loyalty program has a small shield. You know, even under turret. Like, you look at things like Siffa, Ash. Not like you got a Leona or a Nautilus. The CC isn't really there. You have slow, but the CC is actually only there out of the Ahri if you join in, right? LJL or OCE? I don't know, but this person speaking Spanish is really persistent. Absolutely persistent. LST does no longer exist. Guatam, I can look. You know, I like the versatility. I like the versatility. I can type. I can talk in chat. I can type. This ain't no LPL. It's just an LPL stream. I think I forgot to tweet out about this one. And I'm going to have to do that some point in the game if things all go Hail Mary, right? Because, look, it's already a 500 gold lead. The Korean Stream Team, I think they've only been beaten by Team Flash, which is the VCS Challenger team. And J Team 2, I can't remember who their loss was, but it definitely wasn't the LJL, so... Yeah, these games have been a bit of a banger. Jarvan is LeBlanc. You know what? I'm going to need a little bit more context than that. Little bit more context than that. An official LOL cast with a caster reads chat. It's not an official cast. It's like a co-stream. It's essentially like, it's on LPL channel, it's Challenger stream, but take it like a co-stream. It's not a cast, you know? I don't know, have a lot of potential, like players have a lot of potential, right? Now, if you're coming in from the Twitch stream and you're like, what has happened since? Apart from a really good handshake from Lucko, there was a kill response mid. It's a little bit better. Now for J-Team 2, rather. They've got their first dragon. But it's still a 1k gold lead. And look, the problem is that Natalie is just huge. Like, Natalie Portman is dominating Hollywood right now. I feel like if you're Malky, you're not too bummed. Let me talk about Jarvan, right? As Twitch is back. Oh, my lord. Welcome. You're doing the circles on my screen there. So I'm just going to hope that you guys are fixed, saved, dubbed, whatever. At least it's double dragon, but they were waiting. Dude, while they're doing dragon, it's a bait. Arrow comes in, though. Natalie's already used everything with the charm as well. Cyclone. Out with the Spirit Rush. No, Natalie gets just the tip of the spear. And that's a trade. Dragon's still sitting, though, there at the very least, as Malky used pretty much everything. They're just a little bit scared of Bake moving down, and maybe Psycho and Lucko as well doing the same thing. But having said that, it's only Renata and River. And welcome back, guys. What you've missed is this Jarvan just putting on a CS Storm. Bot lane, nothing's really happened apart from, you know, Tide moving up. I believe he was part of the kill. Or maybe there was one before. And mid set up quite nicely. They punished the Lissandra who went in a little bit early without his Jarvan. And so he got a kill. So mid's kind of like the saving grace, right? Feels better. I have a bit of control over audio today. So, you know, it could be why. I got a really good audio set up a while ago. Like, I use the same mic as I do on LPL, but, you know, it's like sending the feed. There's so many things you can't see, like the audience and even myself, right? I can only imagine, like, our production crew 7 days a week trying to fix tech issues like 24/7. Must be so hard doing a home cast. Yeah, good to see you guys. So, we just had a fight around the dragon. You're coming back now from the dead Twitch stream. You'll notice that, like, KRS are getting the dragon trade here. J-Team 2 got a bit of a 1-for-1. They were the ones who got their mid laner caught out, but they then turned on Natalie, who had nothing left in the tank. And they got a shutdown, and it was onto the Ahri. But dragon stacking is now chilled out a little bit. You know, J-Team 2 don't get to pick the pace. As a good attempt at the arrow and the charm to follow through, but nothing happens. We have 5 different regions here. So Korean stream team is obviously from Korea, and let's just call it Challenger. J-Team 2 from PCS, and speaking of, J-Team 2, the PCS Challenger team is coming in red hot. Arrow not available yet. They're using everyone, say bar the top lane, who doesn't have TP, as they go on in. Psycho flashes away. Ulti doesn't come out. Malky holds on to that one, I believe, or rather not up and available. Everybody's in, as Psycho now, all he had to do was kite it back, launch the ulti, play the range. Korean stream team with a good rebuttal. I have to say, unfortunately, Malky's ulti not being up feels like it kind of doomed them. But J-Team 2 all trying to collapse as Yue is now here. The Ornn's late, wanted to ult on in. He charges away, but now with the ulti out, Gravitum's through. I mean, I just don't know, J-Team. I really don't. Natalie, wait, I don't know about that one either. That was kind of ambitious, but hey, I guess you're laughing at them with the 2k gold lead and the fact that nothing really going wrong in this first game of the day. It is a BO1. Did stream die again? It better not have. It better not have, guys. I'll be very upset. Don't lie to me. Don't give me the F. The F may be for Ornn this time. It is a chill stream. And props to you. It's good. Now, see? Hey, you guys are now wondering why do commentators not use Twitch chat during broadcasts. Because you get baited in, you get lulled in, and sometimes you hear silly things. Good flash away from Psycho. Renata ulti was a little bit tragic, but hey, still. You know, they get out pretty unscathed, and top laner was here first, made it a 5v4, and then Ornn comes in the river. I just don't know why at this point. Like, you're looking at the health bars, but look at the ultis that have been used. Cyclone was used towards the end. And Call the Forge God is the only ultimate available. I just don't know why you're still walking down at this point. Jarvan still has Cataclysm. Everyone is pretty huge. Black Cleaver first, by the way, on a Renekton. That is something I haven't seen in a while. I feel like Blade of the Ruined King against this team still has value when you're going to be sitting in side lane with Ornn. But, hey, maybe it is more about the early skirmishes and brutalizing that gold lead a bit for Korean stream team. Ornn got stuck. And, Yeah, jungle's still a gaping hole. Oh my god, we come from live to live. Nice transition there. So you just kind of wait for the next dragon. You know, next dragon's going to be big as... What is happening? Oh my god, what is what? Are we seeing the real feed as time... I don't know, guys. Time's changing. Someone sees the future. Maybe it's because we're in the past or something. Meanwhile, solo turret in the bot side. I don't think it's first turret blood, but I do think first turret. Yep, indeed, for Korea's stream team. We scripted, apparently. Second Herald. Opening up mid is, I don't know, kind of a big deal. So that I feel like Ari and Ornn can react to waves on sides. Keep the game going a little bit longer. Ornn, Sivir. Think about the setup on this team. I don't think maybe scaling is like too blatant to just say outright, especially when, you know, we still have Aphelios, we have Lissandra. I think it's how you play fights. But I think, you know, ultra late, we're probably going to be talking about J-Team too, right? As Psycho walks up to the wave. Has bailout. There's a ghost there popped by Tide as well. But, I mean, Psycho has the Gale Force and a bit of extra damage. And I guess he's confident because on the bottom side, meanwhile, Tide, he did actually get the turret. So in response, that's why Tide is so strong. He's got a Phantom Dancer and a Cull still to be sold. So makes sense here with a full item disadvantage that Tide wants to brutalize that a little bit. Makes a lot of sense, guys, right? 45 seconds till Dragon, by the way. Ghost was burned, but Flash is still available. Tide goes back. Now as Berserkers, so yeah, fully stacked up 2 items. I feel like Psycho needs to back now. 35 seconds till the Dragon, and you kind of want to get yourself towards either the LDR or maybe he is going for the PD second. It depends. What is his name? Diogs. Because it's J-Team Academy, right? Adios. I don't know. Adios. It all takes one 5-man Renata ulti. That is very, very true. Arrow instantly cleanse away, call the Forge God. This is nice, but it all depends on the follow. They're poking them out, and the charm connecting. Yeah, very nice indeed, but the ulti, is it in the nick of time? Maybe it is with the 3-man Cataclysm going through and Psycho getting a beautiful ulti. The Renata ulti. Someone in chat said that's all it would take, but it's only onto the Ornn as Johansson goes on in with Psycho as well. A flash from Natalie. The Korean stream team, baby. They ain't even in challenges. They're just too good at the game. That turnaround was so good, and it did feel like a bit adios in the mid lane. That didn't work at all. Definitely Amigos would have been better. Holy moly. Props to this Jarvan. I feel like this jungle diff is huge. I don't think I've seen the Maoki or the Monkey too much this game, but this Jarvan has just been on point. Kind of nice to see when I was criticizing not picking up the Poppy. Ari is going to sit in the top side trying for something, but you can see Johansson sitting by. While the rest of Korean stream team are going to pick up second Dragon. This is going from bad to worse. It all came off the Rift Herald play, right? Yeah, their name is just literally Korean stream team. It's hilarious. So they get the Lissandra, everything burned, and then the last minute Frozen Tomb trying to kill him. And he manages to get himself like a double stopwatch in the end as well. So everyone from KRS is able to buy so much time. As my doorbell just rang. It's ringing again. I've got to go get the doorbell. Chat, you can't. Okay. No, it was a package. Hey, how'd you guys go casting, by the way? You do okay? Get in the Discord? Yeah, adios. I said adios. Sivir farming. Yeah, blue team taking a reset. Prepping for a potential Baron dance. You guys type it, and I'll say it. No, but don't abuse your power here. I'm not doing anything rough. You know? Can we XDD? I don't know. I don't think we have it enabled. This ain't a casual stream, you know? We ain't... we ain't XD in here. Yeah. Okay. Blue buff is handed over. Right? I'm with you. You gotta keep typing, guys. I will not talk until you say something game-related. You control the cast. Imagine in team fights with the delay. I mean, actually, you can't cast team fights. That is very true. Because there's like a 20-second delay, we'd be casting the team fight after it's done. Impressive play from the commentator, opening the door in the middle of the game. He takes the package. It wasn't a really heavy package. I think it's like a one-man package kind of thing, you know. Lull state. Okay. It's a lull state. Dude, we should get Brian. How good would it be? Chat types it in. You know, it can't be anything offensive. As hang on, Baron's gonna be here. Hiding on bush indeed. But maybe hiding in fog of war. Korean Stream taking this Baron is a little bit risky, but they're looking for the turn. They don't want to finish one, excuse me, as I get the hiccup out of the way. Dogs is already ultied in. Beak goes on in. Here's call the Forge God, layers down. It's a two-man. Dogs goes over the wall, great position, but the hostile takeover is a two-man itself. The path is not taken by Bake. We've got good shielding here on Korean Stream Team in their turn. Wasn't as successful, but they did pull out a couple of ultis. They got a trade of some summoners too along the way. So TP comes out from the Ornn while Dragon's in a minute 55, and I guess they are just going to play this one a little bit safe. Yes, the Ash pick showing its value once again. Hey, if you're going to be a caster, chat, you got to get the E. It's Hawkshot, isn't it? You got to get the ability name. How bad is this for J-Team 2? Not great. Not too great. It's a 4.5k gold lead. Your package is here, by the way. I got your package. Oh, no. Another package. Guys, we've got another package. Timer's off cooldown. Amazon came in clutch once, but who's the next one going to be from? We find out momentarily. She's looking at the package thinking, what's going on there? What did she order? We can't remember. We really don't know. Oh, good flash. A nice little pickup as well. I mean, Bake was... Shake and bake. I just realized. You don't see a Corky. Well, real life, this cast is not cast. You know what? League of Legends package service. The courier dresses up like Corky. What great branding. So they're getting waves in order because 40 seconds. We've got third Dragon. I mean, this feels pretty free at the moment. But J-Team 2 are on the defense massively. Like, their damage source isn't there yet. And we've got an LDR coming third instead of something like an Infinity Edge. So even though there's an item advantage for the bot lane through the plates picked up early, well, maybe is there as much an advantage anymore? I think with the kills, Psycho's caught up quite a bit, and he's gotten a CS over him now as well. I'm looking at a build on the Renekton. I'm looking at a build on this Renekton. I have not seen Chem Tank, I think, nearly ever. So this is a curious one as Ghost has popped. Hang on, Arrow misses. Call the Forge God. Natalie. Oh, it's a three-man Cyclone, though. They turn for Lucko, but with the bailout there, he buys a bit of time, but the Renata is down. Meanwhile, Johansson runs to the back line as they're all saving the President here. Kiting back nicely with the Spirit Rush, carrying the rest of the fight. It's a 2-for-1 somehow. I cannot believe it as, hey, 2-for-2 now. Spirit Rush gets a bit of a reset, but Natalie dives on in. Flag and drag, and Psycho picks it up. They're so strong. And Psycho's not getting touched in any of these fights. I feel like the beautiful part was the Cyclone, but they're going off in a fork. One side pick in the left, one side pick in the right. If they all commit to one, maybe it would have been a different story. The Ahri is good, I agree. You can see, like, you know, is the one driving force of J-Team 2, but the coordinated fights just aren't there. Arrow pick-offs, start-offs of the fights, they're good, but how it progresses isn't as smooth as... Okay, look at this again. Watch Adios. We talk about, like, the pick potential, right? So the Renata hostile takeover buys time. It actually gets a 3 or 4 if I'm on point here. I feel like Bake did a lot in the back line, zoned off Tide, so more so maybe towards Korean Stream Team for being able to pull apart the fight. But the Wukong setup was good, but, like, the rest of the fight's being pulled to the right. So by choosing so many different angles, Fellas just has his pick of the litter every time. He's been saving his fight to kite back, and even in that last fight, didn't even need it, dude. He's got Gale Force too, like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think the Wukong's had a good early game. I mean, I don't think jungle's been really that impactful from J-Team 2. Like, Natalie has diffed so hard. And yeah, they had the teleport players just saying. Another good point from the casters in chat. It's not even a meme this time. You guys are anointed. It's an interesting job, trust me. Something I never thought I was going to do, but I actually enjoy the hell out of it. You talk about a video game that you've been wasting your time on because you're still gold 4. That's maybe too much of an anecdote. As Korean Stream Team are going to position for Baron again. I mean, there's no Dragon available. Look at topside wave, look at bot as well. There's pressure on. And with the back here from Bake, his TP almost up and available with the arrow not connecting while Adios tries to stay amigo. But look at Psycho once again, while Yue is just on the wrong side of the city. I mean, I'm not sure what more to say. It doesn't come together. I feel like this Ari has so much on his shoulders that he's going to have to see a chiropractor. As KRS are just going to take the Baron now. They're going to look for mid as a response, but for J-Team 2, it'll be nothing in comparison. Objective bounty's good, but Baron is going to be taken momentarily. They've got quick recall, so nothing more. And that outer turret, inner in the top side is such a better trade. It's not a waste if you enjoy your time. That is very true. These Ash arrows have had also no impact. I agree. Like, firing it off for cooldown is always one of the best bets, but you look at how your team operates, and they've been playing strictly for 5v5s. Or setting up, like, I don't know. Watch the arrow here again. Where is it fired this time? As Maoki just takes so much free aggro trying to kill an Aphelios turret. They look for the Renata, but Psycho, they just don't care. I actually think Monkey griefed that. What the heck? Oh my god. That jungle diff is huge. That jungle diff is huge. The charm whiff. Well, I gotta be positive about the Ari, man, because everyone else, I just can't. I will say, Tide also, it's not really his fault, is it? I mean, the Siv's just been playing the Siva game. The team's been melting. So I don't think he gets, yeah. Do I think LJL can get a single win? Maybe. Okay, Cleanse is available. It's a little bit late, but Call the Forge God should follow up. However, Johansson in the middle before the rest of his team, but the hostile takeover may have turned it. Monkey again. Okay, well, I think we blocked the Natalie ulti, but it still comes out on the back end in the jungle versus the rest of the fight. Char is trying to get his Imperial Mandate stacks. He's doing a good job as they finally get Psycho, but now it's up to Tide. Low health bars with a ricochet. Tide is so fast. Boomerang Blade. Oh my god, the bottom lane is cleaning up the messes. The volley now with another boomerang. He's dead. Tide, that's what I was saying, man. It's not even the Siv's fault, dude. And he finally comes in clutch. Char also, you know, for the arrows that haven't been connecting, I gotta say, when you have volley in a team fight, this is why I love playing this in solo queue. Go and try Ashe support and tell me how fun it is when you have something like a Siva, a Jinx, maybe not much as Zeri, right? Like, I'd say things like Lucian. When you play Imperial Mandate on some of these 80 carries that can hit multiple members in a team fight, it feels so good since volley multi-stacks. So watch again, right? Looks like a silver game. Look, it's been a little bit clanky. So Arrow starts off, gets the cleanse. Call the Forge God, gets Johansson, who's in by himself. The hostile takeover is actually brilliant. However, Adios gets out, and he's one of the main sources. And then while the rest of the team's going right, I mean, Bake is trying to zone out the 3 members of J-Team, but this Ashe is also not being respected with Imperial Mandate. Multiple stacks while Tide is just ricocheting in a small space, and you guys know the story of Siva as well. LDR was the build, and a lot of people are doing it. We come out from the replay to live into a live replay to live. A lot of flashing going on here. Maybe against the team it was, as Arrow onto the no cleanse. He's going to be bailed out, but can he get a reset? He's gone golden to try and buy time, but that bailout is still gone. The hostile takeover is great again. There's a bit of damage on the Ashe, but for J-Team, it could be dangerous. The Cataclysm following through, their front to backing, still with a damage source in the mid laner. And hoping that Johansson can do the job, but you've got the Sivir available. I think for J-Team 2, they can pick up this dragon. Korean Stream Team is starting to lose a little bit of that ice, right? Psycho has been caught out a couple of times, and without the cleanse, now the Sivir Ashe arrows, right? Now the Ashe is looking good. It's a change, a big change. As Arrow comes through again, he has to flash. Glacial Prison is not available, however, the path was, but it's still not enough to get him out. He's going golden in the middle of a bailout, hoping that some more damage will be done. Can he get it? You know the answer. Luck goes out, but Natalie now in a snipe and assassination. Mid lane is still gone, though, as Natalie is a 3-item Jarvan. He's a threat. But guys, I think J-Team are in a much better position. 7k gold down, but they're going to get Dragon. They're going to slow things down, and that's going to be an IE on the Sivir. Wukong is like, where's my team? 4-man knockup. Well, Johansson is going to go at it. There is a W in the making. He just wants to get nearby. He's following him down. How long is the cooldown here? Charmed out. Orb Deception. They're splitting them because Natalie and Psycho are here. He flashes away. This is messy. A 3-man Inferno Moonlight Vigil is good as Monkey doesn't do any damage. Dragon goes to him as well. I don't know how. I mean, Dogs was zoned out by the Renekton and ran all the way away. A quadra kill out of nowhere. The Renekton wasn't troll, guys. No, not at all. I think right there, J-Team were just, again, on different pages. Zoned out. Infernal Soul given over. That was tragedy. Is that game? Oh my god, that's game. What? That was a game of macro. That was a game of... He's dead. Oh my god. Well, doesn't matter if you throw a couple of fights. As long as you can have a Renekton run face at your mid laner, it's okay. Dude, the Renekton bait. Yeah, Aphelios stuff happened. Just wait for the replays, guys. Just wait for the replays. We're going to dissect that one a little bit, hey? Get your scalpel. There's a frog that's bits need managing. Best league in the world. Well, it's not LPL, guys. Read the title. Asia Star Challengers Invitational. J2. Oh, dude. J-Team were interesting, right? Okay. This is sometimes why we don't reach chat as casters. We're going into the insults. Sometimes. I mean, we don't. Better than LPL. Sorry, yeah, that's what I mean. How could this not be better than WE? Is that an insult, this split, or is it sarcasm? That I cannot work out. Where's my dog? Did she take him for a walk? She did. It's like, man, it's quiet. I don't have him jumping up on me. What's going on? All right, we're going to wait for the replay. That's all I would like. I just need a replay, and then we can start dissecting this, yeah? There's no VODs here for some reason. I don't know why. However, they are on YouTube somewhere. Somewhere indeed, they are on YouTube. WE is good. Oh, yeah, I don't know why they're not here. Sorry about that. We're going to wait for highlights. MVP. And then move on. All I can say about that game is that it was entertaining nonetheless. Nasus went for a walk. Yeah, he went for a little walk. I guess she's going to get the other Corky package and take him out for a little walk. If I had a camera, I'd put it on Bailey. Don't worry. I'd put it on him. And he'd be there for about 10 seconds of the time. It should be around somewhere. So we'll wait and see, guys. We'll wait and see. We're going to look at this Meteoroid a little bit longer. I feel like in this tournament so far, the easy thing for me to say is that, like, LPL and LCK have just been so good. Beyond Gaming Academy was sick. Like, their group is a little bit easier, though, which I feel is unfair, but... Because they don't have an LPL or an LCK team in there, and they have Huya. We'll look at this again. There were some really nice fights from KRS. Like this one as well, you know, committing quite a lot onto the Lissandra. Timing is a bit off, too, because he ulties into stopwatch straight away. So, double golden means that he survives. And then they just kind of kite it back, or rather just run it in. And Natalie had some beautiful engages this game. Like that 3-man flash knock up on the Jarvan. So good. Psycho with some good flashes too. Had some moments there after the cleanse was down, but still worth mentioning is, you know, we got some good Renata ultis, but I think the biggest player here was definitely the Jarvan and the Aphelios. Lissandra, a supporting role. I don't know. We could name multiple people from multiple parts of the game, right? Is Natalie... I don't know. I don't know. No, there's the player there. So this is when the cleanse first went down, right? I don't know. Sometimes I don't know why I read some of the chat. This is like where the cleanse went down, but then you see, again, no one touching Tide. Like this 80 carry gets the Ricochet for free. I think there's a bailout timeout here. Oh, it goes on to... I think he put it on himself. He didn't put it on the Aphelios. And this one is like the late fight where... Dude, yes, the Renekton runs it down, but there's no Ahri there, guys. You know, you guys were saying like, oh, the Renektons run it down. It's like, dude, no, that went perfectly because the Ahri comes in to a 2v2 where the Ornn's already half dead. So that was super easy to diagnose and super easy to talk about. You guys know that J4 should get the MVP, even though it was a quadra kill for the Aphelios. Really nice stuff from the Korean stream team, and they break the tie. They sit at first and top of their group. And it looks pretty hard to dethrone them, right? They've still got LJL, who right now are looking pretty beatable. And then even if they lose the team flash, they should still make it through unless something crazy happens. So, yeah, here's our MVP. It's Natalie. I will read that. My favorite Chinese dish, by the way, is anything with eggplant and pork mince. In China, I had many variations of the dish with garlic and XO sauce, dude. Holy moly, that's a dish. This Jarvan, by the way, so clutch. Like, it was a really clean game. I think Natalie carried it out. Massive jungle diff. Well-deserved. As, guys, I'm going to throw to a break. When I return, we're going into game number 2. The Asia Star Challengers Invitational returns with Sengoku Academy versus Team Flash. VCS versus LJL. After this. Guys, who needs a cut? I said after this, but you didn't get anything. I don't get to push ads or anything like this, but maybe I could. I'll just give you music. Listen. Do.
Down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
I know that means welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's back on. You know what that means? It means game's happening. Team Flash versus Sengoku Academy. Now, LJL has had a rough go of it. I don't know any Japanese songs. I don't know any Vietnamese songs. Hang on. Who developed Megalovania? Who developed it? I'm trying to
ADC Pudding 辅助 Sora， 让我们再次欢迎 TF 战队。
By the way, you guys are going to see that name in the bottom lane. Let me just tell you, Fu is how we're saying his name, okay? I have done a lot of research into how they say it in Vietnamese. And yeah, so we're going to drop this down. My name is Asterix. I'm joining you with the next two. This is actually unhinged. And just really no schedule whatsoever. And it's just so much fun. Watching my partner walk throughout the house and wonder, like, what the hell are you doing? Because normally, with LPL, she's used to me just sitting in a booth and doing not much. You know what I mean? Now, I have a very limited repertoire. So I play the same songs a lot. Everything else is classical, like... Hang on. Like, we can go very classical. But that's boring. Instead, if I actually knew Megalovania, don't jump up on me while I'm playing piano. If I actually knew the proper song, would be okay. And then I could play it so much better, couldn't I? Has draft started yet? Yeah, we kind of just go for it. We literally just go for it. And imagine, they put this on the LPL channel. they put this here. We're in draft. We stopped, and we hoped, and now we go for it. It's not a karaoke stream, but a little bit close. I'm going to turn game sound up for you, because going into game number 2, can LJL get their first win, guys? Oh, should do that during LPL. I don't think I should. Right, we know priority is going to be something like an Aphelios, Wukong, Jarvan. Jarvan's been banned a lot of this tournament. You ban away the Yumi, maybe people respect that. And a lot of the time in the LPL, people say there's a sign and like they walk away from Siva, they walk away from Zeri. But Zeri's still good. Yeah, so all Chinese teams are on stage because it is in Hongqiao, so it's in Shanghai. and everyone else is remote. So they have to play on in. We're going to get Sivir again, okay? You know, Lulu is available, actually, so you can just go Lulu on 2. Wukong has been seen to still be a good pick, but I will say, last game it didn't do too well. You do now give away Lulu and Aphelios. I think Lulu is a good takeaway here. I think it takes away from Sivir. It is one of the strongest pairings, really, for any bot lane at the moment. Hell, you could even just go Zeri Lulu. But again, in this tournament, people are just not touched Zeri as much, so here's some hope for Worlds, I guess. As a Sejuani might be picked here. Could make it a flex. You know, Renekton could end up going to the mid lane, depending on how they want to build out the draft. But when you have Sejuani and you have a melee solo laner, it just feels pretty easy for setup in those lanes. So even with Aatrox, I feel like we're going to be seeing a bit more on the top side this game, guys. Didn't Max go on stage? Really? The Ashe ban could mean that they want to go towards Renata. Like, they could Renata on 4 here, right? I wouldn't be surprised if they go Renata on 4, but you can ban Renata, you can probably ban Nautilus. You know, some setup to that engage, especially against the Aphelios. Like, look, my last ban would probably be Lulu. I think Lulu is a worthy ban. They could play around Aphelios and, you know, with an Enchanter especially. Or set up more proper engage. You have Sejuani already. Nautilus complements well. I like the Renata ban as we're talking about here. You can ban Lulu and take something like... Dude, take Soraka with Sivir. Against Renekton Sedge. That would be devastating though. First game, EDG, they did, but the next game they weren't. Oh, I don't remember that at all. It's not... yeah, it's 12-16. So it's not 12-17, which is a live patch. So there's your patch notes. We had some Kai'Sa changes in this one as well, but I don't know if anyone's playing Kai'Sa in solo queue, because I think she's worth it. She's been popping up a little bit more, but not really enough to talk about her. Team Flash, meanwhile, though, we're getting pretty standard. Pretty standard, nice skirmishing, very circular comp. You do need AP. And Azir was a good ban, actually. Azir here would have just been perfect. Talia's not bad. You still play bot side, and then you have an Enchanter support to add into, which I think would be nice. Or you go engage. Tarm is just interesting. Okay. We'll talk about this in a second. Kai'Sa feels strong. Are they going dual build at the moment or not? Because I'm still seeing, like, Kraken into Phantom Dancer. In comparison to the early lanes of, like, still Lucian and who else? Like, even Zeri's annoying. Who's the other AD carries? Sivir is a pain. Okay, so you add some supplementary engage. Honestly, very straightforward from Team Flash. I feel like this comp is hard to mess up. Everyone presses their R buttons. And team fighting should be a breeze. While on the other side, I think playing towards your sides, good skirmishing, very strong top side as well, if Sedge can play towards top. And then late, you kind of just like use pathing windows and use those ultis. You got a lot of zone control again. Pick potential is definitely the way I'd call this though, right? This is great pick potential on Sengoku Academy. But in the full 5v5s, I don't know. It does feel like in 5v5s, like Team Flash should have a strong edge. Is Rakan good into Kench? As a support player, I should know. That shouldn't I? Let me think. I don't think my brain is actually good enough for that. I'm sure someone in chat can give you some more elaboration. That's why normally I have a color caster with me who's got the big wrinkled brain. I was born with a smooth one. Man, you could literally put a water slide down that. Wait. Put a tube down that and make it a water slide. There you go. I mean, Rakan is supplementary engage. When you look at Rakan, you're not saying, oh, that's your primary engage tool, right? Yes, Rakan has had insane, engages in the past. There's historic moments we all know. Part of Faker Shockwave was also that Rakan. I think it was Wolf at the time, right? Fish eats bird, so Rakan sucks. There you go. He can W Kench's W, true. 10 hours casting. It's not just me, guys. Don't worry. There's a blend. Even trade support-wise, yeah. I mean, they both have some engage tools, right? Primary engage, you'd say on this team, is like Wukong. Supplementary being things like Lissandra, Rakan. Hell, you can even talk about Aatrox, you know, picking a flank or picking angles as a way to start out fights. I just do think in the 5v5, like, the ability to turn is great. The ability, like, when you press your ultimates, yummy, yummy. Time Kench is also a good part to that, right? Time Kench can do a lot against a team that is ult-reliant. Like, Time Kench buys time, and he can also buy space. He gets movement speed on his ulti, so it does feel like an important point. So I would say, like, top lane's probably pretty important for SG. If they get this Talia 6, they kind of hover top side. Or hell, even just use Talia very aggressively in the early part of the game alongside jungle. You have a lot of promise. Ghost on Aphelios is an interesting one. I'm seeing a lot more Ghost on 80s these days. Hey, there you go. There's your answer for Rakan. But remember, Time Kench level 1 is insanely strong. Look at Tongue Lash damage there. It is huge. Now, Moyashi has Severum, so he'll heal up. Just needs to dodge away from the Boomerang Blade. But you have a Guardian Rakan in the bottom lane. And this is already a big push. So I'm expecting level 2 to come through here first here from Pudding and Sora. And kind of abuse the 2v2 here. And just play off the fact that Aphelios doesn't have abilities at level 1. Rakan's amazing counter engage. It's another good point. Thank you very much, dude. Yeah. When Sejuani and Renekton jump on someone, like the follow-up is... The follow-up and the counter is amazing. He's on a ward. Now, does he win the 1v1? I don't think Sed's going to be too okay here. He's going to get the Permafrost in a second. But he's already got red buff. And after Aftershock with the flash away, Foot is in. And I will not say the C for first blood. That's a flash away as well. And it was a good invade. I didn't see how this started out. I was paying too much attention to our conversation about support. But, you know, Rakan was there on the blue buff. Timing was great. The ward spotted him over. He hidden brush. And he got a lot of his trading off. So that's already pretty rough. Do you want Cleanse for Lissandra? Quickness and Frozen Tomb? I think, yes. I think Cleanse would have been a better option here. However, you also have Rakan. You also have Time Kench, right? We're looking on the bottom left as to how this happened. So he W'd over wall. And at the time, Sejuani was doing bottom side clear to start. I don't know if he spotted on wards on bot side, but that was nice. This severely decreases the chance of LJL's first win. Very, very correct. On a ward, yes he is. So, Foop. We're going to do with a P. Because it's very hard. Very hard to do. Good trading from Ricky, but... Oh, no, he walked back in. Oh, my God, he walked back in. Oh. He sliced and diced out, and then he slowly walked back into the Infernal Chains. That is just the roughest mistake. Oh, man, what's Sedge going to do now? Like, yeah, no flash on Sejuani. Topside, no flash, and losing out the 1v1. That's your lane. That's your melee lane. Bot side is... yeah, it is losing out by about 4 CS. So this is not a good start at all. I mean, jungle diff seems to be the start of this one as well. Good morning or night, and hello from Brazil. Hello, hello. Do you think watching and breaking up so many programs has made you better at the game? I'm still gold 4. I'm very tilted at the moment. I'm really, like... I'm playing weird supports because I can't take rank too seriously or it'll just hurt me. I was at a point where I was 20 wins over losses. I was like 118 wins and like 98 losses, and I was getting 14 for a win. And it was so annoying. Good trading here. Ricky trying to get his Fury. He's already burnt the flash, but doesn't get Infernal Chains. I mean, this W is going to be huge. Wait for the Q. Auto. If he had the flash, that's a solo kill. If he didn't make this mistake before, dude, that's a solo kill after he TP'd to lane. So, also punishing Yoshino, which is a nice trade about in this 1v1. So, it's not over yet in the top lane. Don't worry. What is it, Kench skin? I didn't see it. Stop LJL abuse. Oh, God. Now, I don't know if they're going to really try and dive this. Without Renekton ulti, without Glacial Prison, it does seem hard. However, when Aatrox has ulti too, it also gets a little bit difficult. Depends if he face checks, though. Yoshino's flash just been burnt, and that's why this could be a really good time. But, I mean, this Sedge is still level 3. I think 4 after the camp as he does so. But I need to see the XP bar of Yoshino. If this Aatrox is 6, I can see a turnabout play. So I really wouldn't dive this. And I'm glad that he's playing respectful, if I could speak. You know, very easy to see, like, he goes for the over-aggressive trade with E and then doesn't have it when Sejuani rolls in. Hello from Vietnam. Hell yeah. Thank you very much. I appreciate the support. I'm only reading it because it's like a co-stream. This is not like a real cast. There's a good attempt here from Samsung Galaxy Rakan. That Time Kench skin, isn't it the, like the Chinese dragon one or something? Something like that. Have I ever seen a catfish before? No. I think Gordon Ramsay on his show, whatever it's called, on Disney Plus, put his hand into this hole and picked one out. Maybe that was Hamish and Andy. I'm not sure. As Fook is in a pretty bad position. But maybe not. Maybe he's got the level advantage. Doesn't really care. I mean, the wave is huge. But he doesn't have ulti yet. Again, I want to see the EXP bar of the person that matters. Because as Smite comes down, if he hits level 6, very diveable. Turret plate going to go down anyway. Just wait for it. Hello from Algeria. Oh, everyone just coming in clutch. Okay, new country. Give me another one. Diving Aatrox not the brightest idea. It's not as bad as, like, I would say it's more dangerous diving a Renekton. Maybe they're as equally as bad, right? Who is the worst person to dive? I think in the past, things like Gwen were really bad to dive because of W. I'm shilling for Disney Plus again, yeah. Oh, I keep bringing it up. It's a good service. From Chicago. Yeah, nice. I appreciate the support, thank you. Chef Wang on YouTube cooked catfish. Then binge the rest of his videos. He's good. Okay, I'll give it a look. US, Hungary, Barbados, Finland, Philippines. Unfortunately, your country was timed out. You know the reason. Portugal, Chile. Someone's from Orn. He's from Diving Orn. Oh, Dark Fiend. That's a crazy country. I've never heard of that before. Point it to me on a map. Where's Diving Orn? California. Not a country, but I like the attempt. Chile again. Vietnam again. Nice. I'm from Sydney. Seismic Shove. Good dodge. Jane really on point there, hey. Demacia. Wow. Hawaii, Canada. Washington, D.C. Team Liquid facility. Earth. Wow, that's broad. Auckland. Nice. Why not's joining us next, by the way? Egypt. Are we just typing in countries now, or are you genuinely from there? Yeah, any other Australians here? Diving Orners near Sejuani will feed. Well, that's a shame, because I've heard that place is pretty risky. As Ricky's walking back into lane. He's going to be punished. He goes through the Infernal Chains. I like the move. If he can get out. He did spot the Wukong, who came in for the ganks, so... Seems like Ricky... He just saw jungle. He literally just saw jungle. Ricky coming back in is greedy. Especially when his flash is about 5 seconds off a cooldown. That's a mistake you shouldn't be making. And paying the price is going to sting a lot. Especially when TP was burnt before. He's going to walk to lane. He can be covered by Sejuani. But that is a lot of CS that he's now missing out on. As Popon standing here. He's going to lose his passive. I was kind of expecting... him to be a little bit greedy as Talia's moving up. Fook has to move away from this as well. You're from the tomb? That is your room. Are we starting the geography session today? Not yet. Texas here and you think you're a country? I love it. You're watching from Mars? Did you guys see? You know what the saddest thing is? There was a project called Mars 1. As I was going to pause for attempted engage. And it's gone. They were going to put people on Mars by like 2020 or something. Put them in pods. 4 people at a time. I think it was like a rug pull or like a starter project that just had no basis behind it. I thought it was like an Elon Musk thing. So, yeah. And he has also had a ward, yeah. I mean, it was just silly. Top was just silly. I'm not going to say anything more as Ignite goes down. Quickness good. Means Time Kench couldn't do much. Oh, almost got destroyed by that as well. The shielding's massive, hey. It's Pudding flashes away. There was an LPL player called Pudding in TT. Good little knock up here as well. Saw a Glacial Prison timing. The response really good from Popon, but now that Fook's here again, he doesn't have the ulti, but the flash is available as the Weaver's Wall zones them out. We're getting an extended brawl as Jane is going to change everything. Look at the health bars. If I'm that Lysandra, I see an absolute baller of a play. Let's see who sticks around. If Moyashi is the one there, Oh, man, he'd be putting shame to Yutori Moyashi at that one. Wait, no, that is Yutori Moyashi. I'm thinking of Yutapon. The seismic shove, not going to find the target, but at least plating goes down as under turret. That's greedy. LJL, you are versing a Lissandra Rakan. That is the greediest thing I have seen in honestly so long. I'm trying to get a comparison here. That's like someone going to KFC and buying the whole menu and then throwing out 75% of it. There's no reason to stick around. I mean, everyone commits to bot side. You're like, oh, we'll stick around. But Rakan, Lissandra, even Wukong. If you don't have an ult timing, you think, man, that's a threat. Talia looks for the shove. They're low health bars. Everything's still available for TF. Dude, like their namesake, right? TF. If I was TF, I'd be like, none either. You know? That's as close to swearing as I'll get. Well, gold lead's now at 4,000. LJL, once again, looking like they're going to take the L. I've not seen an FF yet. Look, it's a challenger team, and again, I think I brought this up yesterday. They don't have as much experience as, like, well, I don't know VCS. Maybe VCS is not an excuse, right? How is VCS so good? Like, isn't the geography better for the LJL? Is it the league state? Like, how is the VCS actually so, like, good? Like, LJL is a wildcard region, and VCS gets 2 seeds. So how is, I love someone used the jungler's name. I know it's not that. It's Phuc. It's Phuc. I know there's people from Vietnam in the chat. Is it Phuc? Is that correct? It's pretty hard for me to say when I'm speaking English, but the air stays in your mouth for the last part of it, right? They train with a lot of LCK and LPL teams. They have a bigger player base. Most Japanese gamers prefer console games, yeah. Yeah. So I hope I'm doing justice to the name. I'm sorry if in team fights I say Phuc a little bit weird because I'm trying to speed it up here. Team fighting's hard because when you start shouting, you got to go focus on this. The Calibrum gets sent out. Look at Jane on top of the ward. You know, you could rap God, but maybe you want to say things more impactful. I slow down my team fights a little bit because I look at Jane for the Glacial Path. However, you could rap God as well as the Rift Herald comes on in and they look for Akanu. I didn't say his name right with the Glacial Path going towards a brush. The poke coming out as well. Nothing happens. Japan is mostly mobile dominated outside of Apex Legends. Ah, now I know as Phuc gets him over. The one in the name is supposed to be red as an eye. And look, you know, basically an Irishman casting. Ah. Okay, so I went to Vietnam when I was 16, 17. I have to say, one of the most amazing experiences. I went to Hanoi and I went to Ho Chi Minh. No, wait. Is Saigon... Where is Saigon? Is Saigon in Hanoi? Is Hanoi the north of the... I'm really sorry for butchering this. But Vietnam was incredible. A lot of history. Food's amazing. The people are friendly. It's incredible. And Ibon, yes, I am solo casting. I am indeed. Yeah, so it makes... Okay, so it makes sense. Console gamers, it's a good theory, right? Saigon is south. Thank you very much. So Hanoi north, Saigon south. So Ho Chi Minh is south then, right? I live in Hanoi and the official name is Ho Chi Minh City for the south. Ah, Saigon is the name of the old Ho Chi Minh. Okay. Hanoi is north, right. Okay, so Hanoi is north, sorry. You guys must be annoyed because I'm at a delay. So you're sending me all this and I'm saying wrong things. And then 20 seconds later, I'll read what you say. Thank you, Panga. Will I solo cast in finals? We're trying to get knockouts to be a duo cast, you know? That would be nice. Quite a lack of Drake interest. This game especially. Even though with the patches, you know, we've seen later dragons. Like, in the past couple of days, we have seen a lot of, like, 5, 6, 7-minute dragons despite it. So, yeah, this has been one of our latest for sure. And look at their comp. They don't care if dragon's a little bit later. And yes, we still have a Felios with a saving support. But when you're ahead and you're controlling the pace of the game, I would so much prefer have the tools that TF do. They control when they want to fight. They have great gap close. They have really good pick. They've minor pick themselves as well, right? Not as good as SG, but still very important. But thank you to the people in Vietnam for helping me out. Why are you on stream, Delay? Just cover up minimap. True as two-man from Yoshino. Well, TF have got their Aatrox soloed out, but as he flashes over the wall, look at Ricky by himself. I mean, that wall also left your Renekton in a bad place as the Glacial Tomb seals part of their Doom. But Doom being a good game, remember, there's more to come. TF have got the pick, and it's a top laner. There's no Baron available, though, so I guess nothing's going to come of it. Still a good pick, nevertheless. And an almost good trade. Very different to Duocast. It is, isn't it? Whoop. One. Well, I thought of... Whoop. VCS just care about killing. Dude, I mean, VCS have got an unofficial English stream. A shout out to, LJL unofficial, VCS unofficial. I know a lot of you guys have been watching LPL. You got to remember back in like 5, 6, 7 years ago, our stream was the same as theirs. We got, I don't know if you all saw, we got like 250,000 combined concurrents or something with YouTube and Twitch at our peak for LPL finals. Maybe it wasn't that much. Maybe it was like 200K. We never got that. And I'm speaking way before, like LPL English was like a small, like the viewers we're getting now. LPL English didn't exist. Man, there's VCS unofficial and there's LJL unofficial. One of them I think isn't even unofficial anymore. And like those English broadcasts, they're built up out of nothing. So they're amazing, to put in the effort when, remember, those guys aren't getting paid. I'll pause on that because Miyashi is dead to Ricochet. Oh, Pudding hitting the turret is a massive 5-head. Gotta love Pudding. Makes me think of Dean from Supernatural, if you know the reference. And they're not all on 55 MS. For some reason, I think the LDL is on different ping. I don't know how it works. But yeah, I think these guys are all on similar ping somewhat. I don't know that. I can't answer that. LJL unofficial official. Yeah. LPL looking this year. Playoffs was kind of sad for V5, but I will say I think RNG should get out of groups, even as a 4th seed. I think our top 3 are insane. I think top esports JDG are pretty nuts. I think if Jackie can hold it in, we're looking good. If JDG play like they did in regular season and, 369 continues anchoring this team with Kanavi, then I think it's an LPL win for this Worlds. But look, it is more fun to watch, but, I haven't watched enough LCK this year. I can't comment on that. I think there's, great LCK teams as well, right? As Ghost almost sets it up. Same picks of LPL. Yeah, but same picks around the world. Oh, yeah, don't give Jackie Love an ADC with Dash. Dude, if we get Kai'Sa meta, Jackie Love Kai'Sa. Maybe a good or a bad thing is AD carry going to be saved. But Chili... as he spits him out, still has to be careful. The Weaver's Wall to bring him in. But this Sivir is at the point where ricochets are pretty dangerous. Even at 2 items, right? It's the fact that he's got the rapid fire. Can join in any fight. My soundproofing came off my wall. So I'm going to stick that down there for the time being. RNG getting into meta. Yeah. I mean, Gala's had a pretty solid split, but it's not like we talked a lot about Gala in the BO5 versus EDG. I think Ming has been pretty solid. I think Viper's been the best AD carry consistently. I think Jackie Love was insane during playoffs, but I think consistently through the whole year, Viper is... oh, dude. May as well call him like Calvin Klein. He's looking hot in the LPL. Looking real hot. JD. Oh, God. Esport. I can't answer that, unfortunately. Kai'Sa is going to be meta again. Dude, he has a dash. I can't answer that. They'll announce all the world's talent. It'll be up there at some point. So I guess just wait for that. Jackie Love was... dude, do you remember the 2018 Jackie Love Zaya? 2019? Was 2019? Was that the Kai'Sa Kale meta? All I remember was the Shy altered him. Or maybe it wasn't the Shy. Maybe it was 369. No, it wasn't. They were still IG in 2019. And that was a banger. Watching Jackie Love get altered as Kale, the quick hand suppress R as he travels. You're wondering why I'm not really casting this game, guys. I mean, there's nothing happening because it's just so easy for them to stall. Glacial Path not going to be taken. Ignite's there. Free kill. Maybe. Does he die in the Time Catcher's mouth with Ignite? Not thanks to shielding until Sivir joins in. Sora, oh my god, almost survived. But look at Pudding just run forward to the Sivir. Maybe would have gotten 2 with the 1v3. But the rest of the team making sure it's a quick one. The first kill over to the LJL in this, but their challenger team is getting roasted. There's Baron. There's the game. I mean, dude, Team Flash's challenger team, pretty clean. Do I stream on my own channel? I feel bad for advertising. I'm going to say hi. And you can see. I'm going to say hi. Well, this one feels more than over. Once again. You look at the replay. God. I don't think Kara likes his team. Yeah, I will say hi. Because I did a bit of LDL co-streaming this year. It was nice. Like, I didn't do as many as I wanted because the stream clashes. Because LPL 7 days a week. And it starts from, like... you know, their start time's 5 p.m. LDL starts at 2 p.m., I think. So you get one best of 3 in. And so I got to do a little bit of the Fearless draft, which was so good. Okay, I'm overstating it. It was good. There were some games where it was like, I can see why they picked this. We didn't get crazy drafts like, oh, there's an Alawi or a Teemo. You know, because nothing else was open. But Fearless in a best of 5 would probably show that. My Twitch name, I did put it there. I did put it here. Now I just feel bad. Now I just feel like I'm advertising. There is a proper format. I can link it to you after this. But yeah, I can. I'll give you the link after this because there is a Leaguepedia page, which I'm very grateful for, because otherwise it would be very hard to track. But as we see Glacier Path, I mean, that's just nice, isn't it? What do? You try and get out on the map? Not to much avail. Glacier Path going to still be taken. I mean, Jane wants the kill. And this Aphelios is not going to pay any respect, because at this point, you just have to try and be a human in Summoner's Rift. And even that seems like the biggest deal. 16-1. A stomp yet again. Dude, LJL Academy, I hope they're getting something out of this. But, you know, I've talked to pros before. When games are this stompy, you don't get too much out of it. Like, how did they beat us here? How did they beat us here? You know, there's always going to be a level of difference that you can't... You know, like, if you saw Challengers versus Gold or Silver, you would understand somewhat of what they're doing, but not the full story, right? Maybe it's different because we're at a higher level, and just because TF are doing so well this game doesn't mean that SG can't understand, right? You know, it's disrespectful for me to assume so yeah. Is it a result of COVID? No, it is, no, it's not the result of this being a cast at all. It's kind of like a co-stream. You know, it's like our K-Draw co-stream. Hell, I mean, I've done co-streams, like Dom's done co-streams. It's reading Twitch chat because this is a challenger tournament. The gameplay is not as serious. Like, I've stopped casting this game at all because, look, it's just done. Like, even though SG group for this, Lysandra, I would go in on this. Take it, yep. Picks a side. Glacial Prison, good shove. But here comes Foot. All he needs to do is Cyclone. No flash available, so pulls off. But it's pretty easy to jump in and not really care. So, you know, casters never read Twitch chat because Twitch chat, one, is never up on any of our PCs. Even us that do it remote. Like, we don't look at Twitch chat while we cast LPL. And second, you know, it's casual. Even though it's on the LPL channel, it's a very different format, right? So, yeah. Ghost on Aphelios sounds terrible. I think this game especially would have been nice to have Cleanse. Always against the Lysandra. How Chronicler co-streams challenges. Yeah, there you go. There you go. I can't believe I missed Chronicler. He's broadcasting today as well. Oh, we don't have Domin on this tournament. We only have 5 of us. So we have Mazel. We have Kelsey Moser, who... does Kelsey debut today? Who's Kelsey debut? Oh, she's tomorrow. She's tomorrow. Because I think she's still... I think she's away somewhere. So Kelsey's there on the last day, which would be awesome to get her opinion. Again, we've got really good color casters. Mazel and me are the cowboys, the yahoos. It doesn't seem right casting about Lyrica Orcs. Somewhat, yeah. Yeah, so Vietnam on the right, VCS, Challenger on the right, and LJL Academy or Challenger on the left. Sengoku Academy is a team. Vietnam, as people said, I mean, you're right, like, but I thought mobile gaming was huge in Vietnam. I mean, look, let's be real. Garena is not the most pleasant place to play. Does Vietnam uses Garena, right? I would assume so. I would assume it does. I mean, Southeast Asia, I think, is all Garena, right? Opal's LPL streams on. Yeah. Oh, Dom is a co-caster. No, Sengoku. Sengoku. You know, quickly, I know a little bit of Japanese. I learnt it for previous holiday away, like years and years ago. I did a lot of work on it. All I can remember now, though, is Anata wa Nihonjin desu ka? Or Anata wa eigo ga wakarimasu ka? Oh, wakarimasen. Anata, watashi wa Jake desu. Hajimemashite. And then, it, for some reason, it just stops there. Oh, it is Garena. Okay. So I speak no Japanese. I just know sentences or somewhat. Whereas, like, I mean, Chinese, I've retained some of that. I am a weep. Dude, I'm watching 7 Deadly Sins on Netflix. And I have to say, I mean, the first couple of seasons were cool plot. It's just going all over the place now. They're introducing angels and all this kind of stuff. It's like, man, it's like Supernatural all over again. Okay, good pick. Sengoku, they do no damage. Oh, they need this Talia to hit. They need this Talia to hit. Okay, here's a Felios. There's damage. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's healed up. I didn't even see the health bar. That took way too long. Yeah, it's still over. The fastest internet in the world in Vietnam? Oh my god. I can't announce if anything like... I cannot comment on anything like Worlds. You guys will see the announcements. Support me either way, and I appreciate it. And support the other casters as well. Worlds will be great this year. Worlds will be really, really good. I think just because of how the groups have been drawn. Yeah, it is like a normal stream. It's like a co-stream, right? Yeah, no casters can comment on whether they're at Worlds or not before an official announcement. That is correct. Do you have the... Well, yeah, okay. So, is that someone from Vietnam saying your internet's not very good? Worlds Group D. Is that the 100 Thieves? Is that the one RNG is going to go into? 100 Thieves. Who else is in it? Is that 100 Thieves Gen G? Is Gen G in that group? As TP comes in, look, guys, we just know this is a ceiling blow. I think EU and NA at Worlds, you know, first of all, play-ins means that one major region team's not getting through, which is kind of huge. And I would love, absolutely love, if there's upsets within groups. However, I do think it's going to be hard. I think you're expecting LPL to be one of them to get through. You're expecting DRX probably to get through. I mean, people are a little bit on the line about them, but still, you know, in terms of quality of play. I do think this could be, if there's ever a year that out of what we've had versus now, where Western team won't make it out, like into knockout stage, I think this could be it. But again, LPL has, you know, lost out before some surprising exits in group stage. You know, LCK has done better than people gave them credit for, like EU as well. NA third seed has always been clutch. Cloud9's gone to Worlds, so I don't know. So apparently the Vietnamese internet not as good. Dude, I don't think I could just make it over to Worlds regardless though. I don't know what I'll be doing. I think I'll be away in Melbourne. I think I'm going to PAX here. I might be. And so, you know, we will see. We'll see. I'd like to do co-streams and stuff as well if not personally involved. DRX isn't getting Mad Smash them? Oh, that'll be fun then. Well. Of Zika? Oh, man. Zika, good as ear. Very, I saw him as a very straightforward LCK player until he played LeBlanc. So, yeah. But, yeah, I can't confirm or deny anything about, you know, Worlds or anything. Which is strange that I'm saying this on this stream, but yeah. So... I think Zika's LeBlanc was really good, but he was someone who I saw as a pocket picker who otherwise wasn't the most, like, upper echelon mid laner. He hit his role. And that was enough for, like, the BLG at the time, I guess. Anyway, now, well, you know, the dream is over. I'm not confirming or denying anything, right? I'm not confirming or denying anything, so don't, you know, just wait and see, right? Of course, I'd love to be involved. Always love to be involved. This is 12-16, by the way. 12-16. So, Vietnam picking up a win. Team Flash, that is a great. What is it, a great? A great opener? Kind of. Sengoku now, 0-4. I think 0-5 is the absolute guarantee you're out of the group. But 3-1 is kind of hard to catch up unless Team Flash lose all their games left. But even then, you know, you're only playing 6 games in the group. So the worst they can go is 3-3. So I think the LJL is just going to get knocked out of each and every group right now. It's not looking good. If you're tuning in, it is a pretty sad story for them. I will say they've been put up against some pretty tough opponents as well. So still without a win. But yeah. I know, I love you too. I love you guys too. I appreciate the support for people who know me, people who don't, right? Sitting here and listening to me ramble on. It's nice to vent out. It's an absolute pleasure talking to you guys. And you know, seeing people that show support throughout the split or the year or the years. And then, you know, come up now and I get to chat to you in a weirdly unofficial capacity, right? So thank you again for the support. You know, I love you guys too, and I'll keep doing what I do because I appreciate everyone behind me. Venting sus Amogus. Yeah, huge love hearts. Well, quick recap for you. You know where it all stopped? Wait, this is way too late in the game. We didn't even get to see it. But it was some of those clean fights. It was the bot lane dive. I think SG didn't pay attention to the bot lane dive. That was very greedy. They stuck around and they got 4-manned. Or rather, they got dove and lost 4 of their men. And it was over like that, so... Yeah, this was a pretty clean, pretty therapeutic, I'm sure, for VCS fans. Considering that, like, you know, what we know about the VCS from what we see in the main league is like, oh, it's all explosive, oh, lane swaps, everything's crazy. However, this was just simple, good League of Legends, 1 turret dive, and then playing their comp well. So again, props to them, I feel, is definitely well-deserved. I'm going to wait for MVP this time before throwing it away, because I know I hold on to the stream for the time being. I don't have to throw it too close, too far. Man, English is hard sometimes. It is LJL Academy. Yes, it is. Are they the best teams in the tournament? No. I think the best teams so far we've seen, FPX Blaze have been kind of crazy, some comebacks. I think EDG Youth are playing out of their mind. Max, even though they took a loss, I think they took a loss to Nongshim. Pretty good. It'd be crazy to me if Nongshim didn't make it through. Even though they are the first seed, I also think, like, even though rather Chronicler didn't think they're as good as maybe, like, DK, they've still been highlighted as, you know, first seed and one of the best riders. Okay, we got schedule, so that means no MVP. You guys just don't get the MVP. Forget that. Instead, I'm going to throw you to a break, and I'll BRB after this countdown comes through with the Korean streamer team again and Team Flash.
Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking us my chance I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking us my chance I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. mistakes, taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
Worked out. Guys, I worked out the song I should have played for the LJL. It's a real emotional one. This is what should be playing. So we'll crank it up a notch. Maybe we'll make it organs. This is for the LJL. Lean on me when you don't win games. It can be tough. When are you gonna find your win? Oh, LJL, help us understand. Wasn't in key. We need to know, do you win at all? Respect to the LJL, you know. I do think they'll pick up a win, but man, it's looked hard so far. It's looked pretty hard. Well, huge cringe. Absolutely banging cringe. Well, we got MVP though. From that last one. Oopsie poopsie. Sora gets it. Honestly, anyone from the team. We had to play Lead on Me for the LJL, dude. Sooning Rogue Warriors Forge backdoor. What music would you play? I'd play Kokoton. You know, have you watched Naruto? It's good cringe. Don't worry. Dude, cringe. People can say cringe. You can say whatever you want. You know what? I'd play this, right? Literally, we're talking backdoor. Oh, bit of Naruto music. I know what we're doing. I know where we're dropping. Wait. Where are we? If you know Naruto, you're on point. You're on point with what that is. All right. Oh yeah, true. The DMC. I didn't even think. Well, we kind of lost it when we played Lean on Me. Let's hope the VODs don't exist on Twitch anyway. I just realized we're Gucci. Welcome back. Look, Team Flash literally just played. Now they versus a Korean streamer team. That is me playing the old keys. Look at me. Look at me saying keys like I'm a cool guy. Playing the keys. Alright, we get rid of the slightly racist comment. Okay. Not even slightly about it. Let's get into it. Because Korean Stream Team had a doozy of a game before. And we're literally just running back drafts, aren't we? Just running back drafts. You're a cool guy. How does Naruto clean himself with all these tails? Well, I mean, both... I'm going to tell you right now, like, it's looking like both these teams will move on. You got to remember in this group, J-Team have kind of shown that they're a little bit rough around the edges. They got a win against Sengoku. They beat Team Flash. But Team Flash just looked devastating today, so... Right now, I mean, I do think Team Flash look like the better team. So you banned Draven in the first phase. If Fellas was a natural, you've just literally handshaked Yumi, Sivir as a bottom lane if you get it across. Because you're banning Nautilus. So this needs to be a Yumi ban. I think also Lulu would be fine. You probably double ban support or... Well, you don't know, because you've already got Gragas, right? The early Gragas is kind of weird. Wait, maybe I should give you guys predictions, eh? Do you want predictions? I'll give you guys predictions. For about 5 minutes. This name is not compliant with our guidelines. Why? Korea Stream Team versus Team Flash. I think TF, they don't like the name of that. Okay. Apparently they don't like TF. Good Lulu ban. So they double ban support. I'm surprised I'm right for once. We got 4 supports off the board. Oh, dude. What a move. Against this team, though, actually, Blitz would be horrible. Actually, Blitz would be the worst on this team. So, yeah, I'm glad. They don't like Twisted Fate. Twitch does not like Twisted Fate. It is Team Flash Academy. Yes, indeed. So, you've got a Renekton. You could probably just end up doing... Well, I mean, you've already got top. You need to support last. No Lulu. No Yumi. Ashe again into Renata. Okay. And against this team, it's a little better than before. I don't think it's like a hand-given game, but you've also got a lot of engage. You got a lot of engage. You have good team fight presence, don't you? A lot of CC follow-up. Yeah. Well, there's prediction for you. So, go for it. I mean, Korean Stream Team came out of nowhere. Like, it's like the Huya team as well. Man, they were good. I was just so surprised. Normally these things go, you know, pear-shaped, but I guess, you know, being challengers, like we got people like Beifeng on the Huya team. Makes sense that you've got someone who is a top challenger player. It was a little crazy. It was. Why Not's after me, by the way. So why not? It's going to be talking about all the better things in League of Legends. And then I am going to be sorting out how I go to Melbourne in a month. And do that. The Kiana player, yeah. Yeah, they did win the first match against the streamer team. My only dissection of this draft is early skirmishing looks incredible for KRS. But I also think you got a bit more versatility in the team fight. On the hunt, Spirit Rush. Your engage is very solid. Your CC follow-up is really good with people like Ashe, Ari, skirting around fights and poking down. Like, volley is a very good tool in fights as well, right? Helps keep space, if I could talk, for people like Siva. So, yeah, I think I like this 2v2. Especially when Aphelios Renata in LPL, a lot of the time was countered by things like, I think we had all iterations of 80 carry, but it was always this Ashe pick, right? OMG's bottom lane used to pick this a lot. This Korean stream team, they're looking for the invade to kick us off. Now, I talked a little bit about it. I think skirmishing, like with solo lanes, is pretty good. I think your ability to influence mid early, you have a lot of burst damage, and you do have, when you have CC in the lane, it just becomes that much easier. At the 6 point, kind of dangerous as well for KRS, no? While you're kind of waiting for like that mandate spike from Ashe. If I could open this water bottle. Yeah, Halo Blades on support Ashe. So really good trading. Remember as well, like Comet is the most played in solo queue. I always take Halo Blades because I play this a hell of a lot. One of my most played supports this year. And from a low elo perspective and from someone who's watched competitive play to blend in, let's say the knowledge sits at about Diamond 2.5. And I would tell you one thing, is that Halo Blades Ashe, people forget that you get 110% on the next autos, right? 1, 2, and doesn't get the third. 110% damage, because on your passive, once they're affected by your auto, look, with volley as well, the damage in the autos at level 1 is just obscene. Like, the Renata's already taken down to half HP. Halo Blades again, 1, 2. Doesn't need the third. I mean, already the lane bullying is just huge. And a half, that's right. This is the actual Team Flash due to them being relegated in the summer promotion. Oh, really? Well, now I know. Thank you very much for the information. Because it was told Academy, so this is actually Team Flash. But they got relegated, wow. Beyond obnoxious, true. You know, Comet is good, but, like, when your lanes are walking up like this is good scouting there onto Natalie as well. When you have lanes like this, like into the Renata especially, who wants to walk up, handshake, loyalty program, get those autos off. As the Ashe, like, you can make sure she can't afford to walk up to the lane. She can loyalty program through the wave, but you're really not looking at that damage too much, as there's a good flash out. Good gank timing as well. That's the lane I was talking about, is Natalie actually pulling out the bot lane. Meanwhile, support almost dies. It's going to be a 2v2, but the damage has already been done nicely by Psycho, as Pudding tries to trade. He's got lethal tempo. He's got flash. He flashes onto the support, and he gets it. Pudding! Oh, you gotta love it. The wave as well pushing up. Now, it's not going to go against Tara, but still, that's huge. He's got a Noon Quiver first back. Can I show you guys? Do you think it's wrong of me to show you a YouTube video of what I'm referring to when I say pudding? Is, hang on, Shane might be in trouble. He does have flash available, but burns it immediately. Charm should give him a bit of time, but he's going up to Yoshino. He's going to turn into a 2v2. If Charm connects, one of them is dead. And you know what? It's going to be mid. That was a big chase, and that just hurts him so much. Sora even roamed mid as the Ashe to try and get a bit of help along with Foot. So that just hurts so much more. Oh, the turnaround. And approach velocity as well. Good reminder. Halo Blades allows you to take inspiration second. Also true. Approach velocity's big. I think second as well. Biscuit value for an Ashe feels very nice when you're using volley off the cooldown, but you're not in the... you don't have anything like mana flow band. Remembering as well that you are someone who, you know, will be buying tier very early on. I don't think in pro play we've seen it as much. Like, tier priority in pro play is just not kind of not been there. So maybe an irrelevant point this time around. Because you need ulti hunter, yeah. Cheap shot as well. Dude, we forgot cheap shot. How good is cheap shot on Ashe when it procs off a passive, doesn't it? It does proc. I'm 99% sure it procs off a passive. And so you get cheap shot bonus. Whew. TF is from Bilgewater. Okay. There's a flash on Gragas. He doesn't have ulti. Almost gets it. Cheap shot, zombie ward, Umbral rush. Yeah. Oh, so they're rushing Umbral. Because I know a lot of the time, like, Imperial Mandate is a very good item. In pro play, I've seen Imperial Mandate rush out of anything else. Umbrals usually come second. I don't know the type of games that define when it should be Umbral. Should it be Mandate? I guess if you're... Oh, I'm trying to think of a case. Stronger early game, I guess. You want to control vision? I don't know. I actually can't. I can't talk there. Yeah, I know. They're joking. They know they're from Vietnam. Oh, well, yeah. Dude, On had a much better name. Dude, they're tracking Natalie so well with the hawk shots as well. Can't touch anything in the top side. So, I'm just sad international casters didn't get to say PP God on the world stage. You know, V5, I thought they were going to be our like, first or second seed, maybe even third worst case scenario. I didn't think they wouldn't be making it at all. It was tragic, dude. Absolutely tragic. Tallywhacker, that's another good one. Hello, Sluon. So, bot's got a Noon Quiver. There's a bounty, obviously. As this is going to be a gank setup. Now, there's level 6 here for Yoshino, but Johansson has the same. Explosive Cask is available. He's holding on to it for a hell of a long time as Natalie gets Arctic shoved. That was beautiful from Foot. If Natalie gets onto Yoshino, even with the ulti, maybe the burst comes out quicker. As in the 2v2 again. This is what I'm talking about, guys. Ashe can turn the play. Now, it is still a good trade from Korean Stream Team in the 2v2. I think Handshake helped out a lot. But now with Exhaust down, maybe it's not going to be as smooth here for Team Flash. Especially with Ignite and Flash still available here on the 80 carry. So, yeah, holding their own despite the item disadvantages is pretty impressive. Yeah, V5 is sad, dude. Oh, yeah, no, the Shy at World's another sad one as well. Natalie with a big invade. Yoshino still held on to Flash and ulti, but doesn't want to cave in. I think mid's getting pushed in at the moment. And Bake is, I'm not sure if you'd say Beak. I don't know Korean. So, I don't want to butcher the... I know in China it's called Pinion, as Jane. Gank time. Got Spirit Rush available. Needs to use it. Dodge instead. Holds onto it for so long. Mad respect out of the Ari. Any other given situation, they'd pop it. But as he holds on, as now Korean Stream Team go into a 1v2. They thought it was. As Foot makes it uneven, but at least the trade comes over to Lacko. As Sora was far back in the lane. It seemed he got poked out as well. So he wasn't involved. So the shutdown does go over, but it goes over to Lacko. So no return into the 80 carry. Pickaxe was picked up by the Sivir, who actually got a kill off the trade as well. And helped out by Foot in the jungle. Dude, you have to say, this game is going to deliver more than our first two. This one is already looking competitive. And the angles we've seen is like, well, Natalie wants to attack mid naturally. Free up Beak and, I don't know if anyone helped me with my Korean. I don't know. Why not's too kind. You're all too kind. I would love to. I would love to if given the chance. Natalie's been trying to attack mid. Now, Jane is, I think he took a reset, but I mean, they'll be getting Herald. We'll look back at this. The attention was on Sora. He doesn't have arrow yet, so as he flashes away, now stuck in a 1v2, Pudding's like in the lane trying to buy time. Good dodge from Psycho. But Foot doesn't come over any warding. So they have no idea he's here. And I think Missing Ping was actually coming out, or the Caution Ping was from TF, not KRS, so, yeah. But yeah, appreciate the support. A career rank game, somewhat. Let me clear my throat. I'm like an old man, I clear my throat. I annoy the hell out of my partner all the time. He says to me, he's like, stop clearing your throat. I'm like, I can't help it. You know, I get acid reflux. I clear my throat. I'm getting grey hairs. I'm at least 50, and maybe with this Arctic Assault, they will be too. Nice dive. Other part of the ulti activation doesn't come through, and Chattercross the arrow shielded Beak was looking for the Sejuani, and it was a quick reaction time after the steal, so well played, but even more well played to TF, who haven't touched Dragon yet, but, you know, with that extra kill, it goes over to Siverman. This is going to be a big pudding. Wish I was your partner for casting, dude. If we can make it work in this tournament, we're going to make it work. Let's get why not set up. Eh? Casting debut in this tournament. Take him even further as Dominus has popped. Yoshino with a barrel roll. He's got explosive cask and flash, but still he's holding on to those ones. Not taking the 1v1. More was picked up, so I feel like that would save Johansson quite a lot. As that stops in the top lane. TP is not up and available if anything happens around Dragon. Remember, we still got a Rift Herald available for Natalie as well, so KRS probably want to try and use that to their advantages. We get a replay in the bottom left. That arrow splits a little bit. Good dodge away from Bake, who once again on this Silas is doing pretty well. The fact that, you know, his lane, after all that attention from Foot and what we saw come through a little bit earlier, is doing okay, is a testament as Chain Lash with Spirit Rush arrow. So close, man. So close to the turnaround. And, man, he's playing with fire, but I absolutely love it. I need to show you guys what I'm talking about for pudding with Supernatural. As speak of the devil. He's holding himself out in the 1v2 in the bottom lane, but he's got backup. Foot, no flash, no ulti. Maybe not mattering. Mattering. Great English. So good at English today. Maybe I'll give you guys a time link. Do you think they'll mind if I time link you in the Twitch chat? You know what? No time link. There you go. I'll send that to you guys. That's what I think about. Did I practice saying foot? Yeah, somewhat. I looked at a video on YouTube as ulti. Good dodge here. Psycho's just trying to get the support right now with the bailout. He would have come close, but dude, Pudding has his full mythic completed, and he's got an extra dagger to boot. That's a 5-kill Siver at 11 minutes into the game. So if I was a smart man, I'd say right now that TF are in a country mile of a position. Dragon has been slow too. They're the team that actually have the front line. Dedicated frontline Sejuani. It looks like a dedicated frontline in the Gragas going for the Fimbulwinter. And you have great damage sources late game with ability to space out. Like Silas, Renekton, Wukong. I think you have a lot of ways to get away and kind of space yourself from them, right? Hostile Takeover is going to be one of the biggest tools, but it does feel like even late game, even with an Aphelios, I think just the way this team operates, TF should be in a more comfortable position. So yeah. How good is that video? That's pudding. Used to stream NHL back in the day. Really? You're going to have to tell me what NHL is. NHL. Now I have to think about what that is. Mercs for Renekton versus Gragas. Does that do much? Like, you don't get thrown any differently. Is that just a clone? Good timing of the W by Natalie as well. Dragon was actually taken by Korean Stream Team, so a small win despite how late it is. As in the bottom side, they even get the Herald down as Natalie is trying to 1v1 on this Ahri, but it's an Ahri with Spirit Rush. Now can reinitiate, and Natalie has to Cyclone one more time for good riddance, but at least he has Bake by his side who's pushing up mid. In the meantime, I mean, Korean Stream Team are getting the gold trade. Psycho has flash available, but he's acting like he wants everyone in with him before he uses it. So it's a summon a burn, but I actually think Korean Stream Team got out with a better trade. Gold plating mid with the Ahri roam down. Herald plate on the bottom side. It depends if they die here, though. I mean, Psycho right now, without the ulti, without the flash, just burn it. The bailout is not really going to do too much, considering that this guy is on an edge. And with Sora getting the kill as well, and Foot missing out on the ulti. Korean Stream Team just undo any advantage I was talking about. They're walking back to bottom lane. TF doubling down. Make it so I'm completely wrong. Mercs are insanely broken versus Gragas. You'd know if you watched my cast of Jax versus Gragas. I didn't watch your cast. It does? Okay, well, I'm glad to know. When you come on, you can tell me why I'm wrong. I just thought, I mean, Q slow is pretty insane. Does it affect R movement? Does it affect body slam time? Because isn't body slam a displacement? Can they stop a bullying Aphelios so hard? He is getting cyber bullied, hey? For the caster over the gameplay. No. Oh, what a disappointment it might be for some. Just... E is short knockback, but it's a stun. Ah. See, this is why we have a pro player. That's So we have a pro player here. Well, we're going to see it in action, aren't we? I mean, Q would, does it also not, you know, Q is a big slow. So I'm assuming Q has some kind of impact, but E makes a lot of sense. If that's how the interaction works. Flip's angle here is pretty good. Remember that Renekton is still in the top lane, and Yoshino's ulti is still there. Doesn't do too much, but hostile takeover. Oh, that's the magic. Now, wait for Johansson coming in. Is still on the Herald. It's split up, but Sora gets out. Pudding gets out. I mean, the Civ is still big. They couldn't kill him as the arrow. It lands onto the support after Johansson flashes away. Ari for the cleanup. And we're back to Team Flash, baby. This is now just kind of turning back to our original point, which is Civ is too big. Now Ari's too big. It's a Leandri's Ari as well, by the way. In this comp, screw Everfrost. When you have Gragas Sedge with an Ashe at your heel, Leandri sounds like the perfect measure to go for here. Psycho is living up to his name. Absolutely is. TF is a pro team, while the other is at Group Stages Academy. Well, technically, if TF got relegated, they are an Academy team. Jane is dead. He has no ulti. And a good shutdown to give Silas. That's something. Gold, 2,500, but we'll look at it again. So, I saw the Renata ulti. That was my first bit. They jump onto Natalie. Yoshino comes in. The barrel's not as big. Natalie absorbs a lot of the damage while they're hitting Foop. Now, remember, this is Sejuani. So, what are you going to do there? Natalie dies first. Psycho sits in. Gale forces forward, dude. That's a Jackie Love move if I've ever seen one. I missed that. What an absolute Chad. I don't care that he's 1-6. What a baller. Oh, I love it. I respect him. Psycho true, living up to his name. Miss Gunblade Yumi. I don't miss Gunblade. Do I miss Gunblade? No, I miss DFG. That item was OP. Imagine DFG even in this state would be even more OP. Who needs Baron, by the way? You've got yourself an open turret in the bot side, it seems, and with the explosive cast taken away, the minion wave goes down, but look, Gragas, Sejuani, yep, split the tanking. Turret's still a bit tanky. Oh, go for it. Oh my god. The effort to get that turret. It is a trade from KRS, but remember, inner turret is worth about 600, 650 from memory, so more value. The Katarina mains. You know, the Katarina mains, dude. Ugh. Lived up to his name. I mean, Psyjack's got it before me. Props to him. The Psycho call. Okay, we've got a caster in the chat. We've got another one. Casting is a baller career. I do recommend. Hard to get into, but I mean, I made a series about it for that reason, because I feel like it needs more light on how people start. You kind of just got to start, you know. I pinched Why Not for this because I'm like, this guy plays a lot of League of Legends, streams a lot. We're gonna have to watch some of the things he says, as the Void Staff reference the other day was a goodie, but a dangerous one, even for me. Arrow, good dodge away from the Gale Force. And just casually calling out Why Not, I guess. TP flank's good, but Charm on a bake. Oh, the hostile takeover. Whoa, the explosive cast does nothing. Okay. Dude, I'm all about that Renata ulti. That was huge. Pudding is trying to do Sivir things. And look, Ricochet is meaningful. But I don't know if we're going to get a repeat of our last game with Sivir, Ashe actually being able to take on a fight. Dangerous reference. Yeah, he did. Look. I prefer casting or coaching over playing as a player. I don't prefer... At the moment, I don't prefer playing League. I've got to find out what's wrong. I just need a duo or something, I guess. Anyone OC in duo low gold, hit me up. Just hit me up. Ricochet gonna take your aim. Oh my god. He quoting Titanium. And then like Lacko comes over with a flash handshake. I mean, the hostile takeover was just so good. And if Elios gets something back in the game, I think Johansson's doing quite a lot, you know, CS advantage in the Gragas lane, but now with the Prowler's Claw, so he's going the baller build. You know, usually you'll get like Bladed Ruin King first, then followed by Prowler's Claw or Sunfire, or even Iceborne has been the usual recently. But Blade might still be coming. We've got a pickaxe in inventory, so we'll have to see if it's something like a Death Dance, or if we're going to be looking at upgrading more at some point. Are we sitting with a pickaxe for the time being, or we're literally just going to a blade? We'll see again. Foop's moving up to the top side to help out his allies, because at the moment, with the arrow being narrowly dodged, it seems like Korean Stream Team want to use that pick potential we talk so much about. Again, the game's not devastatingly bad for TF, but I think the fact that Korean Stream Team won the last couple of fights kind of show the hostile takeover putting in the work, because we got 3 Merc treads on that side as well. And that's what I said in draft, is that like TF have insane CC follow-up, and the chain is just great. You know, Fleetwood Mac, the chain, go listen to it. Is it as good as what TF can do when they all line up? I don't know. Nah, let's be real. Fleetwood Mac, much better. Well, there's a Korean Stream Team and there's a Chinese Stream Team. There's a Huya one as well. And they've been good. Dude, they've been good to watch. It's not like you're just watching a bunch of randoms. Like, they are good players. Fleetwood Mac is a bop. One of my favorite Fleetwood Mac songs, is apparently I'm losing my voice, is Tusk. I don't know if you've heard Tusk. It's like underrated. Not many people play it. You know, when people play Fleetwood Mac from this day and age, they'll play The Chain because of Watch Guardians of the Galaxy, which also is a bop of a soundtrack. I completely agree with every song on that soundtrack. The Chain, Dreams is good. What did I play before? What did I say before about CC? Did I say The Chain? I don't know. Everywhere a good song. Absolutely true. Beifeng did pop off on Akali that day, yeah. Yeah, it's one of those like artists that you can't really fault, right? Like Stevie Nicks' voice is very unique. Hey, Exhaust is burned. Sora's caught out. He has to ulti, but hey, those Merc treads again coming in handy. An ult that doesn't last too long is one in return. Sora almost dead. The smite gets him. Dude, Korean Stream Team. This pivot, beautiful. And Johansson having one hell of a Renekton game. Baron's open, and you've got no jungle, you've got no support. Right now, best chance to do so, and like, screw me talking about scaling as good charm here to try and get a pick off. The fact that KRS are just moving as this unit is so nice to watch. This Renekton starting it off. Sora was caught out, and now in a 3v5 versus the Baron. 2 seconds till the Ashe spawns. He doesn't have arrow available though. And now Yoshino got me casting like it's a real world finals. Here we go as Pudding cleanses away, but not the hostile takeover. Follows up. It's a shutdown over to Psycho as Yoshino has to pivot away, but Korean Stream Team get the damage source that could rotate around this pit like a fly as the arrow hits one member in the support, but the rest channel away. They've tried to bait it out and wait out the Baron. Because of the damage dealt, they'll be able to do so. But Team Flash, you know, get away with it. However, they've still lost a lot of gold over. They've still given it over to Psycho, who was 0-6, 1-6. They're back in the game. And we've got a 2-item Silas at that moment as well. Oh, man. This is why they invited the stream team, right? What a bloody brilliant play coming off the back of it. We'll see replay in a second. Yeah, get it, Foop. Get it. But Johansson set it up off the pick, off the bat of moving to Baron. They might not get Baron, but still, like, their decision-making's on point. It's not like other teams in this group where we've seen very split calls. Korean Stream Team at the very least, like, all on the same page. They're all peak challenger and at least master tier. Oh, hell yeah. Stream Team, Dream Team. I like it. Did the LOL server went down? Can somebody help CASLX? What server you're on? We'll investigate. I've got a button here that turns off all the servers. Sometimes I accidentally press it with my foot. Third dragon. Arrow. Not going to be hit here. Boomerang blade as it goes wide. Korean Stream Team now know there's no arrow, but this is a good pickoff onto the Renekton and the explosive cast. Magic. The bailout won't net another kill, which means he returns to the death. Yoshino now for a body slam. No flash available, but that cast was the best one we've seen all game. In a 5 versus 4, though, it still feels like Korean Stream Team are confident enough to face the fight, but that's because Jane doesn't have ulti. Fook doesn't have ulti either. No explosive cast also makes it a possibility. They're trying to buy time because in 25 seconds, Renekton has TP, but Dragon still goes down mega quick with the Sivir having Infinity Edge, an item difference over his 80 carry counterpart, and that'll be the first Dragon for TF. So getting one back in their favor means that Korean Stream Team can't force the fight. Now around when they're hitting some of these peaks, So it might make a difference. Big Croc, yep. Is Renekton's nickname homage to Scarlett Johansson? I can't believe I said the J. I think it's Johansson. Yes, it definitely is. I don't know. That is a question for someone who knows this streamer. Natalie Portman and Scarlett Johansson? No. Wait. Natalie Portman and Natalie Johansson. Oh my god. Well, maybe it is. Who do I think will make it out of play-ins? RNG and DRX are the safe bets. Then probably Mad. Do I just go? Do I just say the NA team or what? No, wait, no, not Mad. I mean, Mad. One of the EU teams has to go if I'm talking about it like this, right? That's why it's so inconsistent. Oh, Natalie. I don't know at this point. Natalie Portman goes crazy in V for Vendetta. That's a good movie. You know what I saw on the plane coming back from Paris? Outside of the race car movie with Will Ferrell and Sacha Baron Cohen. As now I'm forgetting the name of the movie. Yeah, do you guys know what I saw? I can't remember. Do you guys remember what I saw? Yeah, I don't know. But remember, yeah, as Middlecott says, I mean, VCS is... Dude, the talent out of that region is surprising for people who don't watch it. I only get to tune in, like, here and there, as in briefly, like, once or twice a split, just to watch some random games, but it's a lot of fun. Middlecott, aren't you on VCS broadcast, or are you on the LJL? Or do they follow over? Yeah, Talladega Nights. That's the one. But that was not the movie. I don't know. If you ain't first, you're last. Yeah. Ricky Bobby. No, it's a different movie I was trying to quote. I watched the third Harry Potter movie, the Secrets of Dumbledore. I watched the third one. I love Mad Mikkelsen or whatever his name is. He's such a great actor. But the fact that it wasn't Johnny Depp was just, at first, like, I had to get over it. Because my fiance and I went to the theaters to go and see it. And I was like, I went over to her, because she didn't tell me that, she knew that it wasn't Johnny Depp. And I said, where's Johnny Depp? And she's like, oh, he's not in this movie. Secrets of Dumbledore, I didn't think was very good. I'm not going to ruin the ending, but man, there should have been a big fight. What do you think of PCS versus VCS? VCS looks a lot more hot-blooded, heavy-paced. PCS can be a little bit slow, but I think Beyond Gaming have really good bottom lane. They can kind of play sides that are a little bit more diverse. CFO have a strong top side. I mean, their top side would be stronger than, you know, middle-tier LPL. Very strong top side. Top jungle mid. Arrow misses. Mad Mikkelsen's great, but you need Depp, right? Oh, we're just going to watch this. Is anything going to happen here, though? I don't think they have the damage to kill each other. Maybe Silas does at this point of the game, right? Maybe he does. Yoshino's dodging Chain Slash. This is the long one. Oh! Back in. Okay. And just like that, it's done. Fimbulwinter helps out a bit, apparently. Yes, ulti. I mean, cameraman's just glued, thinking something's going to happen. Ash has tried, guys. Ash has tried. Have I seen The Sopranos? Yes. I did finish it. I didn't like the ending either. I know. Dude, just imagine if you were Grindelwald, this is still going. It's just, oh, he missed. Oh my god, this is the outplay of the century. Okay, alright, Ryu versus Faker. Yoshino versus Bake. That'll be next in the history books. Akshara misses meanwhile. Can we go back to bot? Can they face off again? Someone will die, probably. Probably. Mega Bank Beyond Gaming. I wonder if they're going to have to say sponsor names at Worlds. I hope not. I hate the sponsor. Like, no, not what I said. I don't like having to say the sponsor names, right? It's just so long. When I cast PCS this year, I never said Mega Bank Beyond Gaming. I always said Beyond Gaming. Because, yeah, that's their sponsor, but also, it's just not realistic when talking about them in-game to say sponsor name. We never said Edward Gaming Hycan. We never said JD or JD Gaming Intel. You know? Top Esports. Chad is their sponsor, I think. Some dude with a huge beard and a six-pack. Alright. Baron o'clock. We've waited a long time for this. Psycho playing the flank for some reason, not on the Baron as a damage source. Oh, if Disney Plus was sponsoring, that's different, guys. Oh, they would have had to say Team Liquid Honda. Dude. It's just hard to cast it. Oh, true. Damwon Kia we've been saying for a while. Maybe it's just about the sponsor rolling in. That's true. Hey. That's crazy. Damwon Kia. 1907 Fender Bache. Is it a sponsor? Oh, fight. Hostile takeover. They're in a choke. Oh, he got them all. But there's no follow-up. Aphelios. Close. Have they done the damage to start Baron, though? I didn't even think about it. Like, yeah, I'd use Damwon, but Damwon Kia is just so easy because they're Damwon. 2 syllables, 1 name. Edward Gaming. Edward Gaming. You ever do syllables by clapping like you're 4 years old? I do. Ford Motors Gromp. Yeah. The KFC Gromp. Okay. Gragas, currently sponsored by McDonald's. Natalie, gonna get jumped on. Explosive cast misses, but they just go all in. Oh, Natalie's ult's good as well, but look at the Silas, man. In a choke, great as Siva's down. Siva's down. Siva being down, that hurts the most. Team Flash left with 3. This is a close one. We're lolling about. We're chilling like a coaster, but this is bloody close. Dude, put a sponsor like that in. Be real. Damn one. Is it Dumb One? Dumb One is the real one. Is low health bars. Fook trying to get in for the steal. Denied. Baron goes over. Psycho is being a Psycho again. Dude, he's 4 and 6. Props to this Aphelios for making it through the roughest period of his life. Is it? Because not damn one. Dumb one, right? It's the same as like people who cast LPL. For years at Worlds, man, triggered by people saying Tian. Like, any LPL cast, all you have to do is look at LPL and say, what are they saying about Tien? Tien. Chinese, they say Tien. Tian. It's like, man, Tien. Tien. Tien means day in Chinese. All I have to do is type it in on Google. If Shun ever went to Worlds, Xun or like, oh, you said it, why not? Shout out to why not? You said it wrong first the other day. How dare you? Shun. Like, there's small things I'll get away with, like saying Weibo instead of Weibo. Because Weibo, if I'm in a fight, oh, Weibo, when I'm going back to English, it's just so weird. How do people say, is Evie wrong? Natalie? Oh, the clone again. A bit of a counter. The Ash Arrows TP comes through. I mean, we just got the Baron, but the fights are still going. It's a bit of a fiesta with Gravitum hitting 2 members, the Sivir included. Ooh, okay. Ebby. Not Evie. Ebby. So I say the B. Ebby. B, like B. Ebby. Dude, I mean, this is one thing as well. If I was casting internationally, if I was doing Dead FM, I mean, I'll go and look and make sure it's good. Weibo, yeah. So, you know, Zeus is Zeus. Like, in the LCK, they say Zeus, right? Other people will still say Zeus. Half V, half R. Ebby. I'm not doing it justice, but I would try and learn it properly. A lot of sounds are not transferable. Copy that. Chinese is transferable somewhat. Some things are. XUN is Shun. Or Shun. Jeje, for example, right? People, like, I said to the LPL casters, I'm like, man, we gotta call it. We can't call him JJ. Like, we're LPL casters, we've got to give him his due. You know? It's Jeje, right? I didn't know there were haters in this stream. But natural, I appreciate you. Look, if there are haters, whatever, man. People have their opinion, right? I've always said, like, you know, people who crap on casters or whatever, like, there's no reason to do so. I always ask for feedback and all that kind of stuff. Here, I don't care because it's a co-stream pretty much. It's chill. But, yeah. Evie's Natalie Portman. Hang on. What? Uzi Eye for a while as explosive cast. Oh, flash away. Now, TP's come through, so Silas has joined in, but Jane's just TP'd straight to the mid lane as well. Yoshino jumps in as watch Pudding. It's all about Pudding and Psycho as Psycho gets a 2-man ulti, but now it's down. That BT shield's going to be doing a lot. Yeah, I'm going to put on the real cast. We're going to put aside the memeing for a little bit. I feel like I need to real cast this one because it's getting to that point with 12 kills apiece. Pudding is everything now with 4 items, but he has a stopwatch as Sora's arrow is about 15 seconds off a cooldown, maybe less. Poke's good. But at the end of the day, it's not hurting too much considering the shielding available from KRS. Now, with the Dragon up and available, there's going to be third for either team. But, I mean, TF are on it first. Natalie's looking for the steal. And he's not going to find it. Jane from a flanking angle while Johansson spots him out. Yoshino is one who goes in first. Johansson wants his own. The poke comes through. The arrow, not going to hit anyone. He just pokes himself back and rather kites it out. Translation is always weird. Agreed. They're just going to take inside track for mid, though. So, Dragon at the cost of another turret. And maybe priority for Vision for the next Baron. A minute 45 till it comes up. Not the full time for wards, but the ability to clear out the jungle, set up for topside, drop wards on the return. And you have about a minute of them being up. So, pretty pog. Core, no, but Core JJ is different. Like, JJ is spelt like that, right? Okay. Okay, well, translation is also hard. Transliteration is also hard. Both are hard. Yes, 12-16. Udyr is apparently banned this whole tournament. Yoshino being a bit dangerous here. I am from Australia. I'm in New South Wales. I'm in Sydney. Explosive cask. But why? No one was nearby. Yoshino, Baron's up in 55 seconds. Is it kind of like a Gnar ulti where you don't care? It looks like it's only on a 40-second cooldown, so I'll say yes. Definitely doesn't matter that much. Leave me alone. You know what? Everyone leave him alone. Or her. Whoever. Okay, so turret goes down. We've got Baron. 30 seconds remaining. Are the insect and reptiles as bad as the world thinks? Yes, somewhat. I've definitely run across a few snakes in my lifetime. Spiders are everywhere as this pick onto Natalie. But again, dude, this clone timing. I mean, Natalie's fingers must be Slenderman fingers. So adept and long. Maybe that's really Natalie Portman. I mean, only Natalie Portman would pull off this kind of high-level performance, right? So, Glacial Prison's down. They also used Arrow. Baron's now up. Baron is now up and available, but GA has been completed by Pudding. So there's a small item differential. I'm looking mid, though. I think the Silas is full build. So speaking of that, I mean, he's definitely up right now. Gragas getting tankier. Sejuani getting tankier. Support's getting there as Arrow is going to hit the 80 carry. He cleanses away immediately. Explosive cast sends Natalie into the rest of the team, but it might not matter as that ultimate from Ilako doesn't hit the full range either. So a couple of things burnt. Again, TF trying to pull off some of their own picks, it seems. As they're relying on this Aphelios. Dude, we're in for the long con. I think this is a longer one. Dude, sponsors for skills would be great. Imagine that. It's Wendy's Enchanted Crystal Ice Arrow. I don't think there's ice in there. Well, remember, at Wendy's, you can get 2 for 1 if you set out the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, put it in the hashtags. What else we got? Burger King. I don't know. I don't want to use Gragas again, man. I feel bad for him. This, oh, dude, this barrel roll is sponsored by Guinness. We can literally get Gragas to be sponsored by Guinness. Barrel explosive cask. Sponsored by, whoever does fireworks. Bud Light Gragas. True. What am I thinking? It's already written for me, isn't it? Oh, this pick over the wall. He goes forward and the charm not connecting. Arrow stolen. One of the best ults to steal this game. Maybe alongside the Glacial Prison and Explosive Castle. Let's be real. There's 3 great ults for the Silas to steal. And we're just hovering. No one's pulling the trigger on Baron. This is kind of lull a bit around. Oreo delivery. Oh my god. Yes. The biscuit delivery is sponsored by Oreo. Did you know that Ash Arrow can turn? Whoop. Plug in ads for fast food chains for free on the LPL channel. Well, I think at one point the LPL channel was sponsored. We're still sponsored by KFC, I think, as Arrow to no one. They hit the Silas. That's just kind of inty. They set Natalie up for the massive wombo. And Aphelios is having a field day with Gravitum as well. Excuse me, Infernum, more likely. That was just crazy to me. Zonya's used, and they all just gather up in a small space. Look at what was burnt. Flash on the AD carry is bigger than ever. At least they didn't get GA, but they're on Baron again. McDouble kill. Well, LPL sponsored by KFC. You guys don't get it on the English broadcast, but the Chinese broadcast still has Robo Colonel. Oh my god. Wicked Wing. Dude, Galio Ultimate. It's a ultimate combo bucket. Galio would be the best sponsorship as he's already got a chicken skin as well. Okay, they've just come off the Baron. There's the prison stolen away. Bake is straight on in. He takes a lot of killing to do, but he's down. There's the frontline tank. The Prowler's Call used beautifully, and Sora is the next target. The Korean Stream team didn't come in as a professional team, but they are looking like one as they're about to take down Team Flash and even it up again at the top of the standings. Down goes Pudding after his GA. 3 members dead, guys. I think we're getting closer to a resolution in this one. As the Baron's going to help them push in, it's either going to be Nexus turrets, a broken base, or, hey, just a completion of this game with KRS moving up to the top again. Azir is another good one as well. Get your sponsorship ideas in. I'm very hungry now, actually. The more you talk about food, oh. Now made with fresh Yumi. Oh, the Yumi person had to come on in, didn't he? All right, last hurrah here. Jane is trying his heart out, but, you know, it's Natalie Portman versus Jane from Tarzan. I don't know what Natalie Portman was in apart from Thor. She's in Black Swan. Great movie. But Natalie definitely knows how to dance. Let's be real. This defense is going for a while. They've cleared the minion wave as the Aphelios turret does 1/8 of its health. They've got low health bars, though. It might not end here. Pudding's up in a bit. Baron minions pushing in, but they're buying a bit of time. Yoshino doing the dirty work, but the Nexus is exposed. Never mind. It's not enough, and after a slog, a long game, KRS pull out the win. Seemingly out of nowhere, considering that early game was just given to the Civ Up. I don't feel like Team Flash did too much with it, but hey, what do I know? Get your channel points. You are up, but not as of yet. They are not allowed to cut me off. Not yet. I will hold the domain until we go to the break. And then I'll hand it off. Oh, we jiving a little bit here. We jiving. We are jiving. Well, the Korean stream team, I mean, this is what I've said this tournament, that both stream teams have been pretty impressive with how they play the game. It's a surprise. The arena is empty. I'm assuming a COVID thing. Ending ruined the entire game. Well, you know, it wouldn't ruin your entire game. A trip over to Tetsuya's restaurant in Sydney. Book now for 10% off with the code CLUTCH from the LPL. You're welcome. You know what? There's going to be some people who go and do that. Why not's after me? Don't worry. Why not is after me. If we have a Yumi in the game, he can call out the sponsorship. If anyone likes sashimi, goes to a break. Well, here's the highlights of the game if you're just tuning in. Again, bot was just set up. Why Tahm Kenshin popular pro but not solo queue? I mean, it's a saving grace. It's a strange game to ask it. Last game was the Tahm game. As for next schedule, we do have Sengoku Academy jumping back on with J-Team again. Remember that we have these teams up until... I don't know what time it is for you. It's 4:30 for me now. We'll be watching this group up until about 7:30, so 3 hours. And then, oh my god, later on, T1 Challenger, DK Challenger, FPX Blaze, and then V3 Academy have to play with that. That's just not fair. Oh, man. Dude, sashimi is amazing. Get it, India. I think the more you try, the more happy with food you're going to be. Explore. There's so much going on. Peter Scuttle Crab. Oh. Man, you know what? I feel like tempura now. I feel like tempura, or I feel like a Chinese crab. I absolutely love, I mean, Japanese food is some of the best in the world. All about being fresh. How could you not love it? And Yumi Milk comes on in. Ah, the vibe. Guys, it's been an absolute pleasure, by the way. Been a pleasure taking these 3 games. I think I'm back on tomorrow as well. When am I on? Am I opening again? No, I'm on the 2nd set tomorrow. When we do Beyond Gaming and Academy. Academy and Dead FM as well. So what's going to happen now is Why Not is going to be jumping in. It's been a pleasure. Like, we ranted. We talked about Natalie Portman. You know, we talked about the weirdest things ever. I already said hi before in the chat. Thank you so much to everyone who's shown support, shown love. This tournament was last minute, but it was nice that we could, you know, cast it. However solo it was, however co-streamy it was. It's been a real vibe. I was like, why are you talking down Why Not? He talked down himself. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be on from, like, this time starting for 3 hours. We're doing 3 each. But yeah, Why Not will be on. Chronicle will be on a little bit later. And Mazel will be finishing off the show like he did yesterday as well. So, an absolute pleasure, guys. I don't know who MVP was. I don't know if it's coming up anytime soon. But I'm just going to assume it's not. So I'm going to throw to a break. And then we're going to introduce Why Not into the stage once again. Bye for now, but not forever. Thanks again, guys. Love you. I'll be in chat for a little bit.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, or taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me from my mistakes, so taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid, can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, so taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes, I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes, I'm taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
Hello, hello, hello. We should be live now. Back at it again with day 3 of the Asia Star Challengers Invitational. Get a little bit of a MVP. We got back from the last game. Was a bit of a demon on that Silas. Let me know in chat if everything is working. Would appreciate that. We don't know if we have any tech issues. Hello, it appears everything is looking alright. How are we all doing? Looking forward to doing this day. You know, this group might be a little bit, you know, less, I don't know, high caliber as the other groups, as we do have, obviously the Chinese, the Huya streamers, very interesting to watch. We also have the groups with these kind of very high caliber LCK Challenger teams, or, you know, the LDL teams, my personal favorite. But you know what? I like this group, actually. It's a lot of these teams, you know, J-Team2, Sengoku, Team Flash, and this, you know, the Korean streamers. They might be, you know, a little bit under the rest of the teams, but they are on a decently even playing field with each other, and that makes these games very interesting. We've seen previously with the LJL having their own interesting meta. If we caught some LJL games yesterday, you would have seen some, like, interesting prioritization of champions like Kane, and so far we've seen Varus picked up a few times. And in this game we have J-Team2 coming up against Sengoku, and Sengoku has prioritized that Varus in the past for Moyashi. We did see last time they faced, on I believe day 1, J-Team2 did in fact ban out that Varus, which is an interesting adaptation they made. So first tiebreaker will be head-to-head, but I do believe SG Academy might already be out of playoff contention, so it's sad for them, but now they have nothing to lose. They can go hard in this last game. My accent is, I mean, I'm from New Zealand. I wouldn't say I have the most Kiwi accent. I usually get called Australian, but it's definitely not Australian. But I am based in New Zealand. Yumi is actually always banned, not too wrong. We do see both of these AD carries on either side though, prioritizing these aggressive ADCs. Champions like Draven, like Kalista. And last time we saw Sengoku come out of draft with a Lucian Nami. Whether or not we'll see that again, or J-Team will decide to potentially ban a Lucian, we'll have to wait and find out. J-Team2 had a very strong composition last time they fought. They had a Sejuani in the jungle alongside a pretty strong top side with Aatrox top and a Sylas mid. Whether or not we see Sengoku ban out the Sylas to prevent it from getting first picked on blue side will be something to keep attention on, as I do feel like Sylas really should be the champion of the tournament. See these AD carry picks getting bounced around, these Sivers, these Dravens, these Aphelioses, all these AD carries, you know, they like that Aphelios, they like that Sivir, but I feel the real power pick is this champion in the mid lane with the Sylas. Allows for so much flexibility alongside these Sejuani prioritizations. And Sej is a champion we haven't seen banned all too often, usually is available for one team to pick. Has been going to that jungle position, but also historically this season has been getting picked up on the top side as well. Can always flex to that position. Both of these teams have played a game today. J-Team with a very standard composition previously, kind of going for that Ornn, pretty standard top lane tank. Wukong, obviously also very high contention for the jungle position. They have decided to opt for Ashe a couple of games. I believe it's Char on the Ashe. Obviously a response to Renata we have seen being played in previous games, like the game we just saw between the Korean streamers and Team Flash. That Hail of Blades Ashe, as Hysterix talked about, so good for those minor runes. Allows you to have that ultimate hunter while also opting into inspiration for that approach velocity. We did see a mandate rush Ashe as opposed to the Umbral Glaive, but we've run into champion select and we've already seen that ban out of Sengoku. Like I said before, that Lucian ban, that Sylas ban, and that Draven ban. All three, all ticked. The Kalista ban and the Yumi ban to be seen. That Talia being taken away from Akanu, also interesting. And that Wukong, like I said, that very important jungle power pick has been first picked by J-Team2. And the Moyashi on that Varus, they like this Varus so much. They prioritize this champion. They enjoy, I'm not sure what it is. I think both the Japanese teams, both the LJL teams that I've watched a lot of, have prioritized this Varus to some extent. And even Blind, right? They're opting for Varus not because other ADCs are banned, but they're opting for it over the Aphelios, over something like a Sivir or a Zeri. It's a very interesting attitude, and I haven't really figured out completely why, as I don't see the champion having that much power. We do see the Aphelios response from Tide. That's a Yone lock. It's always an interesting matchup in the mid lane. Is able to cancel that Charm CC with the Fate Unsealed. Last second change to the brother, picking up Yasuo. Very interesting as well. Likely going mid lane. Can be flicked into the top lane. But I see it as a bit of a response to the Ahri, looking to ban out potential supports or top laners. Renekton has been left open so far. I think a combinations alongside that Yasuo, right? You're looking at knockups. Champions like Gragas top lane, Ornn top lane perhaps, even junglers, such such as Rakan, Alistar. These could be targets of J-Team 2's bans. A very, very obvious one, the Diana. Obviously, flexing that Sejuani to the top lane and playing Diana jungle. Still be available for Sengoku. Could also offer something like a Lee Sin in the jungle. However, you want to try and diversify that damage typing. Pick up some ability power. Could be a Gragas jungle, perhaps. Or even a Gragas support if the matchup is good for it. There we are. The Gragas ban was locked along with the response. The Aatrox also locked in last time by Ayue on the top side. Last time they fought, J-Team did manage to edge out over Sengoku with that Aatrox in the top lane. So we're getting very, very different drafts to last time. Seeing a Vayne hovered, but no, a more standard pick like Gwen would fit in the hands of Ayue in this top matchup. A Mumu locked in support, but then a Mumu Virus, a lot of lockdown. Curse of the Sad Mummy and those tendril connections. I've seen where that goes against Ahri. Nah, pick up. Very strong blind. Gives lots of options. However, we have seen Yasuo as a top lane response to Na. However, looks like they're pivoting away from that. There is a very big AP kind of theme here with this Mordekaiser and this Ahri in danger potentially of a tankier choice coming out. Looks to be the Lilia, and that has been locked in, I believe. So it will be Lilia top lane here. Still time to flex around. I expect to see Lilia top. We have seen it played earlier, I believe, by T1. Yep, looks to be the Lilia top lane. Likely going to be Sejuani in the jungle position. Interesting composition. Does fix out the damages quite a bit. Lilia top. Interesting choice. Usually goes with that Conqueror. Leandre's or Riftmaker. Both viable options on this. I don't even mind the draft too much. They have so much AoE CC and lockdown. They have that Amumu. They have that Lilia. They have the Sejuani engage. Even with the Virus throwing out an ultimate, what they do seem to lack potentially is damage. This Yasuo isn't able to be constantly autoing. If this Virus is being zoned in the backline, or has to opt for that shield bow, they might struggle to move forward. However, if this Lilia does get a solid lead, this Mordekaiser is going to find it very hard in the solo lane. We saw it previously, that Lilia, even between those two towers, proxying the wave and finding solo kills. There was a pretty big skill differential in that game. However, this will be an uphill battle for Sengoku, judging by their previous results. However, never write them off. Take a look at the bot lane. Again, these Virus matchups are quite interesting. Often you see the E start on Virus, going for a little bit of that poke, trying to space for some auto attacks. But Leona or Aphelios, such a strong lane. Aphelios can opt for that lethal tempo and make it very hard for any long trades to be successful. We're already loading into the Rift. Some beautiful cinematics. Will we see the frog? I do hope we do. Ooh. Fancy cinematic work. Good choice. I like the Knight Yasuo skin. It's a Nightbringer. Bandage toss on. Ricky is all the way down here on the Lilia. Will chase down J-Char, probably forcing the flash. Moyashi with a cleansing absolutely nothing. Maybe he thought he had heal or ignite. Or ghost, perhaps, on the Virus there. Char will fall down, giving that early kill, that early lead over to Ricky. But really, all that I can think about is that Virus cleanse, which he will now lack for the 2v2. Starting off with that extra boots and a pink ward will be very good, as Lilia should be able to get the priority, should be able to push in, and having pink ward for that safety will help peace of mind of Riki a lot. Wukong does look to be pathing down, however. 3 potions on Chili Oil might mean he trades a little bit more aggressively, has that extra health bar to play with. Doran's shield here for Akainu, along with the exhaust. Quite interesting choices of summoners. Usually you see the Ignite on the Yasuos, or exhaust is more popular these days. Will be very useful when it comes to Wukong ganking, perhaps. The exhaust versus the Ahri, though, she kind of has the option to always wait out and hold her spells. Might come into play later if he does decide to side lane against that Mordekaiser. No teleport, though, for the Yasuo. Will make 1-3-1ing a little bit more complicated later on. Vanish toss on in. Doesn't take too much return damage. Bone plating has been popped. And it is that lethal tempo we see for the Aphelios. Very standard choice. Put up the game sound a little bit. Let me know how that is. Pop on, completing his fast 3 jungle camp for level 3. Goes for that red chicken's romp route. Kind of shoving his wave in. Might look for a recall off this. Does have the time to play with. I'm not too sure about Who Year's next games. I believe they might be tomorrow. I think I might be casting Who Year's streamers next game. So I'm very excited to watch Beifang play. I did talk a little bit about it previously on stream, talking about his Akali and Sylas, which we saw yesterday piloted very well. But this game we have J-Team 2 and Sengoku. This Wukong's been such a strong pick in all of these games. Meeting each other in the bot river. This would not be good for Popon. Will Arctic Assault out of there. Bot 2v2, however. Ignite goes down. Chili Oil falls down. J-Tide needing to move back. Breaker is in the wings. Moyashi needs to be careful if he moves forward. He has got flash available. Shouldn't be too scared of a dive. Popon waiting in the wings. Ready to tag on in. J-Tide has both summoner spells here, so Popon should be careful about flashing in. He does, however, does not find the kill. Trade of summoners. Tide still keeping his cleanse. Kainu looking aggressively here, dashing through the minions, does take the charm. Exhaust in melee range will be ordering through. Adios has flash, gets the Q return through. Neither side will go down, however it's an exhaust for flash trade. I think that favors Akainu quite a lot. If they're able to find a punish before Ahri level 6, she will be immobile. She doesn't have any cleanse. Sejuani is able to pop by, it's very good. But we're looking at Riki here with the boots advantage. Spacing Yue quite a bit. Yue is going to find it hard to land his abilities on such a nimble opponent. And this Lilia pick, if she's able to get ahead and get rolling, she will be able to stomp the enemy team's composition. Get that move speed, become tanky. Breaker looking to shut that down perhaps, not let this wave get in. Yue moving forward, lands the pullback on him. Does have flash for the Lilia, will use it early, and should just walk on out of there. However, the wave is not looking too good. Riki might need a recall and teleport back and try and get that wave in. Breaker has reset, so he is available to run topside here and potentially make it a little bit harder for Riki to get the wave in. Whether or not he chooses to do that, we'll have to wait and find out. As he moves towards Wolves, opting to instead play for his clear down, play for potentially this first dragon. Sengoku's bot side, Moyashi and Chilio looking to get this wave out here. Will have priority if they do decide to turn their attention to their dragon. Ocean dragon spawned. It'll engage here onto Shah. Tide has no flash, keep that in mind, but he has got cleanse. They're not able to gap close. Chilio realizing he made a mistake with that bandage toss. That's a little bit of a banana combo. Tide following down, with tempo stacked up, the extra range is there. Chilio went down, Moyashi also falling. Popon has no flash, does have the Arctic Assault, but is getting tagged up by the Gravitum. The root should come through now. 3 seconds on the cooldown. Little bit too far. Pawn will escape with his life, but that's a 3-0 Aphelios. Very odd choices by Chili Oil. Not really going for the trades you would expect Samumu to opt for. Pawn holding the wave, but it's just not worth it. Will eat that CS for himself. Lucidity boots completed for Ricky. The Yasuo choosing to go for that Zeal Rush. Will likely go for Berserker's Greaves next. Try and cap out that Q reduction on that Steel Tempest. Does scale off of attack speed. Very important for him to get that. Utilizing the Wind Wall here to freeze the wave without taking too much damage. Adiog's having to cancel his recall. Has got the Spirit Rush available. No flash however. Akanu might feel confident. Try and go for a play. But has to be careful as J-Team 2 does dominate the bot river at the moment. Char in the side bush and Breaker starting the grab that gets stolen away by the Sejuani. Popon might be in trouble. Breaker following back, but this shouldn't lead to any kind of play so far. Berserker Greaves completed. That's tier 2 boots on one team's AD carry, and Moyashi just lacks any boots whatsoever. Will be finding it very hard to space, especially against Lethal Tempo. Extra range. Aphelios is able to set that up. Popon with this lane gank. No wards. Hasn't been spotted just yet. But Breaker is in the area. Will be hitting level 6 very shortly. Might get it off this Krug camp. The owner engages, has got flash. J-Char might just get out. Chili Oil dropping very low. Going all the way in with that bandage toss. Not been the ones you'd like to see. Popon getting chased down. No flash available for him now. Moyashi stuck between a rock and a hard place. That's 3 kills for J-Team 2. 6-1 on the leaderboard. 2,000 gold available over their opponents. And this will be a tower getting completely drained as he is able to change to those chakrams. Get 2 plating here. Good weapon orders from the Aphelios. Watch this again here. J-Char does engage. You know, you might think this looks good, but J-Char is so damn tanky and still has that flash available. Never able to kill him. And then Chili Oil throws out the bandage toss, hoping for Char, lands it on the minion, and is just not what you want to see. And now with J-Tide having all their attack speed stacked up, having the red-white guns, all the chakrams on him, you really cannot contest this pick. And I really fail to see the power of this Varus pick that LJL seemingly prioritizes so much. Doesn't seem to win early game. I haven't seen it win trades. Occasionally, has a mid-game team fight where the ultimate, the Chains of Corruption, does get a little bit of use, does find a pick, but it just seems lacking so much compared to this Aphelios that still offers the CC with the Gravitum, still offers so much damage and so much range with a combination of other weapons, and even a champion like Sivir, where when you start ramping up, ridiculously strong and provides wave clear regardless of its strength. With a trade, we'll take up a tower shot here. Akanu kind of just shoving waves in. Level 6 on the Sejuani and level 6 on the Leona. It's not what you want to see. Char with 100% kill participation so far. All these kills have happened around the bot lane. Locking down Chili Oil. He has got flash. However, he's opting to stay in the tower range, trading his life for the stopwatch of J-Char. Akanu's stuck in an unusual position. We'll have to flash this wall or flash backwards. Breaker flashing on top of his head, claiming his life. 0-1 for the Yasuo here. Not the start you would like to see in the solo lane. The 1 kill Sengoku does have is from that level 1. Otherwise, it's just been 8 straight kills for J-Team 2. No mythics just yet. However, we will see those coming through on these next recalls, I'm sure. Chili Oil really does look like a solo queue Mumu player. He throws out that Q there. If that lands, I'm going to be completely honest, I think he might have to flash away or tank the death. I don't know, the gameplay is definitely getting quite spicy. Ricky rotating through will tank both the damage abilities of RUA in the death realm. Apparently will go 90 night for RUA. However, one final Q Does not connect due to the flash of Ricky. Will try and kite it out. Stacks some passive. If you are confident enough as Lilia, you are able to turn this around, as RUA will struggle to stay in range. Ricky moving forward, trying to clear the wave out. Taking a recall. Has the teleport available. Dragon has not been touched by either team. Sandro completed here for the Wukong. A ridiculously large power spike. You see this item completed on the Wukong, and it almost seems like it's full build afterwards. It's so much damage. Wind Wall being used there was a little bit risky, considering he has no flash. Everyone's there to follow up. Spirit Rush will be used. However, Shah decides the kill is for him with that ignite. Ricky TPing back and shoving the wave in here. Dragon still untouched. Instead, J-Team 2 look to go for this bot lane dive. Moyashi has no flash, has got the cleanse. Herald being summoned. Tower will nearly go down. Shah chasing Moyashi down, trying to make sure he doesn't get out. He will, but Chili Oil, the little sad Mumu, the little mummy, will not be happy for another few minutes as he goes down. Little Timo emote from Breaker. A lot of personality on that player. J-Tide shoving the wave in 5-0 and 3 on the Aphelios. Such a commanding lead. This looks like a very one-sided game. Chains of Corruption will not connect. J-Tide will have cleanse there in case it does. Finally going to their dragon. Likely before recalling. 12 minutes into the game. Plates are still up for a little bit longer. Perhaps Jade Team 2 stay on the map. Look for the mid lane tower. Look for some platings. Pon forcing flash out. Tries to turn there with the Glacial Prison. Instant cleanse on the bandage toss. Chili Oil 0-6 at the moment. Seeing how many kills he can give before he gets benched. But no, it's been a very hard time for Samumu so far. Queuing in, he'll face the Leona stuns, he'll face the damage of the Aphelios. Feels like Varus is not the pick to really, combine this with, gives so much cleanse value. And not enough early game pressure to really activate that Amumu. Little wind wall backwards there to block the true damage return of the Orb of Deception. Spirit rushing forward here, low on mana though. Oh wow, that was a voice crack and a half, was it not? I apologize guys, my voice has been getting used a lot past few days. Have been coaching extensively, have also been casting these beautiful games in the Asia Star Challengers Invitational. I've enjoyed this very much. Ricky though, Ricky is the 10 CS a minute top side here. Has the Lilia, has the single kill on the team. We'll need to make something happen. I've faced many good Wukongs recently in solo queue. Oceanic solo queue has some junglers. Very tricky on those Wukong. Shout out Jujo. Ricky's in trouble here. Has got no flash. Will be getting locked down and going to the grave. That's his first death. Joins his team with the death squad. Very unfortunate. Popon maybe trying to look for anything he can. Teleport behind by RUA. Does have that death realm. Chili Oil will be getting tagged up. Will he choose to flash over a wall? This is just a slaughter. There's no point in playing this. Chili Oil with a cheeky little flash directly into the arms of Adiox as he just S-keys and stands there. Really something. Really something. 7k gold lead. Barely 15 minutes. Mid tower should fall here. So much dominance by Char in this game. Despite having the death on his team, level 1, tried to gain control of those bot pushes, was unaware of the potential cheese options of Sengoku. Has been so present on this map. Moving with Breaker so well. Shield bow completed for Moyashi.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Dragon's up in 2 minutes, but it feels like Sengoku isn't able to hold any lane by themselves. They can't play standardly, they will just get crushed. They're going to be 3 to 4 man in the side wave, but Char's behind, they must know this play happens. Ulti goes down on Moyashi, instant cleanse, good movement there on the side, but RUA is far too tanky, they cannot dive this champion. Mordekaiser, no death realm, but will take you to the death. Moyashi with the shield bow popped, allowing him to get those W on hits, procced with his Q, doing so much damage. Does 2% health damage, and despite IUA having that high health bar, will cut through that HP. That is a good kill to get. However, it's not one of the big bounties, not the 1k on the Wukong, or the 800 on Tide. Top tower, not too high on health, will take maybe 1 to 2 Ari auto attacks. It's very much not available. Beautiful cancel there. Looking at these champions, there is quite a lot of synergy on the side of Sengoku. You do have, you know, this magic damage from the Lilia getting amped by the Amumu passive, the Cursed Touch. However, we're not able to see it in this game as Chili Oil is far too behind to be able to go for an engage. J-Team 2 have these item advantages which make them too tanky. Merc Treads have been purchased by 3 members, and I feel like they're going to struggle to find any kind of purchase in this game. J-Char flashing over the wall, no cleanse, no flash from Moyashi. He will instantly go down. Chili Oil joining him for his 9th death. Maybe we're going to get double-digit deaths in this game. Heroes will be popped. This could be a push for Inhib at the very least, and potentially even Nexus Towers. We'll see how greedy they are, how much they will disrespect Sengoku. Are they going to play for the charge on the tower? It looks like they will. Moyashi, death timers are not too long at this point of the game. Upon losing half his health, Chili Oil not able to find an engage. Charge will happen. Tower getting very low. J-Team 2 might back off to the spot tier 2 tower, or opts to go for the dragon. Bandage Charles barely missing. Glacial Prison does find its mark onto Chili Oil. Bit of an ulti going out. Merc Treads render it near useless. Big shutdown there by Lilia. Adiog's very low. J-Tide also 1 HP. Does just tick from the Lilia passive combined with the Leandres. I kind of EQing through that wave like my 0-8 Yasuo is doing solo queue. Will on the knockup. Maybe gets to escape with his life. Breaker. He's a kind man. We'll turn around. Look for the reset. Big shutdown there. Ricky has a lot of gold. Has double burn items here. Shield bow will nearly be completed here for Akainu. A little replay here. Papon getting a little bit desperate. Choosing to have to ulti J-Char here. Chili Oil does land the ultimate on 2 members, or 3 actually. If Ilios does get kicked, but you see there the chain CCs. All 3 of them. The Amumu ultimate being used. Sejuani ultimate. And that Varus Chains of Corruption. All to take down the support. Not what you want to see, but it is necessary. IUA hitting that dragon down with Breaker. Does have teleport on Mordekaiser. Will go to side lane. Hopefully Ricky uses this time after taking the scrum. Try and find a fight. Fight happening immediately. Both teleports going down. Tide, will be completely out of position. Teleport went down a little bit too far. J-Char re-engaging. Papon with the ultimate onto Breaker. Keep your eye on Moyashi on the right side of the fight. Not able to do all too much. Ricky has fallen down. He is the only hope. He goes down. Papon with a Arctic Assault over the fat part of the wall will not be enough. No way to carry. They do have Mordekaiser, however, and with Mordekaiser's passive damage being buffed, 2 monsters, this Baron might just fall faster than you'd expect. Having to defend the Nexus Towers barely 20 minutes into this game makes it very hard to even take a look at Baron to contest. Papon going for that Sunfires. Will take him some time. 20 minutes in, no mythic item on the jungler. Does not feel good. Watch the replay here. We have Papon looking at Tide, looking at Char, Teleport from Mordekaiser does come down, but it's too far away. It's all the way at Redside's red buff. And that's not close enough. Tide does not have summoner spells. Will get locked down with no flash and no cleanse. But it does not matter. Breaker is so damn strong in these fights. And nothing can touch Adiox. He can Spirit Rush in, Spirit Rush out, land everything he needs to land, and have no threat at all. Following that Baron, we're looking at a 10,000 gold lead, which really, surprised it isn't longer, it isn't more. 20 kill differential in this game. Adiox being very studious with that Medjai's Soul Stealer, collecting the pages. 18 so far, we'll get up to 25 over the next couple fights, I'd presume. Richmaker into Rabadons. RUA is learning the build from our good mate Yundun. Big engage here on the Tide, forcing the instant cleanse. Gale Force out, is spacing beautifully however. Has his lethal tempo, will have so much range here, have so much damage. Breaker will go forward, he never backs off. Moyashi's shield bow will not be enough to save him. Adiox, beautiful charm flash there, potentially blind, as clean 5 for 0 will spell the end for Sengoku. An incredibly rough game, 12 deaths on Chili Oil, he will not be getting MVP. And who I think should be getting MVP would be Char. Excited to see what happened. Over 20 assists on that Leona. Beautiful kill participation. Involved in all those early fights. Good map movement. And just a very, very dominating game from J Team 2, who have looked a little bit rusty, have looked a little bit rough around the edges in a couple of these games, but not this one. Truly dominating Sengoku. We saw those draft trends happening again. Those Callistas getting banned away, the Dravens being banned away. They decided to give the virus this time, and they were clearly ready to give the virus. Impact seemed a little bit limited. Just a bit of a game right there. J Team 2 from the PCS, absolutely running Sengoku Academy, the LJL Academy team. Let's see some more Mordekaiser picks. Interesting for the blind Mordekaiser, that Lilia response. Did seem relatively decent into it 1v1. Didn't push the lead too hard. But it was enough, you know. Did manage to nearly get a solo kill. They would pick up a few shutdowns in the fights. But the other side of the map, you know, that's the top lane experience. You click tab, you look at your bot side, you see your supports being 0 and 8, and you really regret ever queuing up the top lane. Chili Oil with an unfortunate bandage toss there. Moyashi always stuck, his support never around, never alive to help peel him. This fight, the only one they were able to find some kills, have to use everything here on the Leona. Barely managed to take her down. Big shot down here was onto Tide though. The Aphelios does fall, was very aggressive there. So much damage. Another fight. Tide is caught on the backside of the fight, too far away from his teammates. That Mordekaiser might have preferred to teleport to that top wave as opposed to that long flank. However, this did make sure they were on the right side of the map so that Sengoku could not run away. I'm interested in this Rabadon's build on Mordekaiser. I haven't seen it all too often. It was a little bit disrespectful, opting for that as opposed to something like a Demonic, or a Zonya's, or even something like the Nash's Tooth. Still defensive options as well. Can go for tankier choices. Will we see an MVP coming up? Let me just double check the schedule for you guys. I can answer any questions you have. we're not getting any of the Who Ya Streamers games today. Just a reminder, we'll get those tomorrow, however. There'll be 4 of them. Up next, we will have Sengoku. Once again, versing the Korean streamers. Sengoku on blue side this time, however. And then, last up for me, we have Team Flash versus J Team 2. As we will cut to break now, we'll find out who the MVP is afterwards. My bet is on Shah, but looking forward to this next game. Catch you guys after the break.
On a back street, hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
Hello, hello, hello. I am back. And we are back with another interesting game. Sengoku playing back-to-back as well. MVP was Char from J-Team 2 on that Leona. Beautiful gameplay, good map movement, so much pressure. Was very hard for Sengoku to deal with. Always finding the lockdowns. Knew about flash timers, knew who to punish. Completely expected. Here at the Asia Star Challengers Invitational, day 3, looking forward to the rest of the games today. We have Sengoku versus the Korean streamers. Sengoku on blue side this time. Last time they faced, it was the Korean streamers with blue side, and they did come off victorious. I'm not sure, I believe Sengoku has struggled to find a win so far. Give you some information about all of this. The Asia Star Challengers Invitational is a tournament to showcase all of the talent out of every single Asian Academy team. You know, all the Asian team regions. We have the LJL Academy, we have the PCS Academy, we have LDL, we have LCK Challenger, and who else do we have? We have the Vietnamese Academy teams, as well as 2 invite teams from the Korean streamer team and the Huya stream team. Makes it exciting. And those 2 teams have been relatively dominant in these games as well. The Chinese streamers showing some pretty incredible mechanics off last night. And the Korean stream team is just coming up next, facing the LJL Academy team, Sengoku. Last time we saw some Silas priority, and a lot of these AD carry bans, similar to the last game. Draven bans, Lucian bans, no one to face that Lucian Nami. Kalista taken off the table as well. Still a lot of preference on that Sejuani. Didn't do all too well last game. They're blue side now, however. They have first pick. Will they look for the Wukong for themselves? Will they look for a Sivir? Varus was untouched in their last game against each other. These champions have a lot of priority. Champions like Silas, Draven, Kalista. Seeing kind of a rise on Wukong. Stream teams are just popular and very high elo streamers from the regions. You know, you do have challenger streamers. You do have high elo players like Beifang in the Huya streamer side. Obviously, very famous for hitting 2000 LP on the Chinese super server. You also have previous pro players like Natalie and Lako on the Korean streamer side of things, jungle and support respectively. Lako has had some very good showing so far. Did lock in Thresh in our first game. We saw a Thresh Draven lane. Psycho on the Draven, very well known. Likely to force out a Draven ban unless Sengoku decide to B1 that Draven. Maybe we will see that. Maybe we'll see Draven get denied by Psycho. In my research, I did see that LJL does like to play like Draven Pike in these aggressive bot lanes. Whether or not they'll have the balls to do that this game. Will they have the gal? It looks like draft has already started as we see a Renekton first pick. Draven banned out by Sengoku. They're not going to give that one to Psycho. Silas Lucian, aforementioned. The Kalista, Aatrox as well. Instant response, first picking that Renekton. Johansson has liked it, so denying it away from the Korean streamer side does seem like a likely option. Jungle response here should be the Wukong, looking traditionally. Diana, however, also looked at. Maybe it's going to be a Yasuo lock here for Akainu. That Diana lock definitely suggests that. And they had the Yasuo last game. Didn't look too hot, but also was a bit of a harder matchup. Yone Hover decides to lock in the Yone this game. Bit of a confusing option, as they do have a Sejuani open if they wanted to play a more melee dominant topside with Renekton, Yone, Sejuani. However, they opt for the ability power in Diana. The jungle. Bit of a lack of synergy. However, they decide to slam it anyway. Response here by back. Hovering between a few of the exciting champions. We see a LeBlanc locked in. LeBlanc Vi. Kind of like a pseudo LeBlanc Lee Sin. You got that aggressive engage option. Not the Sonic Wave resonating strike, but you have the Vault Breaker from Vi. Very strong ganks. This Yone needs to be very careful when he opts to trade forward or use that E ability. Alistair, player bad, not looking to get bouncy house wombo comboed. ADC is not taken off the board yet. Sivir still available. A lot of 80 carry bans so far. 4 in the draft. Sivir available. Zeri available. Philios just got taken out. Double support bans here. Trying to not let Sengoku play these tanky front lines. Maybe making them forcing them off those onto an enchanter. Yumi's still available. Has not been picked or banned. Very unusual so far. Perhaps we'll see a Yumi pick up here as Sivir has been taken off the board. Zeri is still available though. Stealing away that Amumu for themselves. This could invite a Zeri Yumi angle here. I think that could be very doable here for Sengoku. Will they decide to take it? Varus still open. Almost an invitation to pick Varus here. Senna. This can lead to some very exciting lanes. A lot of options here for support. Senna Tahm Kench, obviously the most standard. Could have been a Senna Seraphine as well. We'll see the TK locked in. Samira is getting hovered here for Psycho. This guy likes those aggressive champions. He likes the Samira. He likes the Dravens. I wouldn't be surprised to see it locked in. We do. You know, not too many spells to block with that Samira W. If you look at the side, there aren't too many, you know, skill shots. Projectiles on Sengoku. Might look to get away the mist. Senna W. Avoids that route. Both teams, very low range. Very much a pick-based comp out of the Korean streamers. Very aggressive, however. The Koreans, they love that rumble pick top lane. They dominate in lane with it. And its team fighting is so strong due to the equalizer. So much damage. Lots of options for both teams. The Senna Tahm Kench requires a little bit of scaling. It is strong early game. However, if Samumu is able to find the right engages, able to land those bandage tosses onto the Senna as the primary target, Samira passive allows you to follow that up. Daredevil Impulse. Very powerful. LeBlanc vs Yone, that's going to need to be a Doran's Shield on the Yone again. He recently played Yasuo vs Ari in just the last game. Will need to face the wind in this one, however. LeBlanc, a little bit scarier to deal with early game, a lot stronger gank setup, and you don't have that wind wall anymore. Is definitely at danger of getting camped. If that flash is ever used, we'll need to be very careful, and mid 2v2, dependent on how those chains are used. Korean stream team have been looking very strong. They are 1-0 up in the head-to-head. Sengoku might try and find their first win, I believe. Should be hitting into the rift shortly. Things to keep in mind this game will be that roaming Amumu potentially. That Samira, if she's able to generate a lead, can absolutely run over anyone on the opposing comp, as he's kind of champion, you know, goes for that shield bow, goes for defensive boots, but still has so much damage. She's able to go toe to toe with Renekton's, with Yones, with good enough movement and spacing. Psycho could really demonstrate what this champion is all about. So Vi's been an interesting pickup in the past few patches, kind of a response to that, you know, Jarvan, Xin Zhao kind of slot you see. That lockdown, that early game jungler, you know, a bit less farming, a bit more ganking. Fits into that playstyle. Not as strong AoE like the Wukong. However, it does have that individual lockdown. Surprised to not see Wukong touched at all in this game. Instead, we are seeing Diana jungle prioritized. Renekton B1 was a strong takeaway from Johansson. Trying to get him on something else. No Nidalee ban. Natalie has been playing a bit of Nidalee. Did have the Nidalee banned out last time they faced them. However, Nidalee LeBlanc not the strongest 2v2 combo. I think 5v5 I actually might even favor Sengoku's team composition. I like the scaling of the center. It feels like a good pick into the Samira if she is able to space it. She does have that Q, which completely ignores any kind of projectile dodges or avoids. She's able to use that slow and space relatively well. It could be very difficult for the Korean stream team to move forward in team fights. However, it's also hard to position as the center. The equalizer is going to go down. The Vi ultimate might come through. I believe it used to be called Assault and Battery. I'm not sure. I believe it's been renamed potentially. I think Vi's abilities might have got name changed over the past year or so. Also Morgana W as well. Morgana W was like Tormented Soil, I believe, for so long. I'm not going to check right now, but if someone else could check what Morgana W is called. I believe it's been name changed, quite shockingly, away from Tormented Soil. It's called Cease and Desist now, as opposed to Assault and Battery. Well, the Cease and Desist out of Vi is a very scary thing for this center to deal with. However, she does have the Tahm Kench, the Eat to redirect her out of things like the Equalizer, out of the Cease and Desist, any potential burst damage that LeBlanc might throw at her. MVP for last game, definitely Chili Oil. Chili Oil was the MVP for the side of J2. I think J-Team 2 would have definitely given Chili Oil the MVP. However, it's not up to them. At least they went to the support in Shah. Tormented Shadow is the new Morgana W. I prefer Soil personally. Very sad. Kind of like Spray and Pray versus Retitatata. Is Vi a lawyer now? I believe they name changed it to be a little bit less aggressive surrounding, you know, current events. However, the most current event is the Asia Star Challengers Invitational. This tournament will take you through until the start of Worlds. You're going to catch it right here on the LPL channel as we co-stream. I'm Vin Why Not. We had Asterix on earlier. We have Chronicler. We have Muzzle. And tomorrow, we should be joined by Moser, Aaron Moser. Bit of a longer load in here. These teams are teams that they played in the Academy Leagues. The Korean streamers and the Huya streamers are the exceptions, with two teams. I'm not sure how long they've had to practice. However, they definitely can hold their own. I'd say that even the favorites in this game, the Korean streamers here. Sengoku from the LJL Academy has yet to find a win. Again, if I'm wrong on this, please correct me. However, from all the games I've watched, which I believe have been all of them, haven't yet destroyed that Nexus. Yo, stop resisting. That'd be a banger name for an ability, actually. I like that. I actually play with League voices off. For so long, I played with them on. And I think the voice acting in League is generally, you know, fantastic. But I haven't been playing with it on for a while now. I also play with music off as well. Ah, there we go. So Larko did take Hex Flash on the Amumu. And that is not allowed due to all the current bugs with it. We'll be remaking Pick Ban. However, Pick Ban is the same, right? So they'll be quickly redoing Champions League. Shouldn't be long. That is an update on the delay. There's two streamer teams. One streamer team out of Korea, which we're seeing in this game here, the Korean streamers. And we have another streamer team as well from Huya, so primarily, you know, Chinese players. We have Johansson this game, Natalie, Back, Psycho, and Larko. Yes, the instant revive bug on the Hex Flash. There's also Hex Flash bugs with Flash becoming disabled for the entirety of the game. If you're within Hex Gates, or if you are casting Hex Flash as it comes up cooldown, there are a few different bugs. 1 second. I'm gonna drink from my flask. Actually, my mum brought it through last night. It's like a kind of a honey tea drink, and it's in like a vacuum flask, and it's actually still warm today, 12 hours later. And it's delicious. Very good for my throat. Give me 1 minute. The Huya stream team will not be playing today. They'll be playing in day 4, which is tomorrow, as today is day 3 of the Asia Star Challengers Invitational. Championship Invitational. For those of you who just joined us, we're in a little bit of a remake really quickly, as Larko on the Amumu took Hex Flash, which is not allowed currently. Shouldn't be too much longer. Yeah, it's definitely important to mention the difference in LCK Challenger and LDL, is, you know, the Chinese Academy. The amount of games that they have to play, the amount of scrim time they have, you know, the amount of resources for those teams is drastically higher than for these other regions. It doesn't matter how hard you grind solo queue. You know, if you only get 12 to 13 competitive games every year, meanwhile you have these LCK Challenger teams and these LDL teams that are playing playoffs, and they're playing 20 games, they're playing BO5 after BO5, BO3 after BO3. Every single day, they'll be scrimming multiple games. Hex Flash is in fact disabled. Multiple bugs currently. Both teams here are playing remotely, as this is being held in China. So only the LDL teams are on stage. I don't believe the Huya teams are. We have a Korean team here versus an LJL Academy team. Seeing Goku. They have the veteran in the AD carry position, Moyashi. When I was doing some research on this guy, I thought he'd only play these older AD carries. You know, he will play more Varus style, he will play more Sivir style. But he is very adaptable. He enjoys a lot of his new champions. Will play a lot of the Zeri as well. We haven't seen it prioritized at all in this tournament, really. Seen very few games of it so far, which surprises me a lot. This game, the Yumi was available as well. Still in that remake due to the Hextech Flash being taken. Hextech Flash Traption. Shouldn't be too much longer, guys. Apologize for any delays. Is out of my control. I am also a spectator alongside you guys. I just have the microphone. What do you guys have for breakfast? What time is it where you are? I have honestly not eaten too much today. I probably should go grab some food at some point. I do have a muffin here though. I believe probably baked this morning. My parents are good in the kitchen. And I was also brought up in the kitchen a lot as well. So I'll be cooking a lot of stir fries all the time. Maybe after this, after my next game, I'll hop in the kitchen. Might pick something up. Got a muffin. This is like a banana chocolate chip muffin. Pretty good, pretty solid. I rate it for sure. Good, congee. Jealous, very jealous. Congee with a bit of lagoma. Beauty. Who do I think will make it out of Group A and Group B this tournament? Ooh, I mean, I'm a big fan of the LDL teams. I think FPX Blaze looks very strong. I don't think anyone can really contest that. Max Gaming also, you know, coming out on top of Shin. Bit of a surprise. I think, you know, both had winning chances. We'll have to see in the rematches how they all do. But I'm definitely looking at the LDL teams to truly dominate. DRX, however, you know, Damwon, I'm enjoying a lot. Dundun in the top lane. Hoping to see more and more of him. Hopefully we'll see them in playoffs. It's very late in Florida, I guess. Sleep out, my friend. Still are waiting here. Shouldn't be too much longer, hopefully. I'll see if I can get any updates for you guys. No Teemo has been touched, however, we do see Teemo in some of the games with the emotes. Game hasn't started yet. Hextech Flash was taken, but we appear to have changed our graphic over to at least the screen. Maybe that means they're in loading screen, and they are. Here we have it. What you guys were asking for. We have the game. You guys came to watch. And let's get right into it. Super Galaxy Rumble on one side. I do love the voice lines for that though. Iconic. Seeing Goku will run to the top side here, hugging that wall to try and catch anyone in Tribush. However, no one in Tribush at all. Red team fully see all of them there on the vision. No one to catch out. Will give them free reign to find a ward deep, potentially stay around for a cheese. So they will be doing this. They will be hanging around LeBlanc, going back to mid lane. Diana moving towards the top side. Diana going to the top side of the map. Or a bit of a wolf start here. Isn't a bad option if you have to solo start and you're too late to go blue buff. Wolf start is good. Does give you level 3 very early on. We'll throw out a lot of poke there. Moyashi taking an early soul. The observer is quickly pointing out that it is going to be fasting center with lethal tempo. Often I believe you see the fleet. We saw Glacial Augment back in a different form a while ago. We're seeing tempo here. This could be a Kraken Slayer build instead. We're seeing immediately Diana go for Wolves into contesting the chickens. Is able to pick up most of them. Natalie, however, does have mid priority. Might look aggressively into the jungle. No Vault Breaker though. Will find it very hard to truly push and punish this Diana. Nice little response there from Pop1. Bot lane fight going down. Exhaust use Moyashi flashing straight out. That will come back to haunt him, I'm sure. Larko having all sums, Psycho having all sums. When they hit level 2 evenly, you know, Moyashi gets advantage for now. Let's have a level lead. However, when it evens up, having no exhaust, having no flash, Tom Kench is a long way from 6. Can't save you just yet. Moyashi might face the consequences of his actions. In these early platings, this bot tower does not have the resistances, unlike mid and top. Until 5 minutes taking half damage, this bot tower will take full damage, and it's one plate with the single wave being taken. Ricky stunning up Johansson, flashing away, Popon double flash forward. Just one more Q, one more Diana Q. Will it connect? It does, and it's not enough. The regen, the health potion ticking. Beautifully played by Johansson. Does tick a second health potion. Might decide to stay in the area. As he does opt to use that second health potion. Does have Ignite, does not have the teleport. Ricky also, no teleport, has the Ignite. Maybe it's a gentleman's agreement. Both going for his aggressive summoner spells. Natalie, they're probably aware of a potential cheese here. Johansson playing very cautiously. All flashes were expended. Natalie has it on the Vi. Top Crab will be his. Akanu looking to go see if Top Crab has been taken. Base checks Natalie. Akanu trying to get those 2 Q stacks in order to escape. Does have to flash. Will have it available shortly. Flash Q follow up. Does not connect. Bayek with a chain from downtown. Throws it out. Goes back to his original place. And that cheese from topside. They do reap the rewards of their waiting time. Johansson gets a little bit too far forward. Will actually have to drop that wave. LeBlanc might TP top lane. She does not. She holds the mid wave there. Big bot 2v2. Miyashi going down, like I said, for Psycho. Full stack Conqueror, that's 2 kills. For the Korean Shira bot side, and it's already a very large lead. Once again, the observer pointing out Doran's shield on Tahm Kench, very normal for these lanes. That's absolutely devastating for Miyashi, having the wave being pushed into them and losing it. A lot of gold lost, and that Samira having that lead is not what you want to see either. Bayek spacing well. Always read it a W forward. One thing to mention with this center Kench lane, or with center fasting lanes in general that thought can wait, Akanu getting absolutely chunked out. Will he get pushed off this wave? 1 QW from Bayek might take him down. I'm not sure if it was Bayek or Baek. I messaged my Korean friend. I believe he might have said it's similar to Baek, like a bit of an emphasis on the K. However, I am horrible at my Korean pronunciation despite spending a few months there earlier this year. Natalie yet to have recall on the map for a very long time. Instant route onto 2 of them. Natalie is in the area. No flash on Miyashi. Chili Oil, however, is able to use that. Shield expended, however. No grey health to heal up. Will need to take those potions. Gets the Amumu Q landed. And I think Larko saw the Amumu earlier and said, I'll show you how to play that. Lands these Qs in the clutch spots. Good situations. Ricky going forward for a trade. No flash on Johansson here. Popon too close. This will be Johansson. Falling on the rumble here. 2 kills for Popon on the Diana. However, his bot lane is suffering. Moyashi is staying. And Moyashi, you can't be here. Beautiful W by that Samira to avoid anyone getting rooted up. Larko taking just the amount of tower range before flashing out. Zoom in on that Infernal Amumu. Beautiful green chroma as well. Lovely gameplay out of the Korean Shira bot lane. They show they're aggressive. They lock that Draven Thresh in the first game. They opt for that Samira and Mumu in this game. And they were happy to play against the matchups. They were happy to pick it and get slammed against Zeri Yumi. You know, they almost invited the virus, Moyashi's kind of comfort pick. He opts for Senna, going for a lethality build along with lethal tempo. A bit less conventional. Offering to the tempo, taken with those Noon Quiver builds. Kraken Slayer. 3-0 for the Samira. 50 is completed here for Johansson. Will allow him to space a little bit easier. Get a replay here. Will be Larko likely starting this playoff with a beautiful Q around the minions. Lands, gets the Glacial. Second Q lands onto Chili Oil. And then the third Q lands to really secure the kill. He's so careful. He's very precise with these Qs. Goes it out again. Those 2 charges on those Qs. There's 2 charges. Goes out the first one. The second charge. Now charging up again. Akanu, they decide to not block the ultimate. Instead, let him get out. No Yon, no priority Yon. This guy's going to struggle to find any relevancy until that mid to late game in the side lane. And by that point, it might be too late. Larko being such a strong player. Natalie going a little bit deep there, trying to see if she can do a bit of cheesing here. Popon does have the kills on their side, but bot lane, already we have Psycho, Larko just taking up that tower, giving Psycho the option to move forward is a bit hard, and they're shrouded in that mist. Flash over the wall. Ricky will not be letting Natalie hear that level of disrespect. Back on the side here, will he choose to look for a burst option? Does decide to trade back some health. Not too keen though to commit into Popon, who is 2-0 on this Diana. He is potentially the saving grace of this falling bot lane. Might be able to carry Moyashi and Chili Oil to their first win. Bayek will be missing the cannon minion to try and find some poke. Akainu with flash does have it available. No passive LeBlanc, no clone, no invisibility. Akainu might feel confident he has stacking Q. Might see a solo kill attempt. Q goes down. Bayek will fall. One of the first solo kills we see as Johansson gets that passive, gets that danger zone all the way built up, unable to use abilities, but his auto attacks gosh, does Rumble have hands? Papon has got flash here. No chance he doesn't get this kill. Few autos later. Natalie, no season desist available. Papon able to dash out to the minion to safety. Recall here for Psycho. Will he have his full shield bow? Will it be another pickaxe? Damn ship to being built. My apologies, pickaxe not in the shield bow build. There's a little replay of bot lane. They're just cleaning up. Absolutely easy for them. Chili Oil 0-3 en route to that 0-12 we saw out of him in the previous game. Relatively even in kills, however, as Papon has found stuff on the top side of the map. Instantly chunked. Moyashi roaming out mid lane here, and able to find the route. Bayek, no flash. Does he interrupt with the W? Tom Kinch, knock up, barely disconnects. Bayek goes back to the minion, it's warded, however. Chili Oil falling down as well, no flash. Will be a 2-for-1. Korean streamers falling on the good side of that trade, losing some top plating, however. Psycho being given the ability to just free hit this bot tower. Large CS deficit, forcing Goku bot side. Hansen approaching the wave will get hard chunked out. You do have the equalizer on cooldown. Maiko breaking bot tower first. Akanu, flashless Yone, not in the best spot. Maiko back and try to Q out, but it will not be enough. W popped, R popped, absolutely culling the wave. Johansson in trouble here, no equalizer, trying to push the wave, trying to not let the minions tank up the tower. It is in vain, however. A lot of damage traded. Herald still available to use, got 3 minutes until those plates go down. Might look to Herald the mid side or bot lane. Maybe push for a second tier tower in top side. A little bit of gold there. Will Herald at this point, and might need to commit for 2 towers to really get any value out of this, as Psycho and Larko on the bot side of the map will be trading some damage on the second tier. Hopefully the charge goes off, and it does, providing a little bit more value. All completed for Renekton is going to be a vital tool to take down Psycho in these team fights. Does have cleanse on the Samira, will likely be Ninja Tabbies as well, completed later. They need to lock down the Samira with anything they can. They have Diana ultimate. You have that flash Renekton stun. And if Tom Kinch is able to land his knock up as well, all will be essential. Natalie just peeling the crocodile off her. Anu going forward here. He immediately taken back. Does have the R available and the Q knock-up. Does use it forward here. Larko's got ultimate available as well. This might not be the fight that Sengoku really wants to take. Imumu is engaging onto the Yone. Holding the ulti. Big Yone ultimate combination with that Diana. That's so much damage. Papon, however, is getting burnt. Will fall down. Johansson a bit too deep though. Good movement there with those swiftness boots. Is able to maybe get out. W cooldown a little bit too long. Psycho is still up, however. 5 kills on the Samira. Last shutdown gold. Diana falls. Will be a 2-for-3. Korean streamers once again on top. Dragon not spawning for another 2.5 minutes. Not the fight they wanted to go for. Larko holding such a good position. Sitting there, ready for them to file in. Or he decides to use the Curse of the Sad Mummy. Psycho hard shot from this wave. Will need to look for a recall. Likely has the gold for his collector. Watch a little replay on this. Larko knows what he wants. He Qs. Does not ultimate immediately. Holds it. Waits him to filter in a little bit more. Unfortunately, beautiful combo from the Yone. Picking up all of them and grouping them up for that Diana Wombo. Will not be enough. And that's the swiftness boots gap on Johansson. Able to dodge out of that Tomkinch W despite reacting to it so late. Collector has been completed. Night Harvester also on for Johansson. My apologies. It can't be a coincidence that you've got Natalie Portman and Scarlett Johansson on the top side. Unreal. Umbral Glaive completed for Moyashi. Usually you see this on the support center as opposed to the fasting. Usually fasting center will, you know, go for those more aggressive options. Both support center and fasting center, despite both of them laning, both of them taking the support item, they have different playstyles. Usually fasting center is combined with a more tankier support like this Tahm Kench, where support center can be combined with these traditional marksmen. They do have different roles. This fasting center really needs to turn up the heat. Will scale, however, very well. Prowler's Claw slowly being built up here for the Renekton. Psycho really feeling aggressive here, looking to chase down for that Q. Large crit. Chili Oil is getting very low. Psycho all the way up forward. Will eat the Fate Unsealed. Psycho ultimate gets instantly cancelled. That's what Popon needed to find. Beautiful ultimate out of Diana there to interrupt and find the shutdown gold. Quickly flashing forward. Larko in stopwatch will fall, however. This is what Sengoku needed to find back. Gold nearly even again. Rift Herald likely claimed by Sengoku. Oyashi though might be out of position. Has got flash and has got exhaust. Forced to use it, however. Natalie queuing out. The knockup does connect. A little bit more damage here. True damage. The rebound will be what they need. Bayek moving forward here. Not going to find anything. That's a lot of gold back in the pockets of Sengoku Gaming. Sengoku Academy finding their feet in this game yet again off the back of a beautiful catch by the Diana and relatively a bit of a mistake, you know, from this Samira playing a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too far forward. It worked for them in the bot side, but now you're versing 5 champions, not just 2. These champions can dash forward, however, and punish you. Chili Oil out of position here. If he does pop some crowd control, will be falling down. This dragon, uncontested, Korean streamers. Replay here. Psycho, sure he dodges the Tahm Kench W, but it's not going to mean anything if the follow-up CC is more than enough. Crazy games, always fighting, always around this mid side. We'll see this more and more often, this mid lane. Constant fighting. Second items are starting to filter through here. The Collector has been around for a while. Zhonya's Johansson seems to be opting towards it. Will be a strong defensive item against that Prowler's Claw of Renekton. Otherwise, in the side lane, he might just get one shot. Akainu, Zeal delays that mythic item a little bit more. We'll go towards it. TP is available for Yon. He did just recall, quite likely purchasing that item. Power will be chunked to half. I'm not sure if this was the best use of that Rift Herald. You might want to try to push out for top tier 2, or perhaps claim your first bot lane tower to ensure your side lanes have a little bit more threat. And I feel like that is Sengoku's biggest strength. And a beautiful blind Q by Larko forces the Renekton Dominus. Massive flash forward by Popon. Will get CC'd though. No stopwatch available. Big follow-up from the Yon. In the backside of that fight, Bayek absolutely clapping Moyashi. Akainu running for his life here. Has got flash available. Will not need to use it just yet. Bayek getting his cooldowns back up again. Will look to force out Akainu. Mid tower claimed. Positive trade there for the Korean streamers yet again. But I like to see signs of life here from Sengoku. These engages from Popon. Didn't have Zhonya's just yet, I don't think. Maybe he did. He just did not use it for whatever reason. Maybe a little bit of confusion. But Akainu going forward there with that Yon ultimate. Watch that once again. Popon. Very, very aggressive here. He's forward. R-flash. I like to see it. Akainu follow up here with the ER. Beautifully done. Takes him out. Natalie falls down. Bayek though doing so much damage on this LeBlanc does not let Moyashi play. This fasting center is going towards that second item AD carry mythic, right? That marksman mythic I was talking about earlier. We'll be going for it. Just a little bit delayed. And I fear it's hard to play. It's very, very hard to play against this comp from the Korean streamers. You have so much threat. Cease and desist. Equalizer. Keeping them on chains here. Crocodile will go down. No Dominus available. Pop on. No flash here as well. Natalie completing that chainsaw. Going towards the tankier mythic option. Does have a spear longsword in inventory, however. Mayashi souls, only 64 at the moment. Relatively good. I believe it's every 25 she gets that extra range. She will be scaling up. If she's able to get to 100 souls or so and get to 2 to 3 items, these fights become a lot more winnable for Sengoku's side. They have winning side lanes, in theory. They have a strong bruiser in Renekton. And Yon, despite having a bit of a rough early game, has got more CS, is able to farm a lot easier than this LeBlanc at this stage. As LeBlanc prefers to push out the side lane and group mid lane and have those threats over walls, make it so hard for Mayashi to play the game. Make it very hard for Popon to find a flank or an engage, and make sure Chili Oil is scared for his carry's life at all times. I believe there's some different sound effects there on the Chinese client for that Rumble skin. I haven't heard those cute squeaks before. Dragon spawning in 1 minute. This should be a fight. Sengoku have not been giving up objectives for free this game. They really have been trying to contest this mid lane. And they have been taking the heroes for themselves as well. Could be a Guardian's Angel coming through for Psycho. Could also be an Infinity Edge, but she has that stopwatch's inventory either way. Don't go forward here, Natalie. You're a Psycho. Having to flash out immediately. Popon dashing in. However, might need a stopwatch immediately if he can. Does get that off in time. Natalie will fall down. Eaten by the Pumpkin. Spit out for the shield. Ultimate goes down. Psycho finding it so hard to find any space in this fight to use her abilities. Bayek doing great work though. Johansson doing damage, and what looked like a great fight for Sengoku is just getting shut down. They're not the only carry. Psycho is not. The entire team. Beck is doing so much damage, and so is Johansson. This dragon might take a little bit to go down, maybe having to wait for Psycho. These champions struggle to find fast kills on these tankier dragons. But what a fight. Hopefully we get a replay of this. You can see a little bit too much by Natalie, a bit of an odd engage. Popon, however, is thrown around, doesn't ulti. Maybe he thought he had, maybe he didn't. Chain CC'd, forced to stopwatch, does not want to die just yet. Chili Oil choosing to eat him, give him that shield and throw him into Psycho was a calculated decision. And it was great because Psycho does go down, but Johansson on the side with the Flame Spitter, doing so much damage to all of those champions, all in a cone grouped together. And Bayek doing so much damage to any target he decides to use his sigils on. This LeBlanc 1k bounty, very, very strong. Psycho did have the stopwatch available, didn't use it. Would be a critique, however, does have it available for next fight. Larkov being forced to flash away here. Doesn't want to be too far up, and your team is not on the map yet. Rabadon's death cap completed here for the LeBlanc. Larko, no flash again, on the wings. Will look for an engage potentially, throws it out, does not find Mayashi. It's rooted up himself. This is a beautiful, beautiful option for an equalizer potentially. These fights, equalizer goes down, Moyashi forced to move away, Fate Unsealed has been used, Ricky falls down, Chili Oil will also be rooted up and go down. Psycho, so low on the side of the fight. Akainu does manage to claim him, however, it's a 4v2, they're getting chased down. Akainu seals his own fate. Natalie still chasing on Popon. No flash for this Diana, however, looks to potentially get out. This LeBlanc still on the chase. What a beautiful juke there by Popon with the E cooldown. Where is he going? What is he doing? What is happening on my screen? He will fall down eventually, but that was a bit of a chicken chase. Psycho with this very strong early game lead has struggled to find it an advantage in this, later stage of the game. We see there buying the Guardian's Angel and then double buying Trick Cloaks as well. Decides to sell the stopwatch instead for the Infinity Edge. Probably a much more wise decision when it comes to dealing damage. Outer tower was claimed. Again, keep your eye on Moyashi in the backline here. He cannot hit. This equalizer makes it so difficult for him to find any way to auto attack without burning all his health down. Psycho flashing out with such low health does last so long. I kind of to flash over and trade 1-for-1 for him will not make the difference. You need this Diana to really find the kill in the early stage of the fight. You need this Prowler's Renekton to lock down one target and make sure they die. And if it's not early on in the fight, right? If this Rumble is allowed to get so much damage off of, you're not going to win the fight. Because this Rumble, this LeBlanc, this Samira, they do so much damage. You have 3 damage hits to deal with. Meanwhile, Korean streamers, they only really need to worry about who Akano is hitting and if Papon has used ultimate or not. This Crocodile will get caught out. This Diana gets obliterated by that LeBlanc, juking everywhere he can. You can never catch him. We'll hold back to that sigil. Larko, always so precise with these bandage tosses, never misses the ones he's throwing out. Akano looking to trade, however, Stopwatch does not let him find that kill. A recall here for LeBlanc, a teleport available, 30-second death timers on some members of Sengoku. This could be a run for the end of the game. Popon coming up, has got Zhonya's available, might be able to trim the wave enough. Maybe they're going to choose to go towards the Baron as opposed to ending. We do see the decision being made. 3 full items for LeBlanc and that Magi Soul Stealer. That Magi has so much value. 10 stacks giving that extra move speed in addition to counting as a legendary item towards that mythic passive of the penetration. So much ability power, so much ability haste, and so much magic penetration. Watch Papon's health bar here. Probably like E, Q, R, W, boom. Absolutely stamped. Goes to then order the mid lane tower, decides he wants to kill that. Goes all the way in, looks to change chili oil, so precise, but Larko always landing these bandage tosses that he throws out. He really is a bit of an MVP player. So much good gameplay out of, Psycho, out of Natalie sometimes. I think this game still, Larko has been the unsung hero. These supports in this tournament have actually done so much. Because if you look at these bot lane, if you look at these skirmishes, these 2v2s, these times where Psycho is finding kills, it's off the back of Larko landing these beautiful bandage tosses and making sure to, point out when the ADC should really be moving forward. I'm being started up here. Natalie tanking. Natalie has got stopwatch here, however. On the bot side, we can see here a very quick LeBlanc solo kill. That is how Akano sent back. Bayek always looking to zone. Doing so much damage here. 14 stacks on his Magi. If you look carefully, you can see Psycho's build. He has got the cloak. Has got so much magic resist here. Makes it hard for Diana to find a kill diving forward. Diana's going for that Shadow Flame. That flat magic penetration will not find much of a result against this high amount of MR in a single item. A Void Staff might be a more appropriate call. Ricky will be chasing down back. Beautiful flash there by the LeBlanc. Spacing him well. Might turn around. The Hex Drinker has been popped. Does see Papon in the area. Ever teasing them. Ever playing at the end of their range. Larko with a big flank. Papon might be in trouble here. Will show on the ward shortly. However, back also out of position. Beautiful dodge back. He's everywhere. He's dodging everywhere. He will fall down, however. That will be 1,000 gold and a lot of pages taken out of his book. However, 2 kills, 2 lives for 1. At this point of the game, it means a lot. Does allow you to push. You do have Baron still available. Papon running away. Might E back to those minions there to try and juke. Does not decide to do that. Nice little movement there to dodge that Vault Breaker. Might go to the Krugs. Once again, we'll be watching a little bit of a fun chase of Natalie and Papon. Back over the wall, the Krugs decide to take that out. No smite used for the healing. And Johansson just flashes forward and one-shots Moyashi, finding very hard to play this game. 111 here by Chili Oil. Might have a rough payday this game. Domination by Johansson. 1k gold bounty on his head as they look to take down the Nexus this game. So many kills. nearly 60 kills, 2 per minute. Psycho going all the way into the fountain. That will be the game for the Korean streamers. What a game. Say what you want, it's always fun to watch. These fights that always happen, there was some back and forth. Off the back of that, Diana, pop on Diana. We've seen him on the tanks previously, we've seen him on the Sejuanis. It was nice to see him on a carry. Give him some chances to do some plays, do some engages, show him what's up. He did find some kills, but it was not enough to really override the difference in that bot lane advantage, in that mid lane priority. Back, finding everything he needed on that LeBlanc, getting so ahead and so ahead, finding out picks, you know, sniping out kills that convert to Barons, that convert to Dragons, that convert to Towers. Very hard for Sengoku to deal with that. Very good mental tenacity from the top lane, from Johansson on the Rumble, getting targeted, getting camped as Diana sits in the bush for a minute or two to ensure his wave stays bad, then come back and dominate the game in such a way. Natalie with a couple ints, a couple questionable choices by the Vi. He shrugs those off though. Some highlights here. Larko really is just the unsung hero of this team all the time, finding these engages, finding these angles, really just pointing a massive arrow to the team about what we should do. We should hit this target, we should go now, we should look. Look at him again here, throws out the Q again, always finding these Qs. Again, Larko in this fight, right? Catches out Chili Oil here. Oh, tries to peel his ADC, it's not successful. However, it sets his team up for success as they keep chasing for a couple more kills. Does go down here. Forces out so much though. The Renekton Flash. Very valuable cooldown. Again here, Larko always starts with him looking in. This fight looks so good for Sengoku. However, it's just not enough to just kill Psycho, right? Flash over the wall here by the Yone. Or maybe that was perhaps that was a different fight. That fight was just domination. There's been so many fights all around this mid lane area, it's hard to keep up. Popon not getting the ultimate off there. A bit unusual. Opting to stopwatch here. Maybe could have held off on it until Chili Oil had the eat. And it's just so hectic what's going on. It really is just like putting all these teams, all these champions in ARAM and forcing them to team fight. I feel like we get the same results every time. Fighting in these chokes is such a disadvantage against this Rumble pick. And Larko with that Q pull onto Moyashi. This guy is crazy. And I feel like Back might get the MVP on LeBlanc. He found lots of kills, he did lots of things. But I think the MVP in my heart this game will be Larko. However, this game we see this LeBlanc piloted so incredibly well. So much proficiency, a lot of S-keying, a lot of awareness, a lot of just very, very tight mechanics out of this LeBlanc. We'll be cutting, might grab some food here. We will be going into our third game of the day, for me, our 6th game overall. As we see Team Flash up next, which I'm very excited to cast. Here we have it, the LeBlanc MVP. Pulling his damage share.
Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't.
作为2019年9月由 MS 和 LST 合并后成立的新赛区 ，PCS 赛区成立以来展现了稳健的赛区实力，始终在国际大赛上拥有一席之地。2021年 ，BYG 战队是 PCS 冉冉升起的一支新秀，初崭露头角便一鸣惊人。而 BYG.A 战队有着更为年轻而热血的灵魂。同时，队内也拥有经验丰富、老道的选手作为中流砥柱，在比赛中稳定军心。希望 BYG.A 的队员们如同队名一般，超越阻碍，超越困难，超越原来的自己，拿下本次2022亚洲挑战者之星邀请赛的好成绩。J-Team 战队前身为台北暗杀星，拥有 S2 世界冠军的2016 MS 夏季赛甫一登场便技惊四座。此后一直是赛区的夺冠热门队伍之一。作为一支拥有祖上荣光的老牌豪门战队 ，J-Team 将以青春姿态迎接此次2022亚洲挑战者之星邀请赛的挑战，能否突出重围，且看今朝。
You judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, or taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid, can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, or taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. to judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
Hello, hello? Double checking. I really apologize for all of the delays, if I am back. I'm gonna get confirmation. It appears on the feed for the broadcast to me, it went completely black. Had some problems with that. I believe they fixed it, but I'm still waiting on confirmation. We should be all on. Hello. Lovely. Okay, well I apologize for the incredible delays. Really was nothing I could do about it. But we are back and we are fully in this game of Team Flash versus J Team 2. We kind of zoomed past the early stages of the game, and luckily it isn't too hard of a stomp. There was some action. I'm sure we'll see some replays later, perhaps after the game. But we are back in this game, and if we orient ourselves quickly, we have an Autumn Renekton topside. Quite standard. I believe that Renekton would have been a priority. Alongside that, Sivir, probably early picked. We see Fook on Vi. We haven't seen that just yet, I believe. He's been playing the Wukong a lot more. We go into this Herald fight here. We'll be despawning shortly, but will be claimed first by Team Flash. Need to pick up that eye here. Breaker moving back and forward here. I'm not quite sure what he's trying to do. Oh, it's it. However, J Team 2 will have access to mid lane. Might look for some damage there on the mid lane tower. Rise ultimate, round warp, all the way in, putting spell shielding in case of that Nami bubble connecting. We see J Team 2 with that incredibly strong Lucian Nami. Does not look like they got too much early game power. No, they do have that pick. However, only 1 and 2 for both of them, and their tower is also gone bot side. We apologize for the broadcast delays once again. There was no feed coming to the broadcast, so there was nothing to actually broadcast. We apologize. However, we are back now, and it should be good for the rest of the day. Fingers crossed. Adiog's on the Ari here, has played it earlier in the day, did very well on it as well. Sora, surely out of position, does have the flash, might look to get out of the Cataclysm. Will run away to safety, needing to recall here, refill on wards, get a couple of pink wards, and start playing for this potential dragon in a minute 30. Putting here, flashing away, RUA will follow with his own flash, waited out the spell shield, very well played there, picked up by the Lucian. Jane TPing in response will be too little, too late. Mid lane priority, very important in this game. Both flashes for Team Flash will be down for this next fight, whether it be at the Dragon or at Baron. Rise slowly is scaling up, is able to maintain that high CS, has very strong wave clear, grabbing these mid lane waves. However, the 80 carries, both of them very low in CS comparison. This Rise always farming. Clearly a lot of fighting happening in the early stages of the game. J Team 2 Char rocking that electrocute on the Nami. Not very viable in the current patches, as they did change how her E instance of damage works. However, this is 12-16. This is still Nami, which works with electrocute. Synergize as well with that Lucian. Stopwatch being built by the Jarvan. It's a very good tool in the next fight. These fights can go either way. Yoshino pulls the trigger here with the Ornhorn. Nami goes Sky. Will find the death timer. Jane, stop watching all the way forward. Does have flash. Will look to flash away. RUA very deep on the Renekton here with the teleport behind. Pops the Dominus. Keep on DPSing Yoshino. Will he fall down? Q and the Lucian does not find the connection. Exhaust was burned, but the cleanse from Tide, shedding that damage reduction, will be a 1-for-1. However, the health bars on J Team 2 are very low, and despite this TP coming forward, Dragon is already getting burnt. Will it fall down? They have flash on Fook. Dragon was not actually started just yet. Yoshino in a flank position here has got flash. Vision definitely in favor of Team Flash. No Ornhorn available here. No ultimates available aside from the On the Hunt. Putting DPS in this dragon down. Will it be enough? Adiogs has got Smite on the eye with the spellbook. 2 smites make it much harder for Team Flash to actually commit hitting this dragon. Jane is on the run. Realm Warp not available. Teleport not available. Slowly that blue man is making his way across the map. Tide, fucking that electrocute Nami, doing some damage to Yoshino. However, he's a very, very tanky Ornn. Still a bit of a standoff. As the seconds tick by, Rift Herald will slowly start pushing in the bot lane. These ultimates will slowly come off cooldown. Cease and Desist is available for Vi. The Ornhorn coming up in just a few seconds. Culling already. Big fight here on the right side. Forcing, look on the left side into the river. You have Lucian here damaging Yoshino. Does have Culling all been used? The Herald is still making its way down bot lane. Looks like Team Flash will not be contesting this. The health bars are just too big on J-Team 2. They have access to that bot river. It's too hard to try and push forward without the use of the Ornhorn. All those abilities to create the space to put in. Fook dying as well on the Vi means no smite, no steal opportunities. Has decided to go for Sirac's second here. Gives him that shield, gives him a little bit more tankiness. Hopefully a stopwatch will come through eventually. It's such an incredible, powerful tool for these Jarvans, for these engaged supports as well, like Leona, like Nautilus. Not seeing it in this game, but we do see it being built by the Jarvan. Adiogs going towards, could be a Horizon focus. Could also have just been filling his inventory with some ability power before going for Shadow Flame. This pen build, saw it earlier by the mid lane of, I believe it was Sengoku, going for Talia, but still going for that full penetration build. The Ludens, the Sork Boots, the Shadow Flame. Very strong against these low magic resist values of Foot, Jane, Pudding. Only Amar being built is Force of Nature, the works by Ornn. 2 full items on the Sivir. This champion will become an issue when it comes to mid to late game. This Ornn is so tanky. Ornn popped again. Will he decide to use it? Does get interrupted. Yoshino, so unbelievably tanky. Pudding moving forward here. A few more auto attacks. Will spell Doom for Char. So low on the bot lane. Yoshino going very low. Needs that Force of Nature clearly, as Adiogs will take down an incredibly chunky member of Team Flash. Baron is available, but health bars will be far too low to look for it. In fact, Team Flash might make a move towards this top side of the map to gain some control, get a semblance of vision, at least in this top side, clear out some wards, and perhaps look to third and Baron when Ornn is back up again. Infinity Edge will come through for the Sivir. Such a large spike for them. They are starting up the Baron. Lucian a little bit far, however, I don't think they're going to complete it. You have the Realm Warp to escape if need be. Both smites are available. They peel off the Baron. Ornn does not have teleport yet. Soul point for J-Team 2 here. In 2 minutes, we will see a fight in the Bot River. I am certain of it. Over that Mountain Dragon. Gold lead is in favor of Team Flash. However, those dragons, the value they provide, rare reduction, extra damage, attack speed, and some resistances cannot be understated. Looking at the individual splits, we have Rise with a bit of a gold lead. Does have that AoE spell, the potential to do a lot of damage if J-Team 2 are grouped up. It's going to matter a lot how the Solution Nami is able to activate. If they're able to dash forward for the Lulu or the Sivir and try and get a one-shot, the rest of the team is relatively tanky, won't be able to pick up that Ornn. Not seeing any side laning just yet, but teleports are available. 2 levels up for that Renekton. Might be a bit of a standoff in the river like we saw earlier. Items getting completed. 1 minute and 50 seconds until that dragon. And that Sivir, so close to that Infinity Edge, really, really wants this item by this dragon. She needs to eat every single resource she possibly can. We're not quite seeing a Don't Be Rise hack, only 260 CS. A reminder that Join.B did in fact get 400 CS in a solo queue game in only 24 minutes. Hit the Baron there before hitting the ward might bait Team 2 into being a little bit cautious of any Baron opportunities Team Flash looks for. Apologies on the mic. Setup has slipped a little bit during the pause. This should be a little bit better, let me know. Dragon in 40 seconds here. This mid wave is the key. Infinity Edge we do see completed for Puddin. Both these teams will come down to this next team fight, or perhaps the one after that. But we see 3 items completed for both ADCs, 3 items on this rise. The Medjai's Soul Stealer has been purchased for Adiox. Has that value as well, that mythic passive, extra penetration, granted by that Luden's Echo, or Luden's Tempest I believe it's called. Team Flash moving first into River. Neither team have too strong vision control. Good use of that Scryer's Bloom to get some vision. And know where the Jarvan is. A dash forward there by Lucian, and we see that Lulu going ever so low. That might just be it. Will Team Flash choose to contest this dragon? You sure hope so. But they appear to just be giving it here. Team 2 will get the soul. The Realm up onto Baron though. Incredibly fast rotations. They're trading Baron for that Dragon. The Sivir ultimate popped as well for the cooldowns, for the auto attacks. Will burn this Baron down as fast as they can. Good spell shield. Renekton teleport to the top wave, exactly where he needs to be. Yoshino completely split from the team. Might need to go over the wall. He does not. This could be a high dive. Massive Jarvan engage. Beautifully done over the wall there. Breaker with the stopwatch. This could just be complete wipe here. Team Flash, 3 members in the bin. 4 members. Yoshino's the only one standing, and there's 4 members damaging him. Lucian, sure, he might fall. But Yoshino, can he get a trade kill? He cannot. Char will just barely live. No mana, no health, but he will pull through, and that will be a secured Mountain Soul for Team 2. And while the Baron Gold is still relevant, it does give them ahead in the gold lead by 500, or even 300 now. It's not going to mean anything when no members actually show labors of love of the Baron. Orn items are starting to come through, though these ornaments give a lot, but with no flash on the Sivir and this Lulu for the next few minutes, Rise, every flash being burnt. I want you to keep your eyes on the teleport here, but then look at the Jarvan over the wall. EQs and then flashes the wall to get the ulti, lock both of these mobile carries down, forces their flash, but you can't flash anywhere. What a beautiful flank TP here from the Renekton. RUA finishing off that Mountain Dragon as his team ran to the Baron. It was a good idea with that Realm Warp, you get those incredibly fast rotations. However, Team 2 was just too fast, and Baron having that more health, right? These dragons, these Barons being so much tankier, cannot burn them that quickly.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Big swing in gold, and now they both have the gold lead and the dragon lead, but Tide is in a bit of trouble here. Gets cease and desisted. One shot, Yoshino taking up that kill. Adiox over the wall, he will escape it. Jarvan with his Guardian's Angel, he will not live here. Goes down. 2 kills for Team Flash, and at this point of the game, that can be a rundown mid lane. That can be a tower into a second tower, and if they are able to get 1 or 2 more kills, these rolling death timers can spell disaster for Team 2. They are not unstoppable yet. They have not won the game. This outer tower will certainly fall. 20 seconds still on both members of Team 2. Will Team Flash push to the end? RUA activating their dominance early, building up that fury, looking for the wave here, make sure they do not have the ability to reduce the armor of those towers, as he manages to still trade for Foot on the Vi. It's decimated there. Good use of the Empower W to remove that Styrax shield from the Vi. Manages to dive in 1v5 and still manage to find a trade kill. RUA, an absolute monster this game on the Renekton. Guardian's Angel will be coming through here for Puddin. Instead of recoiling, they're looking to cheese this bush. They don't have too much motivation to hit to the top side. Char, however, might look to secure some vision, but running through mid is definitely the preferred pathing for J Team 2. 2 minutes and 30 seconds until this Elder Dragon. This might become the next Mountain Drake. Instead of 4th Dragon being the one they fight at, it might just be this 5th and final one. Watch the replay here. Tide, no flash. Ornhorn gets called. He isn't able to get over that wall just yet. Cease and desist coming in from foot. Nothing can change that. Unstoppable here. Rue, the R of the Nami tidal wave, will fall down. Flashes are coming up again. I think this definitely favors Team Flash, having Siva, having Lulu, with the ability to flash and get out of these cataclysms, out of the path of the destructive tidal waves. Definitely lends itself to the team fighting style of Team Flash. How are they able to use this Ornhorn? Are they going to look aggressively on Tide? He's hovering forward. He's ready to lock and load the Lucian Nami. RUA being such a threat here. Level 17 on the Renekton. Very, very strong. Guardian's Angel coming up shortly. Always regenerating those Mountain Dragon shields. This Mountain Soul. So much value. Ornhorn goes through. Stopwatch from the Lucian. Has got flash available. How will he use it? Flashes down. The season assist still connects. Lucian is alive. Lucian goes down, however. Adiog's far too low on the side of the team fight. Pudding still alive. Still damaging. 3 members down. Adiog's falling ever so low. Are they going to be able to get the wave? I'm not sure about it. Nami being alive does not offer too much. TP from Adiog's. Unfortunately, there's a super minion there, my friend. You might catch the wave. Maybe, best case, you kill a backline minion or two, but that is a desperation play if I've ever seen one. As Team Flash will escort these minions. Oh, we have J Char on the backside getting burnt down by Ornn. Slowly but surely will fall. One more auto attack and W will seal the deal. 21-18, a very close game. Some back and forths there. Bit of risky Baron calls, but I'm glad to see Team Flash come out on top. They've performed incredibly well. My man Fu on the Vi, I like him a lot. Always looks good on these picks. TheseVis, these Wukongs, always shows up his opponents. While we didn't get to see the early game of that, we saw how they piloted their champions from the 18-minute mark. How they were able to play for those mid-priority, and while they gave up all those dragons, all that matters is a few of those fights. Lucian getting locked down, not able to find that proactive pick with that Lucian Nami, and instead becoming the prey. Very, very well played. Securing that Siva, like Lulu I talked about, I always mention this champion isn't getting picked enough. It's really not getting prioritized over this, Varus or Aphelios. The Siva has so much potential, so much power. Draven, Kalista always finding these perm bans. Silence was also off the table, and it makes sense that J Team 2 ban away with that Wukong, clearly targeting him. He's found so much success this tournament. That will conclude Game 6 of Day 3 of the Asia Star Championship Invitationals. We do have an announcement, which is due to the fluctuation of the international networks, the live stream transmission was interrupted earlier, but the competition is still undergoing supervision, so it should all be fine. Going forward, we seem to have fixed most of the issues. We apologize again for the delay. But this is only Game 6, guys. We have 6 more games for you, 12 games every single day, and then, going towards this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we have some playoffs for you guys. We have some quarterfinals, I believe. Yoshino on that Ornn was so damn tanky. I'm not sure if it's appropriate to give Ornn the MVP there, but he did a lot of work. And look at the damage he dealt as well. That Ornn, Yoshino, he didn't even have Sunfire's cape, which is usually the damage item you see being built on these tanks, and what usually carries their numbers. He built the Frostfire Gauntlet and still managed to output 24,000 damage. Still, Puddin, when you give him the chance to free hit, no one will be out damaging the 80 carries. Adiogs in those team fights as well still managed to put up some impressive numbers, and despite Ryue jumping in 1v5 and managing to trade Foot, he will not be able to carry this. We see the early game fights here. We didn't catch earlier. Some proactive realm warps in. Aggressive trades. Keep in mind, Team Flash's bot lane did have that outer tower broken very early. Adiogs on the left hand side though, keep your eye on him. Is he trading for Foot? He does get spotted out here. Has the Spirit Rush available. Does get locked in place however, and falls down before he's able to find an escape. That was 2 kills for Team Flash we saw very, very early on. Adiogs on the flank. Is he able to find a charm, however? Secures it on the Lulu. This is the gameplay we missed out from earlier. Puddin gets flashed on, will fall down eventually. Adiogs still fishing for more. Ryue in the background. Is he able to find Pudding? Does he find Fook? These Jarvan Cataclysms have been very, very good in these replays and these fights. This fight here was looking so damn good for J Team 2. The flash over the wall Cataclysm to trap in Fook and Sora as they both will fall down. Unfortunately, this was not enough. They were never able to find these proactive picks for the Lucian. The Lucian army needed to play more aggressive. They needed to be supported harder. Perhaps instead of hanging on the sides, they should have had Adiogs on the Ahri pushing up mid-wave with the Lucian instead of the Lucian becoming the prey, like in this instance right here. Stopwatch, sure, but you're going to have Assault, Cease and Desist used on the Lucian like this, and when that happens, that man will not live. No Zhonya's to his name. 25 stacks on here for Adiogs. He was very fed, but it was not enough that game. Was never able to find those charms on the carries. And Fook, that man truly is a gamer. We're looking at MVP though. It might actually just have to be Yoshino on that Ornn. Tanked up so much, did so much damage, and his ultimates were on point. Always catching out that Lucian. Feels like Fook fell down too many times to really be rewarded. But a great, great game out of Yoshino. And looking ahead, guys, looking at the next few games, we have T1 again. We're kind of replaying out those games from day one. We have T1 versus V3. Obviously, heavily favored towards T1, but we can always see what the LJL teams show. Fook will be getting the MVP there on the Vi. Bit of a low damage percent. However, his ultimate, the power of that cease and desist, that lockdown, can never be undervalued. Always finds its target. Always goes through any crowd control thrown at him. And his KP speaks for itself. Such a high kill game, it is involved in nearly every single one of them. T1 versus V3 will be coming up. FunPlus Phoenix Blaze. FunPlus Blaze, such an interesting team to watch. Will be, I believe, the first seed out of the LDL. We haven't had any LDL play so far. Just had a bunch of the minor region teams, but we're going into the LCK Challenger. We're going in to the LDL Den. T1 and DK both coming up. And I'd say the game to watch out for would be Game 2 by Chronicler. So the game after next one, I would keep my eye out on that one. FunPlus Blaze versus Dam1 Kia. And that would be great to watch from Chronicler, as he is so knowledgeable on the LCK. He'll give you so much information about DK. Chronicler will be up next. Tomorrow I will join you guys again. I believe I'm starting it off, I'm kicking it off. Our first game tomorrow will be with the Huya streamers. I'm very excited for that. But for now, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, lads. Stay safe. Have a good one. That's been me. Catch ya.
in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is.
Asia Star Challengers Invitational, taking you through the next 3 games. Hope you're all as excited as I am as we get into this game between T1 Challengers and V3. LCK versus LJL, of course, a lot of crossover between these two leagues, and I say crossover, it's relatively one-sided, although we have had some players come back. Blank, most notably, hopping back and forth between the two. As the first pick, Sejuani, at this point, no surprise anymore, but immediate response here. The Nila, as we pointed out countless times, definitely rising rapidly in priority into some of these immobile AD carries. The Alistair, though, that's a bit of a surprise. Good pick into the Sivir, and kind of highlighting that T1 wants to play towards that bot side. A lot of melee bans expected here in the second rotation. Renekton and Aatrox, both of those seem kind of like no-brainers, although you can also just pick that up if you are the V3 team. And overall, hopefully, we'll be treated to some quality gameplay. Last time I was on the stream, we had 1 good game and 2 games that were of subpar quality. So hopefully today, you and me, chat, we're having a little bit more competitive back and forth. We're having some fun, having some actual gameplay. Although when it comes to this first game, I personally am fairly skeptical. We have seen thus far that outside of LDL teams and LCK teams facing one another, the games are unfortunately rather lopsided, and hopefully that won't continue here. Hopefully V3 able to kind of turn around that trend that we've seen so far. Akali coming through here. Very interesting ban here. Is of course something that T1 is able to flex, but wonder whether that is because they want to prioritize a possible pickup of a Gwen here, Azir, another pick that the Akali is often picked into, but already banned away. So that not going to be the case, and T1 makes the read that the R4 Vex was coming in, and we'll deny that from V3. How's everyone doing? How are we feeling here today? Is everyone having a good time? Have the matches so far been good? How are we feeling? What is the vibe here today? How's everyone doing? I personally like Nila. That is how I was told, and that's what I will follow as the on pickup comes through here. Aatrox seems like a no-brainer pick that has a lot of power into the tank matchups, into short range compositions as well, and overall the T1 composition very much win early, snowball out of control, and don't really give your opponent the time to actually play the video game ever at all. That will be something. I'd rather see AP. You're playing into On and Wukong, so going for a full AD setup is definitely suboptimal. But I guess we're doing it. Chat, is this ill-advised? Absolutely. Will it matter? That remains to be seen. As okay, that's how it's gonna be. That's how it's. Are we gonna Yone versus Yes? Oh, come on, RRE. The gauntlet has been thrown. You can't back down. You can't hackstack this. He's hackstacking it. Oh no. Oh, it is a disaster. That's not what I was looking for. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. I was kind of hoping for a little bit more action. V3, if they get to late game, this comp is peachy. But you are playing triple scaling into a T1 that has Aatrox, Nila, and Sejuani. So I'm not feeling super good about the odds of having a competitive series here. Let me know how you guys feel. This is, of course, not a cast. I am alone. I don't have a co-caster. I am effectively co-streaming this, and as such, I am at liberty to diverge as much as I please. And personally, one of the most fun parts to me about co-streaming is the chat interaction. So feel free to drop your thoughts. But I ask only of you to be nice. That is the core tenet of every Chronicler stream. And no, I'm a guest here on the LPL, but I would implore all of you to please follow that guideline. It will make everyone's experience wonderful for the 3 games that we get together. Later tonight, Mazel's going to take over. And as I mentioned, I am a little bit sad that we did not get the Yone versus Yasuo. It would have been a banger, but it's not going to be the case. And my favorite Pokemon is probably Bulbasaur. It was the first Pokemon that I ever played. I am old for esports standards. It was Pokemon Blue, and I loved Bulbasaur. He is a cute little green bulb, and he deserves a love and respect. As loading in the game, hopefully going to get in shortly. The composition of V3 has basically no pressure points. The level 6 isn't bad by any means if you can force a 5v5 and chain ultimates. But realistically, getting prio should be very, very tough. Mispositions get punished extremely hard, and it's not like the engage potential of T1 is bad. They still have Alistair, still have Sejuani, and they have a lot of buttons they can push. The obvious counterpart is that if we do get to late, V3 auto wins effectively. You have Wukong who can stack armor. You have an Ornn who literally does not need to build any EMR at all. And if you get to the later stage of the game as V3 and you're not monstrously far behind, you're good to go. But they will be. I'm willing to go out on a limb here and believe in a strong and prosperous V3. Maybe they make it to mid-game without falling 10k gold behind, and we can have a video game. As yeah, there's been some connection issues throughout the day, so hopefully you guys are not too bothered by those. I unfortunately do not, actually, I argue fortunately, do not witness those, but I can see them on the stream, and it makes me a little sad. I personally prefer if the quality would be peachy for all of us, but that's not going to be the case. As thus far, tournament, we've seen a couple of trends emerge, most notably LDL reigning supreme, LCK CL standing up in terms of gameplay, not standing up in terms of actually winning any of the matches, and any other region basically clinging along for dear life, trying desperately to not get swept away by any of the major region teams. And it's not a surprising trend necessarily, but it's a trend that I can only hope will at some point change up. And yes, Sejuani has magic damage. That is true. Maybe she'll go demonic, cosmic. I'm not like, I don't even know what you would do besides demonic. Demonic isn't even that troll on Sejuani. I think it's acceptable. Maybe it's Conqueror, Riftmaker, Sejuani. Maybe it's time for that. Maybe that's the real angle here, chat. This is not a tank Sejuani. This is a Sunfire Demonic Nashers. Oh, there's limits, chat. We gotta draw the line somewhere. It's just a Diana build. That's what we're doing. That's what we're going, really? I mean, the build was nerfed on Diana. I don't think it was nerfed on Sejuani. Nash's Tooth is quite good. Maybe we'll be able, as we can see, T1 Cabby took Hex Tech Flash Traption, which has been disabled on patch 12.16. Gonna remake Champ Select, so we're just going through the lobby again. And that'll be the end of it. Yeah, so it's you stack Permafrost very quickly, and then you go Sunfire Nashers. Yeah. I think Nashers is actually a lot better the more you think about it than going Warmox, you know, actually building a useful tank item. Because with Nashers, even though you have 4 melee champions, I don't know if you stack up Permafrost fast enough. I don't know if that is enough. I mean, it's 5 melee champions, but Sej is always melee, so we're gonna kind of scratch that one off. I'd be down. I'd be down. Diversify a little bit. Nash's is really good into tanks. I'd be down. I could see it. So yeah, we're having some issues with the bottom half of the stream. I am not sure why. I can't really help you guys, unfortunately. And I am not able to do anything about it. So you are just forced to suffer here with me. And hopefully, if we believe enough, eventually it will get better. It will be fixed. And we can enjoy a weird graphical glitch-free stream. Ideally, that is what we'd have here, but what you gonna do? I unfortunately am not able to do anything, as I am very limited in my skill set, chat. I don't do a lot of things well. There is exclusively talking about video games, and at times when it's called for, a variety of other topics, but mostly video games. And that is all I know how to do. I do not possess any other life skills. And if I do not talk about video games, if I need to help with production, if I need to fix any other issue in my life, I am stumped. I am very limited in what I'm able to provide to the world. Find your niche, you know. That is what we're looking for. But hopefully it'll get better. Hopefully soon, I will develop a more diverse skill set. I don't feel it's getting better. I feel like it's getting worse. Let's hope collectively that soon it improves and we can enjoy glitch-free gameplay. We should be getting into the game shortly. Hopefully. Says the guy with a law degree. Well, chat, that was 4 years ago. That's not really worth a lot anymore. I personally say. Well, that's not true. Okay, that's a lie. But the relative value of a degree, as you don't do anything with the skill set, especially in a very rapidly moving field, definitely doesn't stack up. You know, what you invest in hopefully will flourish. I've invested in talking about video games, so I'm kind of locked into this now. And it might be time to talk about food. We don't know when the game is actually going to start up. Hopefully soon. But we have no guarantee. Maybe someone else took Hex Tech Flash Traption. Maybe we have more connection issues. Maybe I am disconnected. I kind of like the glitches. I'm glad to hear. That is good. That is awesome. Are you going for the late night radio vibes today? Not necessarily. But right now we are, because I've already talked as much about this setup in terms of draft as I can. And I am alone. So I do not want to strain my voice overly. So instead we're going all the way in the other direction. How do you like your steak cooked? I am personally not a big steak enjoyer. I don't really eat beef. I have adjusted my diet slightly to accommodate my output in terms of CO2. So as a result, I mostly eat vegetarian with some fish and chicken every now and then. I made a great chickpea curry yesterday. Turned out splendidly. Inspired by a classic chicken vindaloo, so a lot of garlic, a little bit of lime and vinegar. Turned out wonderfully. Some caramelized onions in there as well. It was very enjoyable. I am definitely a horrible baker. I can't bake that well. I have either my partner or my family for baking cake. Yeah, I'm not the baker. Personally, I'd like to stay away from baking as much as possible. And to me, baking feels very restrictive, and it just doesn't really do it for me. It's very different from cooking. And I am definitely hydrating. Do not worry. I have an immense glass of water right beside me here, and I'm good to go. I could talk non-stop for the next 3 hours, as surely at this point we should have gotten back in the Champ Select, but who knows? We are all on this wild journey into what hopefully will be a first game. Favorite protein? Either eggs or probably chicken. I don't have a lot of freedom. I like turkey when it's prepared well. Turkey is very finicky though. Favorite vegetarian dish? That is kind of a toughie because there's a lot of different forms of vegetarian dishes. I actually like vegetarian burgers when they're prepared well. Vegetarian chicken nuggets are very good. When you're talking about actual dishes, it's probably something Indian. I think Indian do vegetarian cuisine exceptionally well. But I'm not sure what. Probably a nice chickpea curry. Way better than mine. Mine is okay, but you know, from a good Indian place. That will be my my biggie. That will be my favorite. And with cooking, you can mess around a bit. That's the thing for me as well. Yeah, as it looks like we're getting into game, guys, so I can crank up the energy just a little bit. And we can get started here. 7th game of the day. Hysterics, why not? They have already gone through their shifts. We're going to crank it up here. V3 versus T1 V3 with a scaling bonanza. Versus a T1 who are looking to absolutely murder him in the early game. Favorite drink, non-alcoholic and alcoholic. I'm not big on alcohol. I don't really drink a lot. I'm a very sensitive man, so if I drink too much, I get very sad. So instead, I make a great virgin mojito. Personally, I'm very proud of my mocktails. My favorite drink as such, probably boba. I'm a bit basic. Do really enjoy boba. Or just a nice coffee. Anything, can be a latte, as long as it's not sweet. I like I like coffee with milk. I like coffee black, but don't like sugar in my coffee. Not quite my thing. And we're in here. Early invade coming through. Level 1 of Alistair. Notoriously horrible. Might lead to a split map situation here. And that could provide some early troubles here for Pon. I think Trigger and Cabby also are going to be a little bit sad about this, as they are going to spot it here. And fake walking out, but not actually walking out. And oh, if you walk into this, I'm going to do it. Going to check it first. Going to appropriately respect. REP. Making his way over. QP rather. Not going to get anything done right now. And I was expecting him to go for the clear. And as was Toland. Not going to be forced to flash, but does take a very big hit. And nice pathing here, I personally say. Think that the prio on both the mids and the bot lane is very tough to actually secure. So Forest now just going to get free buffs. Not a lot of recourse recompense for him. Can't really go for a bot side invade. Obviously, as we get into level 2, level 3, Trigger and Cabby will have a way easier time, as their all-in is extremely threatening. But level 1, as Alistair, you basically don't exist. You're not really a champion. You don't get to play the video game. Now from here on out, Trigger and Cabby definitely could be looking to put on the aggression. And I wonder whether Forest is just going to accept his lot in life, or whether he's going to try and invest a little bit of attention towards the Wukong. Instead, going for a gank here. Will force the flash there from RRE in the mid lane with his presence merely. So that is something. And with that, Victor now slowly getting shoved in. Trigger and Cabby also setting up a shove. Can he get a repeat gank here already? But I don't know if that's going to work out for us. Looks like RRE doesn't really want to walk up. As now we are going in, but do note, the Wukong is on its way. Trigger and Cabby, maybe a little bit more than you have to run out. We'll be fine, but Ghost and Cleanse are going to be used, as RRE unfortunately gets taken down. Early gank. Their second one hits the mark by Forest. Early kill for the Yone here. As nice early action here. A little bit of back and forth. I like the level 1 from V3, but overall, with the early pressure already coming through, and a lot of summoners blown as well by the 3-3 bot lane, it's not looking super good. Favorite kind of boba? Probably just classic black milk tea with brown sugar pearls. Not even particularly interesting, I know, but I like the classics. Favorite fruit? Either a good apple or mango, I'd personally say. I'm a huge fan of mango. My favorite tropical fruit, for certain. Pon, getting bullied in this lane as is appropriate. We'll have to back and use his teleport. Photon, just vibing here. Any pressure you can apply is good. Secure P going for the invade now. And I don't even think that you really have an angle here. Wave's way too big, and the 2v2 from Cabby and Trigger is so much stronger. Nila in these longer fights going to be able to do a lot, so expect them to just get the crash, peace out, get it back in here. Almost 40 CS here for the Nila. Very, very strong, all things considered. And do you like mango pudding? I do, yeah, personally, big fan. What kind of casting is this? I know, it's atrocious, isn't it? Absolutely horrifyingly boring. But unfortunately, this isn't a cast. I'm alone. So I am just having a grand old time with chat. We are co-streaming here. There is no action, as this is a LCK CL game. I'm memeing. LCK CL is actually pretty hard, all things considered, on the action. I will crank up the game audio a little bit for you guys. Let me know if this is better or if I need to crank it up more. I am here to help you guys out. Make sure that you have the best possible viewing experience. Where can I see the standing? On Leaguepedia. The tournament is there. Gist of it is LDL teams doing exceptional. LCK CL teams doing alright. Beat everyone that isn't LDL. And anyone that isn't either of those two is having a bit of a toughie. Very tough. This is not casting, this is an interview. My friend, I am interviewing myself. Well, we could do that. I can interview myself, but I don't think it'd be great content, personally. I think it'd be a little weird. And we might get there eventually in terms of weirdness. I don't think we've quite made it there yet. I think I need a little bit more time before we really go down the rabbit hole. QRP forced to flash. Forrest going in. Ultimate finds the mark from Toland. Takes down the Wukong, unfortunately. The late flash not going to be enough. And now 2-0 on the Yone. And we mentioned in Champ Select, T1, if they snowballed, they are looking good. Triple scaling lane for V3. And if all those lanes fall behind, playing the game becomes excruciatingly hard. Can you interview me? I would love to. I would love to. But I cannot factually interact in terms of voice with anyone else. It is just me. It is only me here. And that is it. It's slightly too low. Okay, I'll crank it just a bit. Just a little bit more. And hopefully it'll be better. I can give it a bit more if it's still not sufficient for you guys. Please let me know. I'm here to help. As this is not casting, this is vibes. That is actually what is happening. Yeah, that is we are co-streaming here. We are just having a good old time. Where is Faker? Faker was not good enough to play in a academy tournament, so he got benched for Toland. That is what I've heard, at least. And before I get angry DMs, this is I'm disclaimer. I'm making a joke. This is the Asia Star Challengers Invitational, so it's all up-and-coming players. As Forrest is just gonna go for a cheeky 1v2. Don't think he wins those, but bullying out Easy Man and Laxi by itself is already a big win. As oh no, you can't go in there. You can't walk up to that wave, Easy Man. Why did you do it? Gonna get taken down there. Cabby tanking, no problem. Has the unbreakable wheel. Laxi, my guy. He doesn't know. I guess that Cabby was piecing out, but you can't stay near that wave, unfortunately. There's no teleport available. And we have not buckled the trend, my friends. We have again succumbed to the iron laws of this tournament. It is a 4.5k gold lead at 8 minutes, and I will invite all of you to give me other stuff to talk about. It has not been a good time, and this game is only going to get worse from here on out. So let's talk about anything but the game. Because this game is done. This is not a deficit that one comes back from. And we'll talk a little bit about why, and then we'll close the gameplay chapter for the foreseeable future until we get into the next game. Because the next two games actually should be quite good. And I expect them to be a bit more a bit more competitive. And no, I don't think with Nuke with a pickup, this is probably going to be collector seconds. Early Dirk is really good in terms of laning phase, because the spike that the early lethality provides you really helps you on characters that ideally would look for an all-in. And on characters that build lethality second, such as, it's definitely an option here for Trigger. It's quite good. Even if you have to end up selling it later in the game, it's not the biggest loss. You get a lot of value out of it, and generally you're able to snowball a little bit more. He's going in 1v2. He's just doing that. That's not allowed. Trigger, you can't do that. Not okay. Not cool. As overall, to kind of close off the gameplay discussion, you have a composition on the V3 side that needs at the very least 2 item spikes, preferably 3. You can get there if you don't fall too far behind early. They are excruciatingly far behind, so they're going to lose every objective. They're going to get permadove, and there's nothing they can do about it. Case in point, even with the ultimate not hitting, doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. Cabby didn't even join. Cabby wasn't even there. He's there now. That's a that Wukong. That's the end of it. Alright, we're not going to talk about the game anymore. Let's... Trigger is going in 1v2. Trigger, my guy. Come on, you're better than that. That's not allowed. Appropriately punished here. So Trigger goes in. They'll still kill Easy Man and... No, okay. I thought Forrest was maybe going to go for a cheeky dive, but not going to be the case. Stop bullying. This is unfortunately the reality of this tournament. Is that beyond the early laning phase for any non-LDL or LCK Challengers team, it's tough. It doesn't go very well. And it is rather painful to watch. So let's talk about cooking. We have a variety of other topics that we can get to later on, but for now, stick with the cooking. No, he's going in 1v2. Shouldn't work, doesn't work. If they don't hit level 6 there, he probably kills them. That's the silliest part. That's the silliest part. Favorite Korean food? Jim Duck, I personally say. I am a big fan. It's either that or dakgalbi. But Jim Duck's probably my favorite. Soy-based stew. Has mandu, has sweet potato noodles. Has a really nice level of like savory and spicy. Very enjoyable. Favorite pasta dish? Probably carbonara, or... Yeah, I'd say carbonara. I think the simplicity of carbonara is truly what makes a dish shine. In general, if the less ingredients a pasta have, the more appreciative I have of it. As good as like tomato and meat sauces are, you know, and the more elaborate sauces can always hit the spot. The idea of very few ingredients making a very good dish always really appeals to me. Can you even improve when you get smashed like this? Not really. That's the unfortunate thing. Ideally, in a game where you're able to at least match, you can take away a lot more. Here, the individual gap is so big between the players that there isn't really a lot you can learn besides get better laning and get better mechanics early on. Because if your mechanics are better, you trade better, then a lot of the plays that T1 has now gone for are not really enabled. Other things include early game rotations and early game movement. RRE falling for the same gank twice when Forrest didn't show anywhere. And you know Forrest is going to be looking for a gank because he got his early buff taken, right? And invading a Wukong doesn't really work if you're Sejuani. So all those, I think, are lessons. But everything that happens past 8 minutes is irrelevant in this game. Doesn't matter at all. Little ingredients is good. I really appreciate it's specifically when it comes to pasta. I like maximalized cooking. I love Indonesian cuisine, and they cram the same like 8 things into almost every single dish, and it's still exceptionally good. So it just depends what the specific cuisine is. Personally, yeah, it's definitely a toughie, this one. Have you tried halloumi? I love halloumi. Yeah, halloumi is amazing. You don't really find it in Korea as much. When I lived in London, it was very easy to find. A little bit fatty at times for my liking, but really lends itself well to make like nice heavy veggie wraps and then kind of center it with a piece of halloumi. In general, I think cheese really lends itself well to so many different styles of cooking. Just a very versatile ingredient. Pon is definitely dead, and unfortunately will be getting taken down here. I don't know if Easyman is going to join him, but he decides the better of it, which is a good call. Don't try to save him. It will not work. Unfortunately, the jungle is not yours, and I gotta talk about the game a little bit. Will Photon 1 versus 3? Those are the questions. That's the game state that we're talking about now. That is really where we're at. Have you tried Filipino food? Only the staple. So I've tried adobo chicken. Love that. And that's really it. But I've heard it's quite nice. Unfortunately, just have not really been in a position to try it myself. What kind of desserts do you like? I am very easy with desserts. Chocolate, all good. Fruity stuff, amazing as well. Cheesecake, also fine. Panna cotta, anything. It's with desserts, I'm very easy. The only vaguely dessert thing that I don't really appreciate is shredded coconut. I love the flavor of coconut, but shredded coconut as a consistency that for me just doesn't really hit the spot. But that's about it. Everything else with desserts, I'm not easy to please. Donuts, yeah, also very good. You lived in London. What did you think of it? So personally, I didn't really like London. It's a city where I was freelancing at the time, so you got to understand when you start out as a caster, life's tough. Life's really hard. It's not unlike a lot of other early artists, you know, musicians or any performing art, really, even more traditional forms of arts, where when you start out, you take any work you can get, but the pay obviously isn't great. Generally will be very hard. You will be in between jobs very often. And I think London's a great city if you have the means, but it can definitely be prohibitively expensive if you are on a lower budget, which I was at the time. The one upside of London, to me, was the variety of food and restaurants, where you could find anything that you'd want in London, and it would be top-tier quality. So that part was cool. Outside of that, London, not really my city. I have Pecorino Romano in my fridge right now, because as mentioned previously, I love carbonara. I make a vegetarian version of it quite often myself, where we substitute the delicious, but unfortunately for me, not on the menu, pork with just a little bit of butter and oil, you know, so it will still emulsify. Doesn't quite get as good, but you gotta make do. Love that cheese. Love the sharpness. Very, very good. If you're wondering, what the hell did I just walk in on? Why is this guy not talking about the video game at hand? Why is he alone? What even is this? Where's the T1 players that I know? Where's my normal V3? This is the Asia Star Challengers Invitational. It's an academy, an up-and-coming and developmental leagues tournament between teams from the VCS, the LJL, the PCS, the LCK, and the LPL, obviously. And I don't have a co-caster, so I'm going off script whenever I feel like it, because when you have a co-caster, talking about games that are over is fine. When you do it by yourself, I do not recommend it. I would implore you to try, and you will quickly realize what a dreary existence it is to just sit around and talk about a game where one team has not almost double the amount. That's not quite fair. They're still 12k gold off. But if we keep getting kills over like this, maybe we can get there. Toland goes in, doesn't find the ultimate. But while this is happening, this is 3 versus 4. Photon's just gonna tank a turret. Doesn't need to do that at all. As Forest does eventually die, it will trade back. And I made your way over towards the bot side turret, and I can only hope, for both V3's sakes and all of ours, that this game is over soon. It's a toughie. To visit, London's great. If you're just on a trip, wonderful, great restaurants, lovely museums. Overall, I think very exciting. Very, very nice. Which team do you think will win Worlds? The obvious ones, to me, would be JDG and Gen.G. Those are my no-brainer picks. For Dark Horses, I'd probably go with Top. I think Top's a dark horse, and I have very limited knowledge of the LPL, so take that with a grain of salt. To me, as a non-LPL connoisseur, Top feels like a team that just never actually gets it done. They get close very often. They're individually very good players. But do I have faith in them to actually win the tournament, not at all. And Damwon would be my other one. I don't think Damwon has looked particularly good all year. And if you haven't watched LCK, that might come as a little bit of a surprise. Especially with Nuguri coming back, and he has looked quite good recently, and on paper upgrading the bot lane. But Canyon's form in particular has been very lackluster throughout the year, and they really took a lot of time to kind of mesh. So I could see them come up and be a lot better. And teams like EDG, T1, I think will just be really good and will make it to quarters or semis without too much of a hitch. Just don't know if they have what it takes to, you know, get to the extra step, or take that extra step, rather, get to the next level and really find a meta that works for them. But Worlds meta is always very different from playoffs, so could be completely off. I think all teams will also really benefit from having a little bit of a break, so it should be a really interesting tournament. I'm really excited. I think it'll be very close as per usual, and we never really know what happens going into Worlds, and that's always the best part for me. And yeah, it's not really an official cast. That is really the main difference with normal casts. I am just here to entertain you guys, and if the gameplay is good, don't worry. We bring up the energy. We can talk more energetic. We can really get going with the play-by-play. But the state of this game doesn't really warrant it. As Pon just sees enemy and flashes away. So I'd rather take it easy with you guys and just have a good time. And that's what we're doing. So questions on food are fine. Questions on worlds, on gameplay are all completely on board. And that's what we're doing. What are JDG's strengths? I am not the guy to ask. We have Mazel later on today. As I love it. Hail Mary engage. Cabby single-handedly blocks it though. And while this is 4 versus 5. Well, what's 3 is... Oh, Toland, no, stop, you're already ending. Oh, it's a clean ace. Oh, 12, they didn't even need Photon. Photon was just vibing by himself. As 21 minutes was all it took. And hopefully the next 2 games will be a little bit closer, all things considered. Oh my god. That was something. Is this Chronicler? It is in fact Chronicler. It is me. And this is not exclusive to the LJL. This is a trend that we have witnessed throughout the entirety of this tournament. When LDL or LCK CL face a team that isn't one or the other, or themselves, it's very quick. It's merciless. It's a slaughter. And that's what happened here. Not a lot to take away from this one. You draft triple scaling into Neela, Yone and Aatrox, which is a really illegal comp, but hand stiff means it doesn't really matter, all things considered. So overall, I'd love a 4 LPL versus 4 LCK team in quarter, as long as we get a spread. You know, get those LPL LCK best of 5s that we have been denied. Maybe we can even win a few of them. That'd be great. I'm definitely not sad about the fact that we've lost the last 3 international tournaments with a 5th game loss in a best of 5. Doesn't hurt at all. I'd rather get 3-0, chat. You know, like this, what we're seeing here from LGL, from Vivri Academy, it hurts, but at least it's quick, it's painless. It is a surgical cut. That wasn't the case. That wasn't the case for. I'm still dealing with it, as you might be hearing in my voice, the immeasurable sadness of seeing your team get close but not quite get it done. But hey, at least we make it to finals every time, so that's cool. Got 3 teams in semis in the last Worlds. That was something. As I have not tried Swedish food personally. Let's take a look at the damage graphs here. I'm not going to be able to tell you anything that you're not seeing yourself here, my friends. This is murder. This is a stomp. This is not even remotely close. The funniest thing here is that Pon actually did more damage than Photon. Shame on you, Photon. Actually, scratch that in general. T1 barely did any damage. Because they didn't need to. They just kill all the structures. Don't really need anything else. Who cares? No problem whatsoever here for T1. Very funny. Very, very funny. And as we go into the next 2 games, those should be more competitive. If I'm not mistaken, we'll have Damwon Kia versus FPX Blaze, and then T1 versus FPX Blaze. And both of those games are actually fun, or should be. Based on recent trends, it will just be FPX Blaze winning both of them, but the games actually have been competitive. We actually get back and forth, and we get actual gameplay. In this game, unfortunately, no gameplay, only murder, only stomping, only a true shellacking in the truest sense of the word, as V3 past the early few levels was unable to match the mechanical level that T1 possessed, and they got boomed. And you can only say that so many times before it gets boring, as we're watching replays, but really what we're doing is we're mentally preparing everyone. Mentally preparing for the up and coming games, which hopefully will be, and in all honesty, should be more entertaining than the ones we had just now. Thank you guys so much for sticking with me. I hope you're all having a grand old time. I am looking forward to being a little bit more hyped up, as after the break, we're going to get back into the next matches. I'll be here for 2 more. And do not worry, there is plenty more gameplay. We got Mazel after me, if I remember correctly. I think we even got Kelsey coming in later today, but don't pin me on that. It might actually just be Mazel. I think Kelsey might be coming in tomorrow. But we got a whole lineup, and it's going to be really fun. Stick around, grab a drink, and we'll see you guys in a bit.
作为2019年9月由 MS 和 LST 合并后成立的新赛区 ，PCS 赛区成立以来展现了稳健的赛区实力，始终在国际大赛上拥有一席之地。2021年 BYG 战队是 PCS 冉冉升起的一支新秀，初崭露头角便一鸣惊人。而 BYG.A 战队有着更为年轻而热血的灵魂。同时，队内也拥有经验丰富、老道的选手作为中流砥柱，在比赛中稳定军心。希望 BYG.A 的队员们如同队名一般，超越阻碍，超越困难，超越原来的自己，拿下本次2022亚洲挑战者之星邀请赛的好成绩。J-Team 战队前身为台北暗杀星，拥有 S2 世界冠军的2016 MS 夏季赛甫一登场便技惊四座。此后一直是赛区的夺冠热门队伍之一。作为一支拥有祖上荣光的老牌豪门战队 ，J-Team 将以青春姿态迎接此次2022亚洲挑战者之星邀请赛的挑战，能否突出重围，且看今朝。
Judge me for my mistakes, taking those my chance I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking those my chance I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. You judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
好的，欢迎各位召唤师。那么接下来这场精彩的对决是由 FPB 对战到 DK 战队。接下来让我们首先有请 FPB 登场，有请。接下来让我们欢迎上单 Caritas 打野好夜，中单青 ADC 星爷以及辅助乐乐。再次欢迎 FPB， 有请他们走入比赛的对战席。好的，接下来让我们来一起看一下 DK 战队。上单 Thanato 打野 Lucy， 中单 Pubi ADC Rahel， 辅助 Bible。那么两支战队都已经集结完毕，接下来让我们赶紧把画面交给今天的二位解说。
Welcome back, everyone, to the Asia Star Challengers Invitational. I am Chronicler. I will be your caster for the foreseeable future, and I'm really excited to bring this game between FPX Blaze and Dom1 Kia. Now, I definitely told a lie earlier. FPX Blaze and T1 are not playing until later today. So, this is the one game that you and I will share together that should be good. So please, please, let it be good. That's all I'm asking. That's all I want. Just give me a competitive back and forth. Last time, between Nongshim and EDG, that's what we got. I don't need Dom1 winning. I ain't greedy. All I am asking for is a competitive game where neither team gets a 5k gold lead at 8 minutes. Alrighty. Let's hope this is going to work out. And I'm skeptical. I have been let down a lot over the last couple of days. But I am ready to believe. And I hope you're right there with me as Zeri, handshake coming through here. Yuumi, of course, taken away. Lulu seems like a no-brainer pickup here. Alternatively, early Vi Secure could be really good here. It's a pick that Lucid plays very well. And it also is a good matchup both into the Wukong, but it also provides reliable lockdown for the Zeri. Whichever you are not getting the picking is going to get banned away, and it will be that Vi. I like the pickup here. I think that making sure that you have a guaranteed lockdown for the Zeri in of itself, very valuable. Vi came up as a counter to Wukong. And to top it all off, Vi Ahri, extremely strong in the 2v2. So quite a good setup here to start off for Dom1 Kia, but Ahri and Vi do really scale with your proactiveness and to what extent you're actually able to leverage the power that they do have. Jaxban coming through here. Might be leaning towards Camille pickup here. Counter pick surely will be that top lane here. Thanatos carry top laner in general. Lulu pickup, if it's not going to get banned here, that Renata ban is a dead giveaway. Gotta ban Lulu. If you don't want to face it, gotta get rid of it. Because there is no way that you don't R4 Lulu here if you are Dom1 Kia. And let's see whether or not FPX Blaze agrees with me or whether they want to take a different direction. Do ban away the Lulu. I love it when a plan comes together. Now, what will be the pick up here? Amumu is a pick that doesn't necessarily work super well together with the Sivir, but Bible had probably his best game on that in the LCK, and it is quite good into Zeri specifically. And into the many short-range characters that are already available for FPX Blaze, I think an Amumu pickup here could feel quite strong. Going to be the Aatrox here instead. And Aatrox, a pick that definitely is counterable. Jace, we've not seen in quite a while. Kartis, thinking of throwing the gauntlet here. Would love to see that. I think Jace is a super fun champion. But it is also a risky call playing Jace into Vi. I think that the topside ganks are somewhat exceptional. Gonna be Dinar instead. Not excited about that. I know Kartis is a great Gnar. I respect it, but I mean more Gnar as a champion. I feel like I've seen enough of Gnar over the course of recent times. So Rakan really augments the follow-up that you have with Vi. That's a big surprise coming through. Leona, Mace on his hands, very good into Zeri. Amumu, we already discussed why it would be a strong pick. And Rakan, in terms of laning phase, provides very little, but is exceptional in later game and mid-game team fights where you can follow up with the Vi. Braum is very, very different in terms of what it provides. It is much better in lane. The level 1 that you get is exceptional, and I'm hoping that Dom1 Kia actually utilize that power. And I am kind of wondering what will end up happening here, whether they will actually try to leverage that. And of course, into the short range composition that's on the enemy team. Braum can provide quite a lot of value. We still call him orange buff, yeah. But he did get a lot better, and then until we got nerfed, we kind of learned to respect him. Yeah, I don't think Jace is good at all. We have what I consider to be one of the best Jace players in the world in the LCK, and he stopped picking it in Zeus. So if he doesn't pick it, I'm gonna take his word for it. And the champion's bad. But I would still like to see it. I don't care about champions being bad. I want entertaining gameplay, chat. I want enjoyment. I want fire. I want flames. I want shenanigans. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I want. That's what I need. And that's what all of you, hopefully, are going to get with me as we slowly load into the game. FPX Blaze versus Damwon Kia. Very important match for Damwon Kia. They are currently not looking too hot in regards to that odds of making it out of this group. Team that in best of ones was second only to T1 in the regular split of LCK Challengers. Of course, got reverse swept in the finals. Quite painful. As overall, thematic consistency on FPX Blaze is quite good. You know, 3 orange champions and then 2 champions, as we hear some pinks going down. Might have some early game action here. I personally am very happy with, as we are making our way over. As let's see, we'll end up no action here. So a couple of notes. We do have Bible going for the Unsealed Spellbook, very strong on the Brom. Seen a lot of supports pick this. You can use Smite and Teleport are the 2 most notorious ones. Poolbay not going for the Unsealed Spellbook, but going for more aggression, which with a via mid makes a lot of sense. And then Thanatos lastly going for the Comet Tech. Into ranged matchups provides you with a more reliable way of actually utilizing your Keystone. Because trying the Pro Conqueror into a Gnar is an impossible task. And we are not flaming anyone here, chat. We are here for good and friendly banter. Yeah, it's okay to have a little bit of a giggle every now and then, but let's, at least while I'm here, I ask kindly of you, be your best self, and I will thank you greatly for it. As overall, early levels here, Raul and Xinye both starting with an early call. So the bot lane should be fairly devoid of action. Lucid is pathing over towards that bot side. We've seen so many level 2 ganks come through. And it looks like Poolbay might be on the receiving end here as well. Does have the flash available. Flashes now, but that means that he will get thrown back. And that's a dead Ahri. Very nicely done here. Again, the level 2 ganks. They've been more and more popular. Poolbay trying to utilize the early presence that he has to get a lot of pressure, get an early crash, and then set himself up for a nice lane situation. But instead, he got boomed. He got boomed real bad. And now is forced to use his teleport very early on. In terms of wave state, not the end of the world. Kill going over to Haye is quite big. Wukong is one of the champions that really utilizes extra gold well. Makes him a much bigger threat. Gives him the potential to find some solo kills as well. And there is no casters. It is just me. I am alone. In that, if we go truly insane, we can always bring out the weird other accent voices, but I'd prefer to save that for emergencies. And I don't think we had an emergency. I think this game will be quite fun. Nice early gank here found by FPX Blaze. Do also note that no summoners were invested from them. So return ganks pre-6 have a very high chance of succeeding. And unexpected Thanatos really taking a beating earlier on. Very nice CSing. As Xing is gonna have to flash here at least. Not gonna do so. Okay, well then you're just dead. Not too sure about that one. Yeah, not flashing the charm there unfortunately leads to certain doom. As Lucid did get the topside crab, but is a little bit behind in terms of CS. Because Haoye was able to soak XP off of mid. So slightly dead in terms of CS. It's very, very even still. All I can think about is carbonara. I get it. Carbonara is just the best. It's such an elegant dish as well. All you need is, you know, 2 cheeses, eggs. If you make the actual version, the vegetarian version I roll with, a little bit of... I forgot the name of the actual pork cut, but you can use bacon as well, you know. Any fatty pork will do, as long as you can render the fat from it. And that's it. A little bit of pasta water, some salt and pepper. Absolutely delicious. And I would quite like it if someone could bring me a carbonara right now. But I am the one cooking in the Chronicler household. So if I'm not making carbonara, it ain't happening. Oh, that's a big Winter's Bite. But Zeri gonna peace out, not wanting to have anything to do with that. Topside is rather interesting. Neither jungler is really committing thus far, but these health bars are prime for a gank, and a misstep from either of them can lead to an early kill as Thanatos. That's a bit of a painful one. Does find the chains. Hop has to be invested. Both of them getting quite close to 6, but the immediate spike obviously much bigger for Thanatos, so Karthus does need to respect, but is building up his Maganar. Oh, I'm loving this threat from Karthus. If he hits 6 mid-Mega, that'd be huge. Thanatos gonna have to be very careful, but with here, the wave now getting pushed in, I don't think we're actually getting any action. Thanatos also going to hit quite soon. And Boneplating procced. Thanatos not quite 6 yet, and with Karthus hitting 6, that will be the end of that play. But you shouldn't really add vegetables to carbonara for the traditional recipe. Is hold that thought, we're going in. Thanatos gets taken very, very low, trying to sustain up. Needs to sidestep, finds the dash. Stays alive. Oh, we are getting fireworks here on the top half of the map. Karthus waiting in the brush. Do note both of these top laners have their teleport available. But this first back, I do think is going to be a little bit stronger here from Thanatos. Karthus going for one more shove in. But do note that, assuming he'll go for the Eclipse build, that is a very strong one-iron power spike. So, going to be feeling good here. The back and forth. We're getting it, chat. We're getting an actual game. And I'm loving it. I'm having a wonderful time. I just want something that is in the stomp, so I can flex the play-by-play muscles a little bit. And overall, early Drake going over. This is an interesting take, but I personally value a first Drake Ocean quite highly. Overall, I think Ocean Drake is pretty meh, and it's the worst soul by an incredibly large margin. But being able to pick up an early Ocean Drake, especially in lanes like top lane, actually I think has a pretty big impact. Oh, I don't know about this one. Who's going to get the red buff? That's going to be huge. I think it was Lucid in the end, so we'll pick it up. But might now die here. Very nicely done by Haoye. Lucid's going to get taken down, and the response from the rest of Damwon just a little bit too slow. Xing, really good job there using the proactive power of the Taliyah to get himself that roam. Thanatos is just standing guard. Not going to be the case. And if you hit 6 as Lucid off of that play, I think you're allowed to try and make it happen, but not respecting appropriately. Don't do that. No, I don't think this works. Oh, actually it does. I am completely wrong. We'll die for it here, surely, although he does have flash still available. Yeah, I'm gonna force a flash, and as an LCK player, or as an LCK caster I don't think that's a play you go for. Nah, might now open up a Rift Herald very early on here. Lucid with the W, going to be able to do a lot of damage. And that was a really winning play. Like, it was really, really big. Now, do have Karthus making his way over, so never mind. In the end, favorable trade here for FPX Blaze, and Karthus, I wonder if he's going to try to actually keep this leash. Looks like it will be the case. And I don't think they know. So, scratch that. Overall, wonderfully done here. Karthus not only zoning away Lucid, and now, oh, Dama, you don't want to get in here. No, you do not want to go in, but they're going to try regardless. There is, of course, a cooldown disadvantage. Haoye now making his way over, but he is going to get taken down. Tries to get to the eye, doesn't quite get that. Karthus, Maganar into choke points, can't chase that, and I'm a bit confused, chat. I am being thrown for a curveball here, because there's a lot of shenanigans going on, with people dying where they shouldn't, people starting objectives where they shouldn't. It's a bit of a mess, but at the very least, it's a mess where both teams are trying their very best, and we're not looking at a stompy game, and that's enough to make me happy. And yeah, I think Nog could pick it up. I do agree. Not quite sure what happened there, and I also surprised positively by the call from Damwon there. They are, of course, one of the more aggressive LCK teams. Thanatos doesn't have an ultimate and definitely needs to respect. As Kartus keeps the pressure going. And due to that play from Thanatos, the roam that he went for is now substantially far behind in terms of CS. Overall good, though. That even. And when it comes to scaling, we actually have a pretty interesting set of circumstances here where I'd give the edge to Damwon because they actually have Peel for their Sivir. But overall, the FPX Blaze comp has great engage, exceptional 5v5 team fighting, and so much CC that the navigation from Damwon needs to be very, very crisp. But they do have ways to shut down the Zeri between the Vi and the Ahri. We could also get a Hextech Rift here, an Hextech Rift, when it comes to creating flank opportunities, which both Gnar, but most notably Aatrox and Vi absolutely love, could prove to be very, very big. Also, FPX Blaze want to make sure that they don't give up this Herald, or this Dragon rather, that's about to come up. And we'll see whether that is going to be a successful endeavor for them. Xing just throwing out the heal, has plenty of summoners available, has unsealed his spellbook. But looking at the immediate power spikes that have been hit, it's 1 spikes across the board here for Damwon Kia, whereas on the side of FPX Blaze, not quite the case yet. Do see the backs coming through now, a little late, but with the TP towards mid, should still be able to generate prior easily. Crown done here. Crown, good into Vi, good into Aatrox, but into the Sivir specifically, I don't think it's the best item. Would personally really like to Ludens here. I think the immediate spike and the added magic penetration that you get when the enemy is disincentivized to build them up is quite strong. And do spot the Vi here. Just gonna go in. And again, he might live, but not even gonna be the case. That was on full vision. Surely we didn't know Bible was there, but that is the 3rd time. And after picking up a couple of early kills, Hauye maybe not quite respecting his opponents to the extent that he should. And now, as a result, we will have the 2nd Drake, or should rather, go over to Damwon Kia here. And 2 Drake lead this early on with a composition that scales well. Quite impressive. Do get a little bit of poking here. I'm loving this attempt at trying to, at the very least, maybe get an exit kill, maybe get a trade. Not going to be the case here. And now, going the way on the Bible, will get taken down here. Using a stopwatch, understandable, but ultimately not necessary. Bible does save Poolbay with that. Maybe otherwise Poolbay had to use a summoner. That might have been the thinking process there. And Poolbay in trouble here. Does have the flash available. Flashes out very far as Howie. Oh no. He just dies. Poolbay. Xing's low. Lele does have the stopwatch, and I don't think Poolbay can actually chase it. But if he had an ultimate, that would have been the end of it. Now Thanatos making his way over. Uses the ult. Finds the flash, and it's a disaster for FPX Blaze here. Xing gonna get out. Nice use of the ultimate, but Hauye, you gotta step it up. A lot of mistakes coming through here. And that is a huge win across the board for Damwon Kia here. Now Xingye stuck by himself. Lucid. No counterplay to that one. Flash Q. Autos coming through, and that kill going over to Rahel as well. And I want to reiterate, this is an important game for Damwon Kia. Poolbay might be dead here. Brom is on the way though, and Xing gonna go for the turret instead. No ultimate for Thanatos here, so Kartus definitely has a nice win though, but I don't know if he has the upfront burst. Steel plates. Steel caps, rather. Plated steel caps. Man, steel plates. I don't think we should have steel plates in League. I guess Urgot has steel plates because he's a metal crab, but that's neither here nor there. Thanatos doesn't have an ultimate, looking like he is surely going to get boomed here. It's going to be the case. Nicely done by Hauye. And that's a cross-map kill. A little bit of payback for some of the carnage that Damwon Kia have been able to find, but in the grand scheme of things, you'll still take this trade. Yeah, Aatrox dying. A little sad. Picking up another kill. First turret blood here, solo, going over to the Sivir. It's one of the biggest being conditions. Damwon Kia looking good. Now do note, it's a Cloud Soul. Me. As that's a quick back, I guess. Is Kartus just dead? I'm thoroughly confused, chat. I swear I only understand half of what is going on in this game. I hope we get a replay of that. Because I'm not sure what just happened. I don't. Oh, that's a cute ward spot there from Bible. I don't think that's envisioned at the turret. Nicely done. That's a cute ward. I don't know if I've seen that one before recently. Yeah, that was interesting for sure. They really wanted that. It's not even first turret blood though, and like you lose so much tempo because of this. Like how you're dying there is in of itself and execute is like kind of whatever. Although obviously recalling is better. But it's not the end of the world. But then also Carter's dying, being forced to teleport topside. They lose Heralds. Xing's dead, despite the crown, and FPX Blaze having a really tough time here in Damokia in a time where they needed to deliver if this team wants to actually make it out of the group. So far, this match looking peachy. They can pick themselves up the next Drake in a minute and a half. Cloud Soul on these characters. Sivir, Ahri, Aatrox with a movement speed boost after their ultimates and just extra movement speed in general. Oh man, that'll be something. That'll be something. I've seen. Oh, this is not over. If you think that Dom and Kia have won this game for sure, I would ask you to reconsider, because I've co-streamed enough challenger games to know that nothing in life is ever certain when it comes to challenger gameplay. And I assume the LDL is the same. That's how I feel about regular LPL matches. So I can only imagine the Academy League is very similar in that regard. And do you really appreciate that FPX Blaze not giving up? Good respect here from Thanatos. He needs to be very careful. If he walks up too far and Xing is able to zone him off, he will surely die. But he's respectful, doesn't overextend, knowing that the enemy team is going to contest Drake. And look at these item spikes. 2 items done for Rahel. Eclipse for Thanatos. Poolbay now just off of a fresh base. Picked himself up a Banshees as well. See if they can actually proc this crown on the Talia here. Carter's making his way over. Lucid. That was definitely a smite. He'll only have one now. Maybe trying to... maybe he was actually trying to proc Mega on Carter's. I'm not sure if getting smote generates... Because that would actually be really cool if that was the play. Poolbay now on the flank position. Do note that the power of Meganar still needs to be respected here. Carter's will get spotted here. Thanatos not going to win that 1v1. And the poke is really strong here from Team FPX Blaze. But look at this. Poolbay on a great flanking position. The hard engage is there for Donwon Kia if they choose to go for it. Xing gonna get his crown procced. Gonna take Poolbay's. Banshees will, at least for now. Both of these teams trying to get this Drake, but the ensuing fight, I think, much more important than what happens here. Poolbay still in the flank position. The poke now starting to come through, and I think you're gonna give this one up. FPX Blaze will go out in a blaze of glory. Not gonna be the case. Decide not to flip the game over a soul point. And slow and steady wins the race. Donwon Kia picked themselves up. A third Drake is Soul Point 9 available for them. And it's pretty clear it's over for FPX Blaze. So I want to... This is a great moment, chat. So I'm gonna tell you guys a carefully guarded caster secret. It's just between you and me. Don't tell anyone else. Contrary to popular opinion, generally, casters are not idiots. I myself pride myself on being a brave exception to that rule, but we know when the game is over. And right now I can tell you guys, because guess what? This is a co-stream. I'm not actually casting. But my job, and any caster's job, is to make it exciting. So the next time that you're in Twitch chat and you see someone say, "Poh, these idiot casters, this game was over 15 minutes," we know. We've been racking our brain. We've been trying desperately to find any angle to make it interesting. We in the LCK actually don't do that very often, because instead we'll just we'll just meme and talk about random nonsense. But in a lot of other regions, they actually do try to do their job, and it's a toughie. Is this game over? Probably. I don't think it's this is not the point where I would start talking about other games, because I've seen games like this be lost through mispositions of AD carries and just carries in general. If Rahel and Poolbay get caught at the beginning of a fight, they get a big Minar ultimate, or they get a Nautilus ult on the Sivir and she doesn't spell shield, Hauye gets into the backline, and they blow up the carry, the necessary damage might not be there for Damwon, and this early on, there's still a lot of base resistances that are quite strong on the side of FPX Blaze. But all things considered, this game should 100% be over. Yeah, I do agree. I do agree. Who called you an idiot? Myself, mostly. But the cool thing is, if you do it yourself first, then, you know, like preemptively, you're way ahead of the curve. So when it happens, it's not as bad as Lucid goes in. Very nice Zhonya's there, gonna bait a bit, but no one actually dying yet. Stopwatch coming through here for Lele. Thanatos making his way over as well, but do note, Aganar slowly on its way. Damwon trying to decide better. The Thanatos not going to take the risk, choosing to just use his ultimate here. Xing going in, optimistic to say the least, trying to maybe get something going. And despite the flash from Poolbay, with Thanatos being a little bit slow in the play, not going to get anything here. And all this doing is just setting the stage for the subsequent fight, because that's the important one. And if we look at that, cooldown's being used, flash on Vi, pretty decent, but Rahel was his flash. And that's what we're going to be looking towards, because he might actually be able to finish his Infinity Edge. And if Sivir gets Infinity Edge and you don't kill her in the first 3 seconds of a fight, it's doomed. It's over. It is immediately donezo. And yep. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Great. I don't know if you guys have... Maybe this is too much of a boomer thing. If you haven't seen the movie Liar Liar, I would recommend it. Great flick with Jim Carrey. Absolutely wonderful movie where the power of lies is highlighted with comedic hijinks. Very, very funny. Is Chronicler memeing when he says the game is over? So... sometimes. In this case, no, I think the game state is extremely favorable to Damwon. And despite the Zeri existing on the enemy team and Zeri Talia being a very good core, if both teams play out the game very well, Damwon should win. In my opinion, at least. As a triple stopwatch now available for Damwon here. This is what we in the LCK call the Valdez check. Brendan Valdez, play-by-play, notorious for his hatred of the item stopwatch. As they might have caught some people off guard, but Damwon doesn't want to go too far. Grabbing mid prio here first. Topside also shoved in. But no vision on the Drake itself. Damwon, though, they can give up this Drake. They don't really have to care. All things considered, as Lucid gonna find Kartis. Still 30 seconds on the Drake. FPX Blaze, too early. And Damwon, they're gonna get a free turret for this. That's gonna be the end of the Bible. Standing guard. Takes down Hauye. I think they might get an inhib even if they want to take the risk. Not going to be the case. Guarding the choke point here. Damwon get a mid lane turret for free effectively. Shoved in that wave as well. Have prio on mid now. And making the way over. Oh, Bible. That's not the right way. That's not the right way. Do note, Card is not here right now. Lele with the Zhonya is going to keep himself alive for now. Damwon might have made a crucial mistake here. Crucial error. Will just be a Drake. It's not the end of the world in of itself. As Cardis, I don't know about that one, Lucid. I don't know about that one. And as we mentioned, Damwon have a big lead, but giving up kills like this for free could lead to disaster. And this is why, as a caster, you never call a game over until the Nexus falls. And that's a free lesson right there. That was a bounty? What? How are there bounties? How are there bounties? That is a wee bit confusing to me. Do online. I mean, 3k gold lead is good, but I guess the Drake's factor in as well, and the amount of objectives that have been taken by Damwon, but little bit of a sussy bounty situation going on there. Bible, unfortunately, misplay. Even if he does get himself the door, I don't know if it's enough. Still will take a lot of damage, but it definitely helps. As oh yeah, that's a painful one. Nice to see chain there. Well done here, and due to the teleport being available and LJL.A going for a stopwatch build as opposed to just, or Zhonya's build rather, as opposed to just having a single stopwatch, saves them there. And then Lucid going in here is definitely unnecessary. And Xing on this Taliyah has played it many times in this tournament and very good awareness situationally. Been working out well. Listening to him talking to himself. I guarantee you, I am completely fine talking to myself. I am not wishing I had a co-caster at all. Here we get the engage, but do note again, PoolBay gonna get taken very low. Might have a trade here. LJL.A still alive, and that is the backline gone now. Damwon Kia in deep trouble here. Health bars are low though on the other side as well. Kartis, LJL.A both in trouble. Damwon Kia not really respecting the fact that this is a Nautilus with stopwatch engaging on him. Needs to be combined as... Ooh, I don't know about that one. Gonna be able to get the ward regardless. This is my second game of the night. Yeah. Second game for tonight. It is Challengers. Yeah, this just happens sometimes. As much as I like Damwon Kia, as much as I like PoolBay, when it comes to decision making, at times our teams have a little bit of a toughie. Overall game state, still favorable to Damwon. All they need is one flip to go their way. Rahel also so strong now, so as long as they play a bit more defensively and allow the Sivir to just get in autos, I think they're going to be feeling very good in every situation. But to give over a couple more of these mid-game fights, that's... Oh no, it doesn't even flash. Wow, Lucid. What an ice-cold gamer. Not even... I would have flashed that 100%. Don't stop Baron. I mean, the FPX Blazers comp is completely fine. Yeah. There's no reason why they wouldn't be able to come back here. And at least we get the back and forth that we've been looking for. Damwon Kia with a couple of crucial mid-game mistakes. Phoenix Blaze with some great team fighting as well. Doing a good job here. And both teams also just keep running into... First it was Brom plays, and now it is Taliyah W's. Bible. That is Brom, and he will live. But that was a bit scary, and I'd prefer Damwon Kia to not continuously go for plays like that. I am getting a wee bit worried here, chat. Oh, baby. And, on Zeri, it's going to be an insane comeback. Yeah, definitely will be big. Kartis now might be in trouble. Drake up in a minute. Should be able to kill the Gnar here. Xing has teleport available, but PoolBay can match, so... Pretty sure that this should just be a quick kill on the Gnar. Hops away, gets the slow, and she's going to force a teleport. So, win all things considered. Card is nicely done. Gets out, doesn't even have to use his flash. Not sure what was happening there with Thanatos going back to the wave. And yeah, I really hope Zeri's not meta. Edwards, nothing against Xingye. But I've had enough Zeri for forever. Really, yeah. I much prefer if that champion was not a big part of our meta going into Worlds. But we'll see. Kalista got nerfed, so that's one of the answers kind of gone out of the way now. As Damwon Kia clearly not interested at all in contesting for this Drake. They do have a very fast Drake, although Rahel wasn't actually autoing. Now the turn has to come through. Have to actually find LJL.A. Gonna be walking into this brush. PoolBay doesn't need the charm. That's big. That charm could have forced, at the very least, the Zhonya's. Maybe even looked for an angle for a fight. Not going to be the case. Thanatos now making his way over. Hauye just standing watch. PoolBay is going to get spotted on that ward towards the side. Card is going in aggressively. This is all about can the Sivir auto attack. Hauye taking a little bit of damage. Does use his smite. Do note Bible, smite and ignite. Right now, and you can see the hesitation. You can see the fear with Damwon Kia. They need to respect. They have a really nice flank setup as Cardis goes in, but this is very telegraphed. I don't know if this is going to work. Bible does tank. Will go down here in the end, but have they done enough? Rahel is still full health. Double stopwatch comes through. Lucid now coming through in the back. And that is the first reset to come through. Lucid gets taken down. Will get blown up in the back of the team fight here, but look at Rahel. He's making his way for Lucid still alive. How did he live there? Absolute insanity here. Poolbay going to chase over, and this is the fight that Damwon was looking for. And that might very well be the end. And in a must-win game, Damwon now going to be making their way through the mid lane. Already opened up the door earlier on. And this time around, they kick it in. Damwon with... I can't believe it's not an ace, but it's a clean fight 4 for 0 here. And maybe the nerfs kind of getting there. 2 FPX Blaze cards with a very, very telegraphed engage. Not quite working out. And we talked about the Sivir. Need to take that champion down. Didn't actually come to fruition. And after a back and forth, Damwon able to pick up a crucial victory here over FPX Blaze. As I take a sip of water. Nicely done here by Damwon, and what this means, well, this makes the rest of the group a little bit more exciting, because it was looking like a T1 that very clearly was going to be in a second place position with FPX Blaze going for first if they had won here. And FPX Blaze still considered, I think, the favorites to make it out of the group between T1 and Damwon. It's a lot closer now, but big win for Damwon. This at least keeps the opportunity for them alive to possibly find a way to make it out of the group, which at the beginning wasn't looking very likely. Might also mean some tiebreakers later during the day. Wonder whether that is going to be the case, as overall, Damwon finding a big win here. Much more consistent performance. I in particular want to shout out Rahel, who had a very rough first 2 days of the tournament, or I think it was the first day. Didn't look like himself at all, because Rahel, in my opinion, really similar player to Ghost. Outside of Aphelios pop-offs, he's very much a hang back and let the rest of my team enable me player, but died a lot in the first couple of series that they played. So overall, nice win here. I'm only casting one more game after this. Indeed. If there are tiebreakers, it's Mazel that's going to be taking care of them for you guys. So I will be leaving you after one more game. I won't call what I do casting. I'm just here to entertain you lot. You lovable nerds. But after this game, I will do one more, which, if I'm not mistaken, is FPX versus V3. Then after that, I will be taking my leave, and I'll be making myself some food, because I am all this talk about food has made me pretty hungry. As we do see that dip in gold when FPX Blaze found 2 good picks in a row. Damwon really slipping a little bit there in the focus. Did get a little dicey, and we did see the power of FPX Blaze that comp in terms of enabling themselves to get picks. But overall, Damwon getting a big win here. And I personally, I obviously want LCK Challengers to win. Let's be honest, I'm extremely biased. We all know it. It's it's fine. That's just how it works. But I'm really looking forward to having actual best of 5s between LPL or LDL rather and LCK CL. I think that's where we're really going to see more fun back and forths and a little bit more entertainment. These best of 1s. Most of you guys will be LPL LCK fans. This is not how we roll. This is not what we love. I say as Challengers is also best of 1. And if I'm not mistaken, LDL is what? Fearless best of 2 or Fearless best of 3. So, interesting formats all across. And looking at the replays here, we do see the story told again. Back and forth. Damwon with some mid-game mistakes that were very nicely punished. Xing in particular, I think, in the team fights on the Talia, quite a force to be reckoned with. But here, so what's really interesting here is that you have Bible, Rahel, and Thanatos kind of keeping the angle, and then the double flank coming through from Poolbay and Lucid, really making it very tough for FPX Blaze to find all the angles that they were looking for, because Rahel's kiting back, Thanatos is standing guard, and in the end, Bible's the only one actually going down. Decisive team right thin. And last time around, I got pranked. I thought that we were going to throw the break after this, but I think MVP's coming up, and I think it might be Rahel. For me, I think Poolbay had a very good game. Outside of the... there were a couple of charms that were off base. He got caught that one time, but some of his spacing and his threat in the sides, I think, was quite big to generating a lot of pressure against FPX Blazed. how long until World begins? I think World starts the 29th or 28th, if I am not mistaken. So let me know what you think should win. I'm leaning towards Paul Bay for MVP. Although I guess we're not. We're doing it afterwards. Going to break. See you guys soon.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. You judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
作为2019年9月由 MS 和 LST 合并后成立的新赛区 ，PCS 赛区成立以来展现了稳健的赛区实力，始终在国际大赛上拥有一席之地。2021年 BYG 战队是 PCS 冉冉升起的一支新秀，初崭露头角便一鸣惊人，而 BYG-A 战队
Oh baby, we're dropping in hot in the middle of the draft. Welcome everyone, I am Chronicler. This is the Asia Star Challengers Invitational. I will be your host slash caster slash co-streamer slash I don't know, food critic slash board game reviewer slash movie critic slash literature expert for the up and coming game. Hope you're all as excited as I am, as FPX Blaze going to be taking on V3 here. And sure, FPX Blaze just lost a game to Dumb Monkey at Challengers. Is that going to matter for this up and coming game? I would be willing to bet, everyone, that it is not. It is in fact not going to matter. And this game will be very, very sad. It will be very, very sad. Yeah. I am not feeling too hot about this one, friends. I think it'll be a slaughter. So, at the very least, you and I will be able to spend a lot of time together. And really, I feel like we've talked a lot about cooking. You know, we've had a lot of conversations about different types of food, different cuisines, what we like to eat. But I feel like approximately 5 to 10 minutes into this game, it's going to be board games. It's going to be board games. We're going to talk about some of the wonderful board games I've been playing recently. Recommendations, you know. I'm always happy to share the things that I love, so very excited. But let's see first whether this game actually delivers, whether the LJL can get a upset win. It'll be something. It'll be the upset of the tournament if we're actually able to do it. We haven't had really that many upsets yet, unfortunately. V3 Academy looking very rough thus far. Overall, laning setups they have right now, Braum, Lucian, quite strong. Even though Lucian into Draven doesn't feel that good, Braum is quite strong into both of these two. As, oh, we're going for comfort. I'm loving it. Throw me that Talon here for Cure P. Very happy to see the V3 team just throw a curveball. Gotta really try and go weird or go home it. Please answer Hauye with a Z. Give us that. Not going to be the case. It's going to be the Graves instead. Full AD composition. All in. With Talia, the sole AP source in the mid lane. But this is short range. This is trying to play effectively for melee characters into Braum. Which is brave. And suboptimal, I'd personally argue. But is it gonna matter? Chat, is the draft going to be even remotely relevant? And I'm personally gonna say no. So if you're feeling lucky, and for, you know, try and see if V3 does it, but you have Talon and you have Akali. So you have a draft that is, without a shadow of a doubt, very, very dependent on execution. Is your execution going to be up to par? As a caster, we have to walk the line between our core job, which is entertaining. You know, I'm obviously I'm an analyst, and my job is to teach you guys stuff. But when it really comes down to it, entertainment is the number one goal. Do I think, if I had to be 100% honest, that this game is going to be close? No. No, I do not think so. But we will give V3 the benefit of the doubt. We will believe in the sports movie dream. We will believe in the anime protagonists. Maybe they can do it. Maybe they're able to. Maybe they can find an upset win here, which would get them a win. And not really that much more. The stakes for neither team are that high, because FPX, even if they lose here, still have another shot. And V3, even if they win here, the chances are not great. So I'm kind of working against myself. The more I talk, the less faith I have, and that's tough. Generally, when you have a point of view and you think about it more and more, you start to build out your arguments. You feel more secure about your standpoint. You know, you get to further substantiate your arguments. You get to really overthink some of the different angles, some of the possible responses that people might have. Give it a little bit more depth. But it's a toughie to believe. Yeah, I don't think I can do it. I don't know if I can do it. As I'm seeing a little bit of cast a trash talk in the chat. That's the people that really will never let you down when it comes to doing the same thing as people trash talking casters in Twitter. It's the or in the Twitch chat rather. It's the equivalent of, I want to try and find a good, you know, the people who go to a restaurant and there's nothing wrong with their food, but they just don't really like it, and they get upset about it and like complain, and then go to the chef, and the chef's like, this is it's okay, I get it that you cannot like it, but this is adequately cooked, this is completely fine. And then the customer's like, no, I deserve better, I deserve new food. That's kind of how I feel. But hey, who am I? I am just a guy talking to himself about a video game. Level 1 invade coming through here. Early presence quite strong here, even with the Braum existing, Winter's Bite and the Brawn passive on level 1 gets an incredible amount of work done. Concussive blows, especially when you have champions like the Lucian to proc it reliably. Supremely strong. Looks like they might suspect something is up here. They don't actually spot them walking over to the turret, which quite interesting here. Not going to see anyone, and now they will see the exit come through. Wonder whether we'll get some vertical jungling here. Will definitely be an opportunity to maybe punish that Aatrox. But Toffee, I don't know if we can secure the early prio here, as either Karthus, either there's a visual bug or Karthus did not buy an item. Which, that's questionable. No, okay, there we go. It was a visual bug. Thank you, game. Much appreciated. Don't know why we had to go for that, but we are good now. As yet, I understand why you're feeling apprehensive, but I'm pretty sure that with concussive blows, at the very least, you can get a cleanse. But Easyman and Laxi don't want to take the risk, and now they're in deep trouble. They're in very deep trouble. Easyman, they can't trade back. They barely get anything done, and oh no. Oh no, no. No, we're 2.5 minutes in. Come on, man. No. No, don't do this to me. Not again. Not again. No, he hits the hook. Of course he hits the hook. Oh my god, no, no, not more kills for Draven. Make it stop, chat. No. So back to board games. I personally have been a board game enthusiast for a really long time, and I got into more elaborate board games. Oh, I don't want to look at this replay again. I don't know. So jokes aside, FX Blaze is just miles ahead of the enemy team. Incredible hook from Lele. Actually, hitting that hook is quite hard because of how the Nautilus ultimate has, like, you know, the really big hitbox. You have the lollipop effect, so it's really easy to try to throw that hook and just hit either side of the wall, the turret. Then the Hao-Ye also coming over at the right time. Although, want to reiterate, Dark Harvest on Graves, not the call. Electrocute is way better. Dark Harvest is a very bad rune that generally should avoid at all costs. I love Electrocute, or I love Lethality Graves rather. I think it's a really strong build, especially if you'll mechanically adapt. The amount of burst you can put out in a short amount of time, absolutely wonderful. Domination Tree, great as well. On board with all of that is, oh, Pon, no, don't die again. Okay, he doesn't die. That's something at least. Okay. Chat. Let's give it a little bit more time before we go full off topic and talk about board games for 20 minutes. Will it even be 20 minutes? I don't know if it will. Kirby, you get that gank. You are level 3. They have double buffs and both sums on Draven. But we're going in. We're trying to get it done. Lexi, you need to hit him with the concussive blows. Oh, he's cleansed. This is so doomed. Oh, it's so doomed. Oh, no. No. No, they don't even get anyone, man. They don't kill anyone. Oh. Okay. So, I say we collectively, chat. Collectively, you and I. Yeah, he already's gotten 400 gold. He's 5-0. So this is solo queue. This is a solo queue Draven, and he's going to get, like, don't finish. Just buy 3 BF swords. No, I finished Kraken's. Boo, Xingye, boo. Where were my BF swords? Yeah, unfortunately, even with the gank here, Draven's already so fed, has doubles. He can just completely disregard what's going on here. And Xingye can move forward like that because even if Laxi, which he wasn't able to find, gets an early concussive blows proc, thank you very much, it doesn't really matter because he still has cleanse and flash. So he can move forward with complete impunity. And yeah. V3 is having a toughie here. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't exactly know. It's really hard to get a lot of intel. If I'm not mistaken, don't pin me on this. Oh, yeah. Oh, that was okay. Well, you know, between Guardian and Bronze Shield, the damage was not too bad, which is nice. That's something, at least. Oh no, there's no shields. Okay, yep. And whoopee! Hey, Xingye getting it done. That was what, 3 tap on the Brom. Yeah, well, we got 1 game today, chat. We'll take it. You know, enjoy the times you spent. Oh, he hit 6 as well. He's gonna 1v2. That wave's way too big. Yeah, can't go for that. Can't go for that. Nope. Not happening. So, chat, you know what's coming. If you watched any of my cast / co-streams / hosts over the last few days, let's talk about board games. I'm a big board game aficionado. I have been a really big fan of board games my entire life, but I always used to get really frustrated with games like Monopoly, Catan, because it's dice games, you know, and there's an element of skill to it. Catan, at least, I'd argue that there is definite skill in playing out that game, making decisions and whatnot. Monopoly is just pure luck, and anyone who tells you otherwise is lying. It's a great metaphor, you know. It's a great metaphor for what it is, but. Okay, let's honor this. No, it's not happening. Okay, no play. We can continue talking about board games. So, finding out about board games like Pandemic, which obviously bit of a roughie in the last few years, but still very, very good game. Where there's a lot of decision making going on, cooperative board games where you're able to effectively just play a game together against the game. If you like Slay the Spire, for example, I would wholeheartedly recommend you to check out the board game Aeon's End. Pon goes in thinking that maybe he had an angle, and he did not, in fact, have an angle. He didn't have ult or ignite, and he died very, very swiftly. It is effectively a Slay the Spire, where you're simultaneously able to have like a ton of different characters. There's a lot of expansions, so you have more and more different bosses. They all have their own mechanics. There's difficulty levels. It's really, really cool. It is. I think one of the best games that I've played, and I really like cooperative games because I am a very sore loser, and I can handle competitive games every now and then, but I do a wee bit of baby raging if it doesn't end up going the way I want. So in time, it's nice to have a balance between competitive games where one player wins and cooperative games where you collectively try to solve the puzzle. I don't play chess. No, my brain's not big enough for chess. I prefer more thematic and elaborate games. Well, elaborate isn't really accurate. Chess is pretty elaborate, but you guys know what I mean. Aeon's End, yeah, that's the game. Fun fact: Aeon's End was actually designed by a StarCraft 2 pro, which I think is a really cool backstory. Ex-StarCraft 2 pro from NA from back in the day. As we get to take a look at Pon and how he got to the place where he was, which was getting killed by Kartis. We're all feeling good. Everything's okay. Aatrox has a huge level lead, so we can't really afford. And I don't even hate it. I think he dies here anyway, so he might as well try. Oh no, he's fine. Oh, he's completely fine. Okay, never mind. He just walks into Q3. I have not. That's just very unfortunate. Yeah. It is a 10k gold lead. Well, not quite. Let's be honest here. Let's be fair. It's 9k. It's a 9k gold lead at 10 minutes. So if you're wondering why we're not talking about the game, I implore you to look at the screen. Yeah. It is a rough time for any LJL fan out there. Pon lives, which that's nice. As they did, yeah, they got a dragon, which means that, and they got a kill earlier on as well. So this means this is not a perfect game, and you'll take that. But yeah, Aeon's End. If you like Slay the Spire and you want a cooperative board game to play with your friends, big recommendation. LJL.A dies. Xingye gonna get taken down here as well, and I want to note that this is 5 versus 4. Aatrox is not here. He is getting a bot lane turret. So I don't think jumping into the Fed Lethality Graves was quite the call. And are we gonna see more kills? I'm saying yes, because Pond's definitely dead. I don't know about RR3. He might be fine. Yeah, there goes Pond. Meanwhile, in bot lane, Carter's got most of the turret. Didn't quite get it though. They're gonna win the comeback. Chat, if they actually come back, I will get more excited. I guarantee you. But this was not that moment. Even though Draven died. Yeah, RRE is stuck in the promos. You know, RRE is he really wants to make it. He really wants to make it to Masters, and it's just not happening. It's just not. You know, he decayed. He took a break after playing a lot of solo queue, and he was just taking care of himself. Comes back. He's feeling good. You know, he peaked Jam Challenger. No biggie at all. It's not going to be enough, unfortunately. Oh, Xingye forced to flash. That's some I guess they get a summoner. I think we go back to ball games. I think that what we're seeing here is that this game is not a we eat a shoe. I will not eat a shoe, and I will not cut off my own hair. I am not here just for your entertainment. What song is that? I know that's a hip-hop song. I just don't know which hip-hop song it is, as Javier picks up another. Because why wouldn't he? No problem at all. I voted for the odds. You are a braver individual than I am. I in fact, would not believe in these odds, or would believe in the odds rather. I would believe in the team that is favored, because as we've seen many a time, there is a amount of skill that can be made up, a skill gap that can be bridged by creative play, by cohesiveness, by team play. But this is not that game. This is almost twice the amount of gold. Yeah, it's 13, 14k gold lead. Back to board games. Aeon's End, really good. Yeah, FPX Blaze vs Domon was actually a really good game. Very back and forth. Domon ended up winning, which was cool. And FPX had a couple of really good mid game moments, so that one was actually fun. Was a good game. And I'm sure that any of the LPL, LDL rather versus CL and the matches between those two, those are going to be fun. Yeah, definitely a close game. Was a good series. I like that one a lot. But we for the current state of this game, the game unfortunately does not warrant me solo casting it in earnest. So there's another game, and this is a real toughie. It's one of the most complicated games that I've played. And it's thematically probably the best board game I've ever played. Is Hold Up. No, we gotta. It's the Hail Mary play. They're going in, and they just get shredded. They get Draven though, which that's cool. But I don't think that they're gonna be happy with what happens on the back foot. As 1-for-2 trade ain't bad. I guess. Yeah, all the LCK LDL games have been good. They've been, I think LDL's won everyone besides the Domon one, but the games have been competitive in every scenario. Oh my, are you kidding me? He 2-taps him. Avert your eyes, everyone. Oh, they're just having a laugh now. Carter's just gonna murder all of them, isn't he? Oh no, Xing is. Okay, well, you know. Still works. Please run down mid and end it. Please, for all of our sakes. Actually, no. I need to go. I need to go and talk about my board games. So one of the most complicated games that I've ever played, thematically, probably the best board game I've ever played, is Spirit Island. It is an amazing cooperative game where you are nature spirits on an island that is being invaded by, it can be the English, can be the Habsburgians, can be the Swedish, I think, the French, plenty of different civilizations. And your job is to work together and get rid of the invaders on your island. And like the level of depth, the replay value, The thematic coherency, truly an exceptional game. Learning curve steep. I'm going to warn you, it takes a little bit of time to really get going, but if you like heavy, crunchy board games and you're looking for a game that you can basically play for the rest of your life, pick that up. Really, really, really good. Would hardly recommend it to anyone that's into board games. If you're looking for something lighter, if you're looking to get started in the board game hobby, and you're a bit of a nerd, which between all of you and me, we're watching an Academy League. So I'm gonna assume that all of us can identify with that. It's a game called Role Player. Role as in ROLL, as unfortunately for V3, looks like we might be doing better. Okay, chat, I need you to get excited with me. Are we getting Dancing Shelly? We've been denied it for the entirety of the tournament, but I think it might be happening. I think we're finally going to see it. Shirley's going to have a wiggle. Come on, make your way over to the Nexus. The turrets are down. It's happening. Why are we cutting away? Why are we cutting away? Oh, what a disaster. As FPX Blaze absolutely demolish. And if your takeaway from this is that the LJL team is bad, I would ask you to reconsider how you evaluate things. Because the higher you go in any sport, you know, there are so many great sportsmen that the higher up a skill curve you get, the bigger the difference can look. But this LJL team, if you put them in another region, they probably still do quite well. Unfortunately for them, they're playing against the academy team of the best region in the world. So, understandably, the gap is quite large. I take it as an absolute win. We got a Dancing Shirley, which makes me very, very happy. And that is the biggest takeaway we can get in terms of good vibes from this game. It is definitely a toughie. And I am sad because my time with you is about to end. Very, very, very shortly, I will be closing out, and that will be it for me today. But there is always a glimmer of hope. There is a sunrise after the night is darkest. I'm completely botching the Dark Knight quote. I'm very sad. I love that movie. Where Mazel will come in and do a swimming job, surely. And it's going to take you through all the game's possible tiebreakers. Because I would not be surprised if you end up having a tiebreaker between T1 and Damwon Kia for who actually makes it out of this group. Before that happens, I will just make sure that I get my recommendations out. So, Role Player, you make a D&D character. That's the board game. You roll dice, you buy items, and then at the end of it, you have an actual D&D character with a class, a backstory, and a set of skills that you can use in your actual D&D campaign, which I think is hella cool. Conceptually very nice, not too high complexity. It's like a light, breezy puzzle game. Would wholeheartedly recommend. This is the point where the game was over. We might even argue that it was over before this, but I'd say it was here. I think the level 1 by itself, not enough. This point was enough. Draven getting leads like this is the reason why the champion is picked. You can see the difference in confidence. You can see the difference in mechanics, and there is no amount of drafting that can bridge gaps this big. So, FPX Blaze showcasing that they are in fact an academy team from a major region. And the LJL is a minor region, unfortunately. Not going to be able to withstand the sheer mechanical might what we are witnessing here. And in situations like this, obviously, it should always be wins for the major region teams. LCK and LDL and LCK Challengers should win this tournament. The only thing that I'm a little bit sad about is that because of how one-sided these games are, there isn't a lot to take away. In an ideal world, these teams always get bopped, but it's a little closer. There's a learning element there. There's no learning here. This was decimation. This was one-sided. And at least we got to talk about other stuff. And I'm glad that you guys were here sharing your time with me today. Thank you so much for having me. I personally would never have thought that I'd be on an LPL stream. It is a funny way that works as a extremely diehard LCK fan. But I had a swimming time with all of you. Thank you for being nice. Thank you for being friendly. I'm looking forward to the wonderful rivalry that our respective regions will have come Worlds. Because Batman ain't nothing but Joker, and I think the LPL and the LCK rivalry is really the one that runs at the core of competitive League of Legends, rather. I will be making some food. I'll be having a wonderful time. Thank you guys all so much, and please be just as nice to Mazel as you were to me. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. As gonna end up, unsurprisingly, Xingye with the Draven. I wouldn't have even minded it if they gave it to his support, but you know what? We'll take it. Xingye on the Draven, walking up, starting level 1, never, ever, ever, ever giving them any quarter, and running them over in swift, one-sided fashion. That'll be all for me here at the Asia Star Challengers Invitational. Thank you guys so much for having me. After a short break, we'll be back with the final 3 games of the day. Mazel will be taking over. Give him a warm welcome when he arrives. Have a very good evening.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
作为2019年9月由 MS 和 LST 合并后成立的新赛区 ，PCS 赛区成立以来展现了稳健的赛区实力，始终在国际大赛上拥有一席之地。2021年 BYG 战队是 PCS 冉冉升起的一支新秀，初崭露头角便一鸣惊人。而 BYG-A 战队有着更为年轻而热血的灵魂。同时，队内也拥有经验丰富、老道的选手作为中流砥柱，在比赛中稳定军心。希望 BYG-A 的队员们如同队名一般，超越阻碍，超越困难，超越原来的自己，拿下本次2022亚洲挑战者之星邀请赛的好成绩。J-Team 战队前身为台北暗杀星，拥有 S2 世界冠军的2016 MS 夏季赛甫一登场便技惊四座。此后一直是赛区的夺冠热门队伍之一。作为一支拥有祖上荣光的老牌豪门战队 ，J-Team 将以青春姿态迎接此次2022亚洲挑战者之星邀请赛的挑战，能否突出重围，且看今朝。
As well as a Korean streamer squad and a Huya streamer squad from China. And it's been really fun to watch so far. Now we're getting into the final picks of the first phase, and I had so much fun getting to see Swain yesterday, and guess what? Get him again. It's going to be a fun time. We'll see what the final pick is, potentially into the Swain. It is going to be the LeBlanc. Not too shabby there. I love the combination that can be there for the Poppy LeBlanc. Hope everybody's having a great time though. Hope everybody's having fun. Got to say some huge shout outs to Hysterics, Why Not, and Chronicler, having brought us all the other games today. All the love. And thanks for everybody who's been sitting through all the technical difficulties. Now we get the Amumu ban in phase 2. So, trying to target out potentially some of those combos with the Callista. Very interested to see, the ADC picks picked without supports in the first phase. I feel like we never get that in the LPL. Okay, we get it. It's very rare. But we do get the Renata ban here to follow it up, going in for the Aphelios. Definitely strong combo there. I am the Mazel who rides it was the volley bear, but it was a great time. Great time. I don't think we'll be getting volley bear this time around though. Would be sick. I'm here for it. We get more support combos with those ADCs taken away. Obviously Nautilus high priority right now, just for the engage potential, the single target potential as well. No, you're good. You're good. You're good. Yeah. I wonder. I mean, it's got to be another support ban, right? Yeah. Okay. Tom Kench. So more safety taken away from the Aphelios. So support pool's definitely dwindling a little bit. Still feel like there's a lot of powerful options. Maybe not as powerful. But I still very interested what T1 Challengers going to be bringing out here. Yeah, that's pretty much the thought I was going for, was maybe the Leona comes through. It is just going to be that straightforward engage, so very strong potential for picks and catch-outs for T1 Challengers right now. It's going to be an interesting early game, to say the least. Let's just stick with that. I do love the Jax, the insta-lock-in of the Jax Prob for T1 Kia Challengers. I can appreciate that. Again, definitely looking at that side lane pressure, but as well as some of those flanks, the combos, especially with Bible linking up with Lucid. The final pick, though, could be that Gragas, would give some disruption, some more pick potential to T1 Challengers, which definitely seems like what they're opting into here. A little bit of late game insurance policy with the Aphelios, but yeah, it's definitely about the picks. Definitely about trying to find. I mean, I think team fights can go decently well for them as well once they get Forest online, but should be pretty fun. Yeah, if anybody's tuning in, Give another recap, right? We're in the Asia Star Challengers Invitational 2022. It is the premier invited teams from the Eastern regions. We've got LCK, LPL, PCS, and the VCS, plus 2 invited streamer teams, one from China, one from Korea. It's been really fun to watch. We're in day 3 of group stage. There's one more day, but this one's gonna be fun. It's also just really fun that we get the T1 versus Damwon Kia matchup. So it should be pretty hype, actually. Just looking at standings, T1 Challengers 3-1 right now, as well as Damwon Kia 2-2. So a win here gives us a nice trio of ties. I guess it would be a duo of ties, Damwon Kia and Fun plus Phoenix. But we'll see if they're able to do it. See if they're able to claw back into the group a little bit. Especially having lost to T1 Challengers last time they faced it. It is a double round robin. So this will be the second time that these teams face off. And we'll see if Damwon Kia can get some revenge. As you see, we're going to be getting into game number 1. Hope everybody's got some water. Stay hydrated. Have some fun. And come along for the ride. Because here we are. It is T1 Challengers versus Damwon Kia Challengers. We're a battle for tying first place in Group A. It should be a pretty fun one. Ooh, I love that poppy skin. My goodness. Anybody know what poppy skin that is? Shout out to the chat if you know. Well, looks like we're sticking with tradition. Yesterday, we had a pause in every single game, in every single of the last 3 games. So we're gonna stick with tradition today. I promise, my big red button ready to go. Pressing it, but we're gonna get through this together, everybody. We're gonna get through this together. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Again, just want to go back over some of the compositions here as well. And obviously not a color caster. I'm a hype boy. I yell loud. But I'd still love to see the Kalista coming out for Damwon Kia. I'm a very trash ADC main. I used to play Kalista whenever she first came out. But haven't played her recently at all. But it's really fun because we don't get to see Kalista in the LPL. At least we hadn't in the last couple weeks, so she's just perma-banned. So the fact that we get to see some gameplay, I love to see it. And I love to cast it. It's the Halloween one, the Poppy skin. Ooh, I have to check that out then. I don't play Poppy, but that skin was sick with the chroma. It was sick. Hopefully we'll get an update for you all. Yesterday we did have some updates on the screen as to what was going on. I just think that combo of the Kalista Braum is actually really terrifying. I do expect for Lucid to probably pull bot lane a lot, especially with the priority they'll have. And I think if you can get down with Aphelios, it's best. But I guess you're going to be looking at the counters, right, from Forest. And especially the link up with the LeBlanc. I really like that combo. I think the Swain will be hard to get away from, but hey, we're back. Look at that, chat. We made it. Quick and easy. Quick and easy. All right, we're back onto the rift. We've got Damwon Kia Challengers versus T1 Challengers from the LCK Challengers series. We got the spellbook on the Swain. Love it. The first strike for Photon on the Gragas. Love it. Oh, we're getting another pause. Whee! Everybody hold your hands up like it's a roller coaster. Yeah, who will win, chat? Throw it in the chat. Damwon Kia Challengers or T1 Challengers. Hopefully these issues will get resolved. Maybe I'm cursed. Maybe that's it. Well, I hope we get into it soon. So, I do wonder about how the Trundle does into the public. There's like those mini interactions that you always love to see, right? And obviously, like using Trundle's own pillar against him is probably the most serotonin thing you could get in that matchup. I feel like I don't play this matchup, but it seems like it. So I wonder how that's gonna work out. Forest v Lucid. It's gonna be actually pretty huge. Pretty huge. Yeah, Leona is pretty strong. I like the Callista Braum combo a lot. I think Leona's good. I think Aphelios is good, but I think the combo of Callista and Braum are just really, really good. Yeah, you came to a banger game, DK versus T1 Challengers. Here in the Asia Star Challengers Invitational 2022. I'm interested about the first strike Gragas. I feel like that's not something you see usually. Maybe it is. I honestly don't know. I'm not a kid, not an analyst. I keep wanting to say that. Well, everybody, this is going to be hopefully resolved very soon. Probably networking issues, things like that. Common issues when you're trying to communicate across vast distances. But enjoying it so far. I'm glad we got to see the Rift. I'm hitting the button. I am hitting it. I literally not stopped pressing it since I saw the pause come up on my screen. All right, the button is being pressed. I promise. I'm here with you. I'm stuck in this cage with you. No, but it's gonna be fun. We got through the games pretty quickly, actually, in some of them tonight. So we got some treats there, and we got some bangers. Like, we got some absolute bangers. We have an in-game issue from T1 VS Challengers Bible, so we will get that solved as soon as possible. But seriously, there's been some bangers. There's been some bangers. We actually already had the culmination of I believe Group D, where the Korean streamer squad went 5-1 in the group, secured a first seed from Group D, and Team Flash came out on second, 4-2. Came and nicely done, I would say. And losing to the Korea streamer squad though, so it kind of feels bad. But they will be getting into the knockout stage at least, so that's huge. So congratulations to the Korean streamer squad and Team Flash. And now we're deciding Group A, who have, and just going over the groups a little bit, Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze, the winner of the LDL, 3-1 in the group right now. Obviously, you still have games to play. Two more, one against V3 and one against T1. T1 are sitting at 3-1 right now, tied with first as well. So if they win here, huge stuff. And they'll still have that one game against FPX Blaze. T1 are sitting at 2-2. So win here would tie FPX Blaze at least. V3, they're still 0-4. They're still struggling. And it's, a little bit unfortunate, but at least they can bring back something here. Potentially getting some upsets, changing up the standings a little bit. And would be a really bit of fun. This is, the LJL, PCS, VCS, LDL, and the LCK all coming at you in the Asia Star Challengers Invitational. So as everybody saw, we did have the technical difficulties, at least, with Damwon Kia's Bible. Hopefully we'll be getting back into the game very, very shortly. And you're stuck here with me, Mazel, while I hit the big red button that says play on it. And as we see at least the squads in front of us. We saw a pop-off game from Swain last night. All right, I mean, you know, it was a banger. And I'm really hoping we get a little bit of same. We're back! Oh my goodness, we're back. I'm doing well, thank you. How are you doing? Well, I cursed it. I cursed it. Got another pause. Well then. Yes, I am back in NA. I am back at my home, and I'm very, very, very happy to be so. Feels good to be out. Sleeping in your bed is a different feeling. I'm glad you're doing fine. I'm glad you're doing fine. Hope everybody's doing fine. Make sure you're staying hydrated. Speaking of hydrated, I'm going to take a drink of water. So quiet for just a moment. All right, I'm back. So let's get some, since we have the picks up on the screen, let's get some spams in the chat who you think's going to win. Because this game's actually super important, right? Like, winner, if T1 win, they secure first right now, at least for the moment, right? They still have games to play. But if Damwon Kia win, they tie FPX Blaze with first, and T1 will be struggling. So, should be fun. I see a lot of T1s. I see a TSM in there. I don't know about that. I see the T1 fans are out, though. Ooh, I love rain. I just came back from the LCS finals in Chicago, and it rained on the last day, and I was so happy. I was so happy. You want tiebreakers? Well, we gotta get the games first. We gotta get the games first. It's fine. It's gonna happen. It was so funny this weekend at the LCS finals. The one of the loudest chants all weekend was a TSM chant because the entire stadium was chanting TSM. But it was a great memory. I got back super late last night, and then I hopped on day 2 of the broadcast, and now here I am on day 3. If you're tuning in now, if you don't know what's going on, this is the Asia Star Challengers Invitational 2022 group stage. We're in day 3 now. We're solving the outcome of Group A today. It is the premier invited tournament for all the developmental leagues in the eastern regions. We've got LCK, LPL, LJL, PCS, and the VCS with 2 invited streamer teams, one from Korea, one from China. That's been really fun. Group D has already been decided. We had the Korean streamer team, Team Flash, J-Team 2, and Sengoku Gaming Academy. It was the Korean streamer team and Team Flash that came out 1 and 2 respectively, 5-1 and 4-2 respectively. And now we're solving Group A, where it's Flun plus Phoenix, Blaze, T1 Challengers, Damwon Kia Challengers, and V3 Esports Academy. Obviously LPL, LCK, and the LJL. we'll be getting into our game hopefully very shortly, but just wanted to give a little bit of an overview. We are paused. There seem to be some issues for Bible from T1 VS Challengers. But we got back into game, and then we immediately went into a pause again. So maybe it's the same issue, maybe it's network issues. But appreciate you all listening to my rambling. I'm the rambling man, apparently. Maybe I'll start talking in a Texan accent. Liven things up a little bit. No, I'm not going to do that to you all. I'm not going to do it. That would be terrible. Well, let's go back over the composition. So obviously, we have one of my couple favorite picks here for T1 VS, Swain and Callista, making it through. Saw some pop-offs from Swain yesterday. Now we're going to see potentially again from T1 VS this time around. But I can appreciate the pick comp, the kind of style that T1 are going for, especially with the Gragas in the end, and going for a lot of forward aggression, I would say, with a bit of an insurance policy in the Aphelios. Should be pretty interesting compositions. But yeah. I'm not familiar with the matchup either. Does it? I hope it does. I hope it doesn't, actually, because I hope that Swain destroys them. Again, I'm a Yelly boy. I'm not a analyst. I go off feeling, you know? I'll give you an emotional speech about a matchup. I'll probably be completely wrong, but I'll give you a speech. I do not know any of those answers. Do not know. But yeah, hopefully we'll be getting into game pretty soon. Pretty soon. Also, just a little update. We are on 12:16. I don't think I've said that one time since we got into this. But we're on 12:16. So it's a fun one. We finally moved on from 12:15 at least once. Do I play League every day? Now that I'm back home, I do, yes. I obviously going to LCS finals in Chicago, it reignites everybody's passion to play. But it's, yeah. I mean, I suck. I'm an ADC player, but I'm not that great. I just like playing. Can I stream some ARAM while we wait? No, I cannot. That would be really fun, but I cannot. We gotta focus on the Asia Star Challengers Invitational that'll eventually be playing their game. I am not casting Worlds. I'll be hopefully going to the finals, though. I really want to go. I want to go watch an LPL team win. I know maybe I'm not supposed to be biased, but I want to go watch an LPL team win Worlds. Be really fun. I have RNG winning Worlds, but I think if meta shifts, I think that it is not going to be RNG. I put RNG winning Worlds at the beginning of the split as my I actually had V5 winning the split, and then I had RNG winning Worlds. But I actually think I believe in top esports a little bit more. They do. They do. What are the chances for NAE? I'm not going to be biased. I'm not. Well, maybe a little bit. I don't know. I mean, it's not looking great, but hopefully. I always cheer for the underdog. I'll always cheer for the underdog. But here we are in the Asia Star Challengers Invitational. We have a bit of technical difficulties. I believe there were some issues from Damwon Kia's Bible. He was having some in-game issues that we will hopefully be getting cleared up very, very soon. And then we'll get back to it. Just gonna take a drink of water. It is all the developmental teams. So it's the challenger teams from LCK. Should be pretty fun. It's actually, like, you know, not too shabby. I mean, these teams are playing for some pretty decent prize money and some bragging rights, right? In the first ever version of this tournament, at least. It's been really interesting. So we're in Group A right now, where we've got Fun plus Phoenix Blaze and T1 Challengers tied at top. Oh my God, we got gameplay. We're in it. Oh, we did it. We did it. We made it. We made it to the video game. We made it. Oh my God. I don't know what to say, folks. We're gonna get to the games eventually. I promise. I promise. It's gonna happen. I'm not gonna start crying on stream. I'm not. I promise. It's gonna be fun. We will eventually get to the gameplay. And hopefully. Yeah, at this point, I'm not going to cheer when we get back into the game. Because I've been cursing it, I guess, every time we get back into the game. But anyways, back to the conversation I was having before. Thank you all for sticking with it. But we're in Group A, and it is Fun plus Phoenix Blaze 3-1 over. Oh, I guess we're going to a break. We'll be back.
That's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
作为2019年9月由 MS 和 LST 合并后成立的新赛区 ，PCS 赛区成立以来展现了稳健的赛区实力，始终在国际大赛上拥有一席之地。2021年 BYG 战队是 PCS 冉冉升起的一支新秀，初崭露头角便一鸣惊人。而 BYG.A 战队有着更为年轻而热血的灵魂。同时，队内也拥有经验丰富、老道的选手作为中流砥柱，在比赛中稳定军心。希望 BYG.A 的队员们如同队名一般，超越阻碍，超越困难，超越原来的自己，拿下本次2022亚洲挑战者之星邀请赛的好成绩。J-Team 战队前身为台北暗杀星，拥有 S2 世界冠军的2016 MS 夏季赛甫一登场便技惊四座。此后一直是赛区的夺冠热门队伍之一。作为一支拥有祖上荣光的老牌豪门战队 ，J-Team 将以青春姿态迎接此次2022亚洲挑战者之星邀请赛的挑战，能否突出重围，且看今朝。
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Asia Star Challengers Invitational. And we got first blood in T1 versus DK. It goes to Toland on the LeBlanc-Swain matchup, so you love to see it. Always appreciate coming into the action here, but if you're just now joining us, if you're just now coming in, and perfect timing as you would, we're into the Asia Star Challengers Invitational, where the premier teams come to bat here from the developmental regions of the East: LJL, PCS, VCS, LDL, LCK. And we got DK versus T1 here. Toland with the expert outplay. One more auto attack. And there you go. All she wrote. We already got a lead in the mid lane for T1. Could be another LeBlanc stomp incoming. I agree. We'll have to find out, though, as Thanatos in some trouble here. Not going to have a good time. And eventually Forrest will help finish it off. Oh, needs to flash for it. Does need one more auto and doesn't get it. Wow. Thanatos with the outplay there. Now we'll see potentially Lucid getting a response play on the bottom side. Can get the stacks there. They're going for trigger instead. You got all those Ren stacks. The Vision of Empire from long distance, and Rahel picks up the kill. We got action all over the place. Thank goodness we're into the game. If you're wondering what we were paused about, it was reported that Damwon Kia's Bible was having some in-game issues. They seem to have been solved now, and we are into the matchup. It's 1-1 now, tied up. Had a little bit of an aggressive early game, I would say, but it's been a fun one, and it's exactly welcomed. We're here in Group A. We're trying to decide who's going to be coming out on top. It's double round robin. Last time these two teams faced, T1 came out on top. If Damwon Kia win here, they'll tie Fun plus Phoenix Blaze in first place and knock T1 Challengers down. They'll still have one more game to play later today, but it would be a very big dub for Damwon Kia. So far, so good. T1, definitely a composition looking for that early aggression, looking for those picks, kind of buying time for Trigger to get involved later on. Definitely some strength in the mid-jungle duo, but even with Photon in the lead in the top side can help a little bit because he's not necessarily in the lead, but keeping the pressure up on Thanatos. The biggest thing for Damwon Kia, though, the fact the bottom lane got a little bit of a lead in terms of a kill, getting over Trigger. Pulbay is getting the pull with the never move, at least. Lucid trying to come mid with the pillar. And that is the real Toland. One more. Oh, my God, Pulbay dies. That's huge. Lucid, you got to chase him down. Can't do it because it is a LeBlanc. And that's 2-0 for Toland in the mid lane. I'm wondering how that's a huge wave crashing bottom lane as well. Does have the Infernum and the Gravitum, so a little bit of setup potential. Does look like Forest going to go away from this one though. Onwards to the next opportunity. And T1 doing very well in terms of their aggression here. The T1 challengers are definitely challenging the Damwon Kia challengers. That's a sentence and a half. We do get the back coming out for T1 on the bottom side. As Lucid was coming around the corner, we spotted out on that vision. But they could go with this pressure towards this dragon if they want to try to get something early. Forest was trying to find something mid lane, but we'll just cross the river, or cross the mid lane into the river, and potentially go for the Scuttle Crab. Maybe they just catch out Thanatos here with that ward of the wall. The cask as well. Photon might just find it. The Counter-Strike is there. Thanatos out yet again. Photon going to just take some towers to get to the wave there. Didn't want to take any risks, I guess. As Forest going for the blue buff. The invade, it's working out. Maybe the Vision of Empire can help out. Nope, it's not going to come through. We actually get the replay of that. How close it was. But Toland picked up a second kill. They knew that that was the real one. Pulve dying to the Ignite, though. And he gets away right afterwards. Forest also making good on that invade, taking 2 camps away, including the blue buff from Lucid. And Lucid not able to find too much. Going back onto the map now. And now we see the Lucid attempt here. Maybe he's going to try to go for a bit of his own aggression. We do have them taking that first dragon, so that's huge. But the Rift Herald's on the table now. Toland's got so much pressure in mid lane. It's going to be very difficult for Damwon Kia to really find any reprieve, I guess, in that fashion. Speaking of, Forest is just going to take that Rift Herald now. Actually, it looks like Lucid might want to contest. They do have that control ward there. The Vision of Empire will spot out that the Rift Herald is no longer in the pit. They got a lot of help, though. Cabby coming up here as well. Photon making sure to keep some pressure from Thanatos on the top side, though. About half health. They need to really adjust for this positioning. Trigger kind of caught out here, but does have the Infernum. That's the keeper's verdict, though, and the re-engage from Cabby as well. Moonlight Vigil on top of it. Thanatos on the back line, though. You got to be careful who's going to get the Rift Herald. Does not say just yet. I believe it was Forest. All right, he does end up getting it. Thanatos getting back with the team. Nobody dies. Forest by the sliver of his teeth. Skin of his teeth, rather. And it is the Rift Herald picked up by T1. That is definitely going to work out in the favor of T1. I feel like Thanatos really wanted to capitalize, but the separation from T1 was really, really good. And the fact that Forest flashes in to get the Rift Herald Eye and gets out as well with a tiny, tiny sliver. Really, really good stuff from T1 and Toland. Still sitting 2-0, still with the CS lead, still with pressure in the mid lane. Got to be very, very careful. This is the kind of start that LeBlanc always wants to have. Oh, we'll get a replay of that one. So it all started off T1. We're fighting this one. Keeper verdict came out as well. and ended up separating the fight. But Thanatos, that smite at the last second, the turnaround to the eye, and the flash out from Forrest after he got the eye. Huge stuff. Great outplay there. And a little bit of timing. But as we see, a little bit of a roam up from Damwon Kia towards the mid lane, but it is a LeBlanc. It is just trying to get some of this vision down for Bible and separate from that bottom lane a little bit. Both supports very much on the heavy roam timers. And it's been working out so far. Toland. Oh, thought he was going to get hit. Does have to flash in the end. Bible did burn his flash trying to get connection there, but not able to in the end. He'll stick around. Okay, so these are some mind games. I like it. Can appreciate it. Not really going to find too much because of that mobility, and now the connection towards top lane is going to be pretty scary. I was wondering if maybe they commit back, though, as, again, bot lane just kind of left up to it because Trigger is fine trying to get to the late game. And right now they're not really finding much more of a lead than they already had with Rahel. So they're going to try to get Toland this Rift Herald Gold, these plates off, and a little bit of damage done. That's going to be 3 plates as well. They do get the Never Move onto Forest. Has the Heroic Presence, going to take a tower shot there. Shelly will go down, but 3 plates done for Toland. So I think that is a worth. Great job, Shelly. Now you got to see Kelly, what she's going to do. And TK really not able to find too much on the back of it. But we were talking a little bit more about their potential for late game as well. And definitely looking at Pulve to get stronger and stronger even at the 0-2 start. We'll see T1 going top lane though. Thanatos, they're going to try for a 3rd time. Let's see if they're able to get him this time. The double counter strike though and the tower shot means they probably don't want to take this fight. Photon taking a couple extra tower shots there, and Thanatos just has their number on the top side. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I do not have control of audio. Apologies. I am just here to cast the games. We do see the dragon getting taken out by Damwon Kia, so this will be 2nd dragon for them, at least getting some early stacking, especially with that priority in the bottom lane with Rahel on the Callista. We spotted out by T1 though, so they move TP in the top lane from Photon. Easy resets coming through for T1. And, oh, they're not going to stick around. Thought maybe they'd stick around, try to get one more plate. I'm not going to do so, just going to get the resets off. As plates are coming off in about 45 seconds. 35 seconds. No more gold going to go that way. But it was, Toland getting a lot of that. Even Photon getting a decent amount. I actually don't know. I think maybe 1 plate went down for Damwon Kia. 1 or 2 in the bottom. Looks like 2 in the bottom lane. But definitely a lot more early gold given over to T1. You can see that reflected in the gold lead. I mean, it's 2,000 gold now. Even though it's a very, very tight-knit, close game. I'm wondering if they actually do want to collapse it. It has been constant for Cabby and Bible. The supportal combat, the supportal movements away from bottom lane, been really, really crucial. I think Forrest is going to be very happy with what it's kind of gained them. Even sitting at 0-0-0, that pace control feels really, really good at this point in terms of like where they're able to take engages. But now you got to start transitioning that into objectives because it's already 2 dragons down to Damwon Kia. Forrest did get the first Rift Herald. That's how they got all those plates in mid lane, but that's about it. I'll see them actually collapse. Now the plates have fallen, a little bit of extra damage on the towers. They're going to bring Photon down as well. They're DK are bringing Lucid and Bible. The Cask already came out. Cabby is behind them here. The Unbreakable and the Winter's Bite already utilized. See the Never Move actually connect onto Forrest. Forrest might be in some trouble here. Dodges out of the Winter's Bite though in the end. Rift Herald number 2. Kelly, the return of Shelly is alive. And we'll see T1 starting up. Last time it got a little bit dicey around the pit, around the fight. We saw Damwon Kia willing to fight over it, and looks like they're going to try to move in with some vision control here. They're going to TP in Pool Bay as well. They're bringing Thanatos around the side. That's what they tried last time around. The Winter's Bite did connect, but the Keeper's Verdict already hits onto Bible. Now it's a 4v5, and Lucid is trying to get them re-engage after T1 already took the Rift Herald here. We'll see if they can get the AoE. Pool Bay is in the middle of the fight, and DK are actually taking this. They got the pick they needed in the beginning, and they turned it all around. Toland is not big enough to pull them out of it. Yes, they got Rift Herald, but that's a huge team fight win for T1 Kia Challengers. Now we'll see them move into the mid lane as well. They'll be able to take this tower unless Toland has anything to say about it. Gets hit with the never move. The CC is there. The concussive blows connects. Toland goes down, and that's another kill for Rahel. This composition is online, and the early game is working out for them. They still got a ways to go. See a replay of that fight, though. T1, again, willing to fight this out. Knock Bible out, but he's right back into the fight eventually. Toland can't get the damage down to really take anybody out before he gets back, and then they have the perfect collapse here. The multiple knockups, the flash is in as well from Pool Bay to get the demonic ascension damage across the entire team. Really just solid team fight potential, and that's one of the big highlights. We said T1 have a pick comp, right? They're able to find picks within fights. That's huge for them. They have a lot of single target. They have a lot of pull damage on that, but the AoE, the team fight, until Trigger gets online, it's not there. And now we see that gold lead dampened from T1. They'll still be on looking for those picks, right? There still is potential. They did lose that last fight, but now they might feel like they're dug into a bit of a hole and have to fight over the next. I mean, that's soul point for Damwon Kia, a Cloud Soul as well, so a little bit of speed as it would be very, very nice for this composition. And you can expect they're going to put all the eggs in that basket. Objective control from now on out. They're going to try to get the Keeper's Verdict here, and they do connect. Forest does connect onto the minions and onto Pool Bay. So delaying the inevitable a little bit longer. Toland just saying hello to Damwon Kia. We'll see T1 actually collapsing around this top side, though. As they last 3 times it hasn't worked out. Maybe the 4th time is the charm. This time it's not. They're not able to get him. They're going to send more this time. Cabby's like, all right, you haven't. Oh, never mind. And maybe the 5th person or 4th person. It's fine. They get him. They finally take down Thanatos. At this point, you got to call him Thanos. But they did go for the head, and now they will take this topside tower finally. Mid lane, though, Toland caught out a bit here, and that's huge if they can get this pick. The Glacial Fissure hits, and there you go. Toland, one more auto attack. Not enough. Toland gets out. How do T1 keep doing it? Actually insane. We'll look back at that top lane dive. They finally get Thanatos. Because at this point, they've literally tried 3 times before this, not been able to get him. Finally, they just send the entire crew. Like, he is not getting out on this Jax. And they get him. They get him. But it is soul point now for Damwon Kia. It is another pick-off on the Toland. Or a pick-off on the Toland. So, got to keep an eye out on where that gold is going, at least. We have mythic item completions. Second item completion, at least already for Rahel. With a decent CS differential against Trigger here. That's exactly what you'd expect from this Kalista. Still waiting to see where that next fight is going to come up. We have about 10 seconds for the Baron. Yes, Kalista is strong against Baron. Maybe not that strong to do a 20-minute Baron even at 2 items. But they will just kind of reset the map a little bit. Toland just looking for picks. But at this point, it's starting to feel like you can't find any picks. That's the scary part. Like, the only person you could, at this point, really pick out is Rahel, and can you even? It's very difficult. As Kalista's a very slippery champion. Toland going to keep trying. Going to keep trying to get the poke damage down, but the Vision of Empire connects beautifully. Glacial Fissure's back up the Winter's Bite. Already got 1 stack of the concussive blows. It falls off right before Lucid connects, but we'll see the big, at least pillars, being a difference maker there. I think Toland getting out yet again is huge, and we've seen this multiple times from this guy. But what does that mean for Damwon Kia? They look like they want to go for the Baron. They do. Look at the zealousness coming out from Damwon Kia Challengers. They'll be trying to take it down here. They've got Demonic Ascension. They've got everything available. Fate's Call is going to come through, trying to get Trigger, but the Gale Force is beautifully timed there. The Keeper's Verdict already out. Force goes right back in. Now the cast comes in. Trigger is going off. It's red-white. It's 200 years, and Bible is caught out as well the other side. Just like that, T1 swing it back around, and they find themselves at a gigantic gold lead. Bible survives here, but it's T1 on the Baron now. We'll see Lucid maybe trying to steal something here. They have Bible on the back end here. They also will use the orb, the scrying, as on the backside. Pulbay is here too. Lucid getting caught out by Toland. Pulbay just has to use the Demonic Ascension here. Can try and get into the pit. 2,000 health on the Baron, but Cabby is getting lower and lower here. The Baron does go down to T1. Looks like Toland gets caught by the Never Move. They already got Cabby. Pulbay is still alive. It will be Bible that eventually falls down, and Pulbay finds himself on the wrong side of town. He'll get a couple more stacks, but he will be chased down by the rest of T1, who now have Baron and a gigantic gold lead that felt like they were on the verge of losing. Almost 5,000, 5,500 at this point. We'll look at this replay here. The Fate's Call dodged out by the Gale Force, obviously, but it's red-white. You've got a lot of chakrams that are getting stacked up here during the fight, and the flash over the wall, so nice by Trigger. And it was just a split fight by Damwon Kia. They were a bit all over the place, and T1 took advantage of that. Again, we were talking about the pick comp, the ability to take out one individual member, find those picks, or find those advantages in team fights that way. And T1 do it this time around. And we get to see Pulbay and Bible trying to pull off a miracle here. Nobody able to get in the pit. Toland made sure of that. Bible goes in to try to get some help on with those concussive blows, but it is inevitable, as they say. They did see the tier 2 tower go down for T1. Damwon Kia positioning around, trying to get this soul as quickly as possible. They might have gotten out position. They do stop the tier 2 from being taken, but Toland will catch out Pulbay here, and Pulbay is going to be taking a lot of damage. So will Bible from Photon. Keeper's Verdict is thrown out, but the pillar will stop the activation of it. Vision of Empire goes through Thanatos, who he wanted it. He had the Counter-Strike ready to go, but it would have been too overextended if he did. See them collapsing around this pit here. We're going to get another fight over an objective. They get the Never Move onto Toland, but Toland connects the chain as well. And you'll see T1 just start it up. They feel confident here. Toland can be the gap closer. Cabby, Photon, it will be the front line, but they're getting pushed back a little bit. Toland getting lower and lower, and the Demonic Ascension has come out already. We'll see the re-engage by Cabby, but Pulbay, he's in there with the back line. He's getting blown up, though, by Trigger with the Infernum. And you have DK trying to separate the fight a little bit. Toland already now down. Thanatos trying to get back in there. You have that steadfast presence. He's going Forest flashes at the end. Gravitum will connect the roots, and there you go. T1 do it again. They find the fight on the brink. And it's the dragon going over. It's the gold going over. And they find themselves at an even more sizable advantage. 7,000 gold now. Damwon Kia feeling the sting. Feeling the sting. They wanted to come in here and upset T1. Make them really hone in on their last game of the day. And try to tie up first place. Again, only the top 2 teams make it out of the group. Damwon Kia, this will be their second loss to T1 right now, who are tied in first place. See the Keeper's Verdict come out immediately. But afterwards, it's the AoE. It's the target focus, again, for T1 that makes the difference. You see that, Thanatos trying to go back in, trying to get something going, but it's the immediate turnaround from Forest and Photon. Now we get to see what the fruits of their labor get them. They're just going to press the advantage up here, try to catch out Lucid and Pull Bay on the back side of their engage on the Toland. Never Move gets dodged out of here as well. They might still try and catch Pull Bay. But in all actuality, they're just going to go for this tier 2 tower. I mean, they've already gotten so much work done on both the top and the bottom lane tier 2 towers. And Cabby will be willing to tank up the tower a little bit longer. They could even look for this mid lane tier 2 or even an inhib tower. I think it'll be a little bit overkill. Maybe an overextension, maybe a death going through. But I think you have to look at these minion waves. Photon in the mid lane. Oh no, Toland getting caught out a little bit. The pillar is utilized from Lucid, so won't have that for that engage. Toland going mid lane, wants to get a couple auto attacks down on this tier 2 tower in the mid lane itself, and will end up getting that tower as well. So even more going over to T1 as they get a Photon to clear this big old wave bot lane. A lot of that gold for himself, and resets again will come out from T1. We have about 45 seconds for another Baron. 3 minutes for the Dragon. You know, DK are really wanting to buy their time for that Dragon Soul, try to get a proper fight around it this time. But T1 with their advantage, 8,000 gold in the lead. I feel like you might be willing to just force the fight around the Baron pit. See if they can find any sort of in for Damwon Kia. Definitely would not want to go down 2-3 in the group. We'll see a lot of focus around mid lane. I think they're just trying to buy their time here. Damwon Kia keep vision around Baron, make sure they can't start it, make sure they can't burn it down. But Toland able to dodge in, dodge out. Does get the Never Move, actually used about half his health, and the clone is popped there. 2 hits on a ward, not worth it. Not worth it. Well, okay. Damwon Kia, I feel like you would have learned from the last time, but they are just willing to go for it again. They just say, hey, we're going to take the fight. Toland goes in, almost just dies straight up. Their TP's already coming in. Keeper's Verdict is there. And this is what T1 were kind of waiting for here. Moonlight Vigil comes out. The cask is there as well. Thanatos late to the party and might not even get the invite. He gets the Counter-Strike there. Trigger is turning back around, and the trigger is pulled. The Caliber misses. But Thanatos getting re-engaged on by Photon. He has the Counter-Strike here. Toland trying to connect the chain onto the Bible, but he does not find it. T1 upend the fight from DK yet again as they try to go for the Baron, and now they just turn back on the Baron themselves. We've seen this story time and time again in this game. See if they can pull themselves out of this spiral here, but it looks like it's just going to be a quickly burned down Baron for T1 Challengers. They'll find it over 10,000 gold lead now, so they've just been slowly and steadily building it on up. It's working real good. Working real good. So DK, again, they start out this Baron just trying to force something a little bit desperate. And in the end, T1 just kind of picked them apart, right? Like Trigger gets hit by the Glacial Fissure, the pillar, he cleanses, he gets out, he flashes, and he is completely fine the entire time. What did we say? We were looking at the pick potential for T1, but the insurance policy was Trigger. Trigger is online. He has 3 items. He is popping off. And you're seeing the perfect peels coming out from T1 as well. Now we'll see DK trying to force around this Dragon Pit again. They're 1 dragon away, chat. They're 1 dragon away. They know it. They want it. But the Dragons are getting tankier. They're getting harder to kill. You got to position earlier. You got to get set up. And now with the flank from Toland, they know that DK is in that Pixel Brush. They're around that Pixel Brush. Rahel almost gets taken out here. The Vision of Empire going down will not hit anybody. Keeper's Verdict comes through, gets Pull Bay out of the fight as well. Moonlight Vigil with the Infernum is there. Trigger needs to be a little bit careful in the back end of this fight. Forrest almost getting concussed. But look at the Infernum damage, though. He does get CC'd down. And DK, they've done it. They found the exact fight they needed at the right moment. Does Photon get that one? It's a double kill. Rahel trying to get out, trying to die. No, he goes down. And that's Toland with a reverse double kill. Thanatos trying to get Forrest out. Does get the Counter-Strike. But in the end, T1's gold lead is too big. You saw the light at the end of the tunnel for DK. But Rahel, You flew too close to the sun. That is a 9-2 3-item LeBlanc for Toland. Really finding ways to pop off even with little amounts of health. Right, he started off the fight onto Rahel. He was looking for the early chip damage. And then it was the engage from Forrest, from Cabby going in. The Moonlight Vigil already used Trigger, setting up a beautiful damage potential for the Infernum, using the Gale Force forward, but Jen just gets obliterated. And Rahel trying to kite the rest of the fight out. That never move was huge. The damage was there, but the health bars, they just weren't. Photon, even with his half health, was 2,000 health up, and Toland able to come back into the fight at the last moment. Huge stuff from T1 Challengers as they maintain their gold advantage, now finding themselves 11,000 in the lead. And they can just try and push down this mid lane. We'll see DK again just trying to force fights here. Toland, that's a 3-man distortion that just takes a huge amount of health. Bible is going for it. The rest of DK, they're just following him. I appreciate this so much. Toland, he'll not buy enough time for his life. He'll die eventually, and that's a big piece of the puzzle for T1, taking off the fight. 9-3 now. Still pretty strong, but without that piece, it's a little bit more difficult. You do get Photon getting the side lane tower, so even more gold going over. And DK, there's nothing on the map. They can't really do anything, so they get that pick, and they just have to go back to turtling. Now we'll see resets aplenty coming out for T1 at least. We'll see almost 3.5 items across the board, 4 items at least for Photon on the top side, going almost full AP as well. Love the Rabadons, the Void Staff, and Morellos. It's a party over there in T1 Challengers. It's a party. And especially now with 3.5 items on Trigger. Even with the 4 items and the Quicksilver Sash for Rahel, I feel like it's still very difficult to navigate these fights. But with that Runeance, makes it a little bit more manageable, at least. A little bit of AoE damage to match Trigger. This might be one of the hardest groups, yes, in ASCI. This group is really difficult. Group A, it's Fun plus Phoenix Blaze, T1 Challengers, Down 1 Kia Challengers, and B3 Esports Academy. We are seeing a battle for tying up or even potentially taking first place for T1 Challengers. They still have one more game to go at the end of the day, but could be a potential here. We're 35 minutes in just about, and things are starting to look up. Or I guess not starting, have been looking up for T1. I think some team fights, some catch-outs from DK are showing up some potential for them to upset this one. They've really got to start utilizing their team strengths. And Thanatos needs to be really careful in the side lane. Everfrost does not connect as the chain, though. The Vision of Empire comes out as a deflection tool. We'll get T1 out of there. You get the Baron up on the map here. DK have just pulled it both times it's come up and just said, hey, you got to fight us, I guess. And then they've lost the fight both times. So let's see if they try it a third time. As they do have TP for Thanatos. They do have TP for Photon on the side lane. So it'll start out as a 4v4, get the TPs in. Looks like T1 just want to try to keep that pressure in mid lane. Great call. Keep that priority there. And DK not going to go for the Zealous call this time. They're not going to go for the Baron. Maybe I spoke too soon. There's a lot of vision around, though, for them to clear out. See, actually, they don't have any scanners. So they're just... going to be playing a little sneaky. I mean, they saw them walk into the bush because the vision right there, but yep. All right, so the scanner comes back up. They realize it. They back away. because T1 were coming with a force. Oh my gosh, okay. They realized that Soul is coming up in 10 seconds, so they're just like, okay, we're gonna start it. So third time's the charm, I guess. That's the theme of the day. Keeper's verdict is coming out, does not connect. Toland almost just kills Poolbay outright. Lucid has to pull out, and there Poolbay is just gone. Toland is trying to go in on the side here. Thanatos with a big counter-strike on the back line, but you got to see the Rahel stack starting to stack up with that Runaan's, but he gets blasted down. The Guardian Angel going to be popped. Thanatos still trying to make something happen, but T1 have used their gold lead to smack down Damwon Kia Challengers, and that'll be a triple kill for Toland. 12-3 on the LeBlanc. They're pushing down top. They could just end the game. I'll see the Inhib Tower, barely a paperweight in their way to victory, to signing that dotted line, I guess. But it is T1 Challengers who will take first place of Group A here for now, as they will need to close it up with another win today. But Poolbay tries his darnest. Demonic Ascension, not enough. You're not ascendedly pleased. And there you go. Damwon Kia just trying to put the last little touches here, or trying to make some last little touches here. Dude, he had a triple kill for Trigger. Bible will die eventually to Photon. And Triggered Forest, they want to get more kills. They want to get more for Trigger. They want to make this Aphelios, that 200-year prospect. But it's the Nexus that is the target, and T1 Challengers will come out on top, and they'll take first place for now. And that was a long road to a game victory. We had a very, very long pause. Thank you all for sticking through it, listening to my rambling. But we finally got through T1 versus Damwon Kia Challengers. And again, T1 Challengers take first place for now of apologies. We'll tie first place for now against Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze. And that is going to be huge, at least in terms of trying to shore up that Group A, right? We've already had one group decided, and now we need to get on to the next ones. Loved the composition that came out from Damwon Kia. I appreciate the Swain. I loved how they played in the early parts of the game, especially trying to play around Rahel on the Callista. But in the end, there's just some great gameplay from T1. They came out with a very strong pick composition. They found the good picks early on. Got a little bit dicey in some of those fights, but that was just them playing a little bit overextended. And it all worked out for them in the end. We'll have some highlights here of the game to go through as well at the end. And then we'll be saying adieu for just a little bit. We'll go to a break, and we'll come back with the next game. And Damwon Kia are going to be right back up against V3. And here we got the highlights. So we're going to go to that Rift Herald fight where Damwon Kia actually find a way to kind of pull it back to some extent with some big AoEs, some big combos. It's a lot of front to back there, a lot of knockups that work out in favor of DK. And then you go to moments like this where you look positive, right? Like you're finding a lot of the backline access you wanted, but Toland able to just kind of come in and out. You get Thanatos flashing over the side to try to get him as well. And Forrest goes right back in. You have Photon with Trigger at the back, just kind of blowing him up. And I think that was the story of the game in the end. Trigger just pulling the trigger on Damwon Kia Challengers. As it was a 200 years moment for the Aphelios. Over and over again, you see great fights coming out from T1. I mean, they were very, very much in the gold advantage. I mean, they had like a 6,000 gold lead for majority of the game, and then we're ballooning it over 10,000. But still love to see the execution on that advantage. And this got a little dicey. This one was a little scary. Trigger was going in with the Gale Force trying to get the big Inferno, but he just gets blown up. And in the end, it's Toland that comes out clutch. He's staying alive somehow and able to kind of pull it back with the help of Photon, with the help of Forrest. Forrest buying a lot of time in the end, and this is the death knell, if you will, is the last fight. Just picked out was Pulbay, thrown everything at him, and then they just find the AoE Moonlight Vigil on the back. Rahel's trying here. Rahel's able to find a lot of damage in the AoE, but then the pillar comes down. GA's popped, and that just sets up Toland to wipe the board with DK. So everybody, that'll be it for us right now. We'll be back in just a little bit. We will have V3 from the LJL, V3 Esports Academy, going up against Damwon Kia Challengers. V3 already out of the group, but maybe they can make it a little bit worse for Damwon Kia Challengers. We'll be right back and try to finish out the day. Oh my God, we got MVP. Okay, yesterday the MVPs weren't coming till after the games, but we got MVP, so I'm back. And it was Toland. So Trigger didn't do enough. Toland did do really good. I mean, look at that goal difference at the end, 6,000, 32.5% damage, and not too shabby on the LeBlanc. Not too shabby on the LeBlanc. Really loved the combo of the Poppy LeBlanc. Appreciated the fact that they were really able to find a lot of good advantages that I feel like sometimes is lacking with that combo that you know is there. So really, really good stuff. Again, y'all, just popped in really quick for the MVP, but going to be back. We'll have V3 Esports Academy from the LJL taking on Damwon Kia Challengers, and we'll be back.
作为2019年9月由 MS 和 LST 合并后成立的新赛区 ，PCS 赛区成立以来展现了稳健的赛区实力，始终在国际大赛上拥有一席之地。2021年 BYG 战队是 PCS 冉冉升起的一支新秀，初崭露头角便一鸣惊人。而 BYG-A 战队有着更为年轻而热血的灵魂。同时，队内也拥有经验丰富、老道的选手作为中流砥柱，在比赛中稳定军心。希望 BYG-A 的队员们如同队名一般，超越阻碍，超越困难，超越原来的自己，拿下本次2022亚洲挑战者之星邀请赛的好成绩。J-Team 战队前身为台北暗杀星，拥有 S2 世界冠军的2016 MS 夏季赛甫一登场便技惊四座。此后一直是赛区的夺冠热门队伍之一。作为一支拥有祖上荣光的老牌豪门战队 ，J-Team 将以青春姿态迎接此次2022亚洲挑战者之星邀请赛的挑战，能否突出重围，且看今朝。
That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taken as much as I can take. Taken as much as I can take.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here with the Asia Star Challengers Invitational 2022. We are watching B3 Esports Academy from the LJL versus T1 Kia Challengers from the LCK Challengers Series. I will just tell you now, this game does not have any standings matters. It is not important to the standings. The next match will be a decider of who places first and second, as T1 Kia and V3 are already knocked out of Group A. But this is going to be a fun one anyways. And T1 Kia maybe bounce back from that T1 loss just a little bit ago. We see V3 on the blue side here with the Silas bands, the Callista bands, the Poppy band. Where T1 Kia on the other side ban away the Jarvan, the Yumi, thank goodness, and the LeBlanc. They just got a little bit hurt by the LeBlanc, so I can feel you there, T1 Kia. I feel you. Good stuff. The Taliyah first pick, though, interesting stuff. Then it was followed up by the Ari and the Sivir picks. We got the Lucian Nami then locked in for V3, so a little bit of aggression on that bottom side of the map. But the Vi lock in for T1 Kia, pretty huge. And that mid-jungle duo going to be super important. And we'll see in the second phase here. It is Lulu banned by V3. It is the Trundle and the Viego banned away by T1 Kia Challengers. T1 won the previous game, tying themselves up with Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze, setting us up for a huge match next game. For this one, we're going to have a little bit of fun with it. We get the Soraka picked up for T1 Kia. Love to see it. Got to see it a little bit in the LCS finals weekend. And we're going to see it here today in the ASCI 2022 Invitational. I guess it has Invitational twice. We get the Ornn gameplay. Okay, a little bit of setup here for the rest of V3. Could it be the Taliyah jungle, or are we going to get the jungle pick up here, last pick? Let's go. I would love to see this, actually. Let's see if they actually do lock it in. Oh, switch to Wukong at the last second. No Rek'Sai gameplay today, but I like the Wukong. It's good setup. It's good transition for the rest of the team. Especially in terms of options where you can focus. I feel like there's a lot of options for Cure. I do think T1 Kia obviously have gotten a little bit of a holistically stronger comp. But it really comes down for me to that mid-jungle duo to start it off. Where are they going to find advantage there? Are they going to be able to kind of dissuade the very strong priority that's going to be coming out of bot lane for V3? Because, I mean, their late game's fine, right? Like, Sivir, Soraka is going to be good. The Aatrox's huge. But you do have some good scaling options as well going on the top side of the map for V3. Primarily looking at that bottom lane, though. I mean, even in the LPL, right, we've been seeing a lot of very strong late game performances from the Lucians. But here, we definitely are looking for that early aggression to be the namesake for V3 in the bottom lane. And see how they utilize that to transition themselves into that mid to late game. But welcome on in, everybody. If you're tuning in just now, it's the Asia Star Challengers Invitational 2022. We're here in day 3. We're battling it out in Group A. This has become the, now for the first time, premier developmental tournament for the Eastern regions. It's the LCK Challengers, the LDL from the Chinese side, LJL. We have the PCS and the VCS. And we also have 2 invited streamer teams, one from Korea, one from China. All battling it out for some nice prizing, some nice pride on the line as well. Who's the best up-and-coming? Who is that up-and-comer? It's been really fun. 12 best of ones a day for the group stage, so very difficult. Thank you all for sticking around for it. And we've had definitely some technical difficulties, but it's been really, really nice, really fun. We already have 2 teams locked in to the knockout stages, Team Flash and the Korean streamer team down in Group D coming out over on top. But now we got to finish out deciding Group A. I'm Mazel, and I'll be bringing you the games. And as we get into the Rift, it is T1 Kia Challengers versus the V3 Esports Academy. LCK Challengers versus the LJL. Here we go. Should be a fun one. Again, this does not matter for standings, but maybe a little bit of pride on the line. LJL want to get a win. DK want to come back from that T1 loss. So both teams definitely putting a little bit of extra effort in this one. Raz is not casting. Mazel is casting. I am Mazel. Hi. So we're going to get into this bottom lane. Probably the primary point. But again, we were looking at Lucid and Pool Bay. Actually coming up pretty clutch last game when they played the Trundle and the Swain. This time a little bit more agency there. Look at those runes. Got the first strike. Tried and true for Easy Man. Nothing else too crazy. We get that early poke from the immediate flash from Bible. So that'll be huge. It is just the one summoner spell. Now you got to be really careful, Rahel, getting these lethal tempo stacks up as well, and a couple auto attacks do some work on the Laxi. Gotta be really, really careful in those situations, even with that early poke, even with that early damage. You're not level 3 yet. Lucian Nami, you're not level 3 yet. See the immediate pull down from Lucid, though. He knows this is where he needs to dissuade the fight, and they don't even know. They have no idea. They're staying up as well. Easy Man going for that auto. He steps up. This is it. Bottom lane. This is going to go down. That easy vault breaker. One more auto will do it. The burn. It was enough, but maybe they get 2 with the red buff. Double kill for Lucid. Coming out on top, T1 Kia Challengers. Wow, what an early start. What a good punish on the overextension of bottom lane from V3. We'll see if Kira can make good on that bottom lane sacrifice here, as Lucid had quickly gone down bottom lane after taking his red buff. It'll be Lucid getting pushed out from his Gromp, and there is a big differential here. I mean, Kira being able to get that Gromp as well and keeping the pressure up. But that bottom lane, I mean, that's going to be huge if Lucid can get back and buy at least. Bible's going to try to come over, help with the blue buff. This is Lucid under the blue buff, under warding. Will be spotted out doing the rest of his blue. But Pool Bay gets away. The seismic shove, not enough to convince Kira to go in. We'll see now a little bit of a fight over the Scuttle Crab. I guess Kira just really, really wants to fight this. We'll see Easy Man come up. This is a nice little duo. They don't have level 3 yet, though. Easy Man really needing a level 3 to be the mark maker. You get the ricochets coming off as well, and the Vault Breaker in. Laxi is just dead, and V3 are getting dominated through this bottom lane. That's a flash, and that's one more auto. Rahel gets a double kill, and that's 2-0-2 for the ADC, 2-0-2 for Lucid in the jungle. And it's all going T1 Kia Challengers' way. So even with those CS differentials, even with the tried strength of Cure to get around the map and try to respond to Lucid, Lucid's going to have so much. Yeah, Sheen, double long swords there. Really, really good stuff from T1 Kia. And this is just a bit of an aggressive play from V3. I mean, Easy Man is not level 3. Galaxy is not level 3. You need that level 3 to really have that power spike. And you just can't chase down in the end the red buff, as well as some, actually red buff not available, but just Rahel flashing for it. And now Rahel's on a pickaxe and 2 long swords and a dagger. You can have a pretty huge CS lead in the top lane as well for Thanatos. Maybe RRE can make something happen. Throwing rocks. Now, oh no. No. Rahel's one more auto. That's it. Oh, the heal comes out last second. Easy man. Able to say a little bit of easy, but they're getting so heavily priced. This is a lane that, you know, you should have a little bit of an advantage there. But with the early kills, with all the advantage now given over to Damwon Kia, there's really nothing that V3 can do. Look at that. The poke even from the Soraka at this level 4 mark is even strong. And they're able to push so heavily into this duo because the forced back came out from Easy Man. Now the plates are going down as well. And my goodness, Rahel is just going to be so rich. See if they just continue to press down these plates here. I mean, they have Lucid hovering as well, and Laxi and Easy Man, if they can land a bubble, might be able to take down Rahel, but he has the spell shield available and able to poke down. Yeah, spell shield now used. Does dodge out of the heal, though, from Bible, the Comet. And Dragon now started up by Lucid. Pull base coming down as well. He's level 6. This is level difference here, and Charm immediately to the face of Laxi. It'll be a kill going to Bible, tanking up the tower now as well. With the Spear Rush available, Pull Bay gets out. And this is just a monumental advantage for Damwon Kia. I mean, they're going to get the first dragon. They have so much gold, and they can kind of dictate the rest of the map. We'll see as the resets come through the bottom lane. You got the Noon Quiver complete. You got the Crit Cloak there as well for Rahel. Still not going to complete the first Mythic there. But must be getting pretty close, especially with all those items, the item combinations at 7 minutes. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. So now looking at where Cure can kind of get back into the map here. Find any advantage to some extent. I think it's going to be few and far between. Few and far between. Now we do have Rift Herald coming up very shortly. I believe we lost our objective timers, but you know what? It's fine. We'll just look at the the map indicators. Where can you find all the casters? Well, you can go follow Why Not Be Friends on Twitter. You can go follow Hysterics Casts on Twitter. You can go follow Chronicler Cast on Twitter. You can go follow me, Mazel Cast on Twitter. We'll have some other casters coming up. Oh, no! Pawn is just dead? I mean, Lucid is literally just walking around the map. Now Kira's trying to get under the tower here. Maybe take down Thanatos. But yeah, I mean, everything's available. The cease and desist stops Kira in his tracks, just like the namesake says. Pullbay is now going bottom lane, and Laxi and they're already dead. He just gets a double kill. This is Dominion by Damwon Kia Challengers. There is no other way to say it. I don't know if they've seen the new Jurassic Park movie, but my goodness. I think Damwon Kia Challengers are a little upset about losing to T1 last game. I think they're just a little mad. Just a little mad. So we'll see how this started off. Obviously, the Boomerang Blade doing some work there, but it's literally just gold gap. You see each auto attack's doing like a quarter of Easy Man's health. They're going to try to contest. I don't know if you even want to step up to this tower. It's literally about to die. They're just going to go for Bible. He has the wish available. He gets out. Now Rahel's going for the tower. Now gets the ricochets off. It is doing serious work. The Boomerang Blade. One more auto attack. Rahel is on a rampage. Bible getting in there, trying to heal, trying to die. Is he? No! Double kill for Rahel. Now we're getting the fight on the Rift Herald in topside. Lucid getting hit by the seismic shove. Is he still going to go down eventually? The Vault Breaker comes out. The healing is not enough. RRE flashes out. So does Pawn. And Thanatos Pulve try to get something out of it. But at least V3 find their first kill. And it goes on to RRE. My goodness. What an early start. Hey, at least you got a kill for V3. It's not a perfect game. And especially the way it went down. You get a little bit of gold for RRE. You'll love to see it. We do have pretty much mythics completed. Oh, no. Oh, no, I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. Okay, the heal came out from Laxi. Oh, my God, he just goes back in. Pulve dies. That's a little bit of a shutdown going over. How does Bible do so much damage already? I mean, you look at the gold difference. So you already have the mythic completed literally across the board except for Pool Bay. Where you're literally sitting on, like, first item combinations for V3. Pretty sizable lead to get at 10.5 minutes in, and now Easy Man dashing over the wall. See if Vault Breaker is enough. Oh my God, they are so low, and Lucid just sees it. Literally one more auto attack can do it. Lucid getting the culling to the back of the head here. Oh no, mid lane though. Rahel and Bible, they've overstepped, but it's enough from the healing of Bible to save him at the last possible second. Oh my goodness. It's just not, the dominoes ain't falling for V3. They ain't falling the right way. They're falling the opposite way. This is a heck of a last game from T1 Kia Challengers. Trying to make V3 Esports Academy go 0-6 in Group A for the LJL. Was a very difficult group. Obviously, Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze, T1 Challengers, T1 Kia Challengers, even V3 Esports Academy in there with a little bit of strength in their own from the LJL, but not enough in the end. We got Rift Herald available. About halfway done on the cooldown. Rahel over 6. Oh, we got to kill the top side. Okay, well, Pawn has died under tower to a world-ending Thanatos. Man, Thanatos really just making it his namesake here at this point. But every lane is winning. Every position is winning. A little aggression is just coming out in the mid lane from Rahel, but it works out. Dragon is now taken by T1 Kia Challengers. Bottom lane tier 2 was taken by the Rift Herald, and now they're collapsing over mid lane. The charm doesn't connect. Vault Breaker maybe over the wall, going for the engage himself. But Thanatos just taking the tower here, not wanting to give any more to Cure. Will lose his wave, though. Ooh, nice little bubble connects on a pull bay. Has to pop the Spirit Rush there to get away. As Rahel and Bible just working more so on these turret plates. The Gale Force is not completed. Not enough damage. And you get the... At least Weaver's wall to block off some time, but he cancels it immediately. You're going to wish you had that Gale Force, Easy Man. You're going to wish you had the Gale Force. Does he get it now? Oh, maybe Thanatos getting in some trouble. See if he just takes a 2v1 here with the tidal wave on top of it. It's enough, though, and RRE will pick up the kill. Just checking back in. Easy Man did not have enough for the Gale Force. Not able to complete that one. You got the crown, though, completed for RRE, making that difference there in that fight, potentially. Vault Breaker in the mid lane, maybe onto Pawn. Not going to find an Easy Man now here to clear up some of that wave. We'll get a replay of that top side. We'll see that solo kill onto Pawn under tower. Thanatos just baiting him out. Just hitting those sweet spots. Pawn tried to dodge out with the charge, but the sweet spot landed perfectly. That was really good play from Thanatos. 10,000 gold lead at 14 minutes in. Doesn't seem very fair. But Easy Man gonna say I wish it was more fair, as he's just gonna get Everfrosted and then Charm straight to the back of the head. Get dragged across and Pull Bay gets the kill. Now you get the cease and desist used. Oh my God, Laxi doesn't have a health bar anymore. The Vault Breaker was available too. Pull Bay gets a second kill. He's 5-1-1. They're gonna push down this top side, push down mid, and pretty much push anything they want. They push all the buttons. Oh wow. That's yep. So they got all 5 turret or all 15 turret plates. I didn't even realize that. You know, that's pretty good. I don't think I've ever seen that in my entire career. But here we go with V3 trying to get back onto the map. I don't think it's going to end up in much. Oh, my God, Easy Man. Why are you there? Why are you there? Oh, he gets hit. Okay, the bubble doesn't connect. Head-on shove, or seismic shove, rather. Doesn't either. A bit of a engage from DK going wide, but it doesn't really matter. And here's the Orange Horn. Doesn't even get activated because of the silence. Oh, it's catastrophe. It's literal catastrophe. Oh, my goodness. The one moment, the shining glory, gets denied by the Soraka. I really like the Yuumi ban. I think I would rather see Yuumi than Soraka. Okay, now we get the re-engage though. Cure going in with the Cyclone, but Lucid getting caught on the side here. TPing in is Thanatos, and the health bars just aren't existing for V3. They just get wiped. It didn't even really need Thanatos in that fight, but that's gotta be this game over and done with. 20-3, over 15,000 probably by the end of this. No way, they're gonna buy. They have one. I know they had 1 million, but they have another wave coming. They're okay. I get it. You know, the timers are too low. Rift Herald is up. Why not buy some more time? But 15,000 gold in the lead, and DK take a splendid fight. I said smacking him with a bank vault last night when we saw a gap like this. At this point, it's the whole bank. I don't think it's just the vault. Yeah, we have a chance for the Dancing Shelly. Dancing Shelly. Or Dancing Kelly, because it's the second Rift Herald. So Dancing Kelly. Yeah, look at that gold. Look at this. Look at it. Yeah. Look at it. Oh my God. It's sizable, to say the least. Sizable. But now it's all over but the crying. 4v3 yet again. If I can bring back all the statements, we'll see if they get the Rift Herald. Let's see if Shelly 2 can dance. Is the name Kelly? I'm just gonna stick with Kelly. Can Kelly dance? That's the question we have now on our hands as we battle it out in the bottom of Group A. Kelly, you're going down. I need you. You need you to stay alive. Come on. They're gonna vault breaker in. No, Kelly goes down. Kelly, no! Well, DK, they will end up finishing the game. Under 20 minutes. Kelly died. Didn't get to dance. Didn't get to strut her stuff. But it is T1 Kia Challengers that did get to strut their stuff in their last game here. They didn't make it out of the groups. They got some vengeance by making V3 go 0-6 in the groups. And they will improve to 3-3. It is a pretty big moment in the end for T1 Kia to try to get that Dancing Rift Herald. They didn't get it. And in the end, it's now looking forward to a battle of the top who would be first and second seed between FunPlus Phoenix Blaze and T1 Challengers. Obviously, before we get to that, we'll get through the rest of this game and talk a little bit more about it, because we got the Soraka play from T1 Kia. It all started with the double kill in bottom lane. And it went really, really well. That level 2 not coming up clutch for V3. But the advantages literally across the board for T1 Kia Challengers was so huge. Like, you could see where the advantage was attempting to come from V3, but it was just decision making in the end that mattered the most. And T1 Kia Challengers really coming out on top. Love to see a lot of the combinations coming through from Lucid and Poolbay. I think Poolbay, after that game against Toland last time, against T1, really wanting to show his stuff. Was able to pull out. I think it was a really good game. We'll actually see some of the gold graph and everything from that one. Rahel obviously doing a ton of damage. But Poolbay was a big difference maker in the combinations with Lucid, roaming down to the bottom lane, right? Always finding those big spirit rushes. And that is a cliff of a gold graph. So they did end up over 15,000 gold in the lead. It was almost a perfect game if it were not for a couple kills going over. to V3. But it ended fairly quickly. 17 minutes and 49 seconds in. We'll see that start. It was the okay, this is a little bit later, and this is when Pulbe actually comes through, comes down, gets a quick double kill. That was happening at the same time as a fight was going on in topside. And then Pulbe, obviously the star highlight here is they're just following Pulbe around. Probably gets MVP in the end of this one, but really good stuff. And at this point, they were so far in the lead, there was really nothing that V3 could do. You could see they were trying to take fights, but Rahel with the ricochets, Pulbe with the spear rushes in the back line, the point blank charms. And in the end, where Kelly did not get to dance. But DK got to dance. And you know what? Sometimes that's all that really matters. Sometimes that's all that really matters. So hopefully we'll have MVP here very shortly. And I'm going to just take a wild guess and say it's Pulbe. I think it would be fitting, at least. I could see it being Lucid. I could see it being Rahel. But I think we all know we want it to be Pulbe. I'm Strange, thank you. Hi, I'm Mizelle, and we're having a good time just casting these games. It's a long night. It's 12 best of ones that we've split up between myself, Why Not, Hysterics, and Chronicler. And it is Rahel who gets the MVP. Okay, I see you. I mean, had the most damage, was doing really well in the bottom lane 2v2. Was a big difference maker in terms of how Dom1 Kia challengers were able to kind of approach the game. Because once you kind of let the flood loose on the bottom side, there was not much to be said. Came from a lot of help from Lucid, but really good stuff. Huge damage percentage, KP, KDAs, pretty nice. And good stuff. Well, everybody, that's going to be it for our second to last game. Now we have the deciding game of Group A coming up next. It's going to be an absolute banger. It's going to be Flun plus Phoenix Blaze versus T1 Challengers to decide who will be first and second place coming out of Group A. Don't miss it.
作为2019年9月由 MS 和 LST 合并后成立的新赛区 ，PCS 赛区成立以来展现了稳健的赛区实力，始终在国际大赛上拥有一席之地。2021年 BYG 战队是 PCS 冉冉升起的一支新秀，初崭露头角便一鸣惊人。而 BYG.A 战队有着更为年轻而热血的灵魂。同时，队内也拥有经验丰富、老道的选手作为中流砥柱，在比赛中稳定军心。希望 BYG.A 的队员们如同队名一般，超越阻碍，超越困难，超越原来的自己，拿下本次2022亚洲挑战者之星邀请赛的好成绩。J-Team 战队前身为台北暗杀星，拥有 S2 世界冠军的2016 MS 夏。
And into the quarterfinals, the knockout stage, we have the Talia, the Poppy, and the Callista band. Away by T1, we have the Azir, the Yumi, and the LeBlanc coming out here for the bands of Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze. And as the picks go down, we got first pick Silas, got picked, or at least countered by the pick of the Ari and the Wukong here as the responses. And then the Sejuani Renekton came out for T1, going with that perfect Sejuani composition here. The double melee solo laners. We'll see the Aatrox as the final pick for Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze in the first phase. I'm Mazel, going to be bringing you through this last game. Thank you all for joining in. Thank you all for tuning in. If you're wondering what Asia Star Challengers Invitational is, it is now the premier tournament for the developmental Eastern regions. We have the LCK. We have Challengers for LCK. We have the LDL. We have the LJL Academy. We have the PCS Academy. And we have VCS.B, who are all invited. We also even have a Korean streamer squad and a Chinese streamer squad taking part in the tournament. And a little bit of bragging rights along the way. But here we are in the second phase. We see the Sivir ban by T1. We get the Draven and the Lucian ban away against Trigger here by Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze. We'll see how they all work out. Last game already, such a short stream. Well, I don't think it's been short. It's been almost 10 hours. And this last game is probably going to be a banger. So we saved the best for last. Save the best for last for sure. Should be a pretty fun one though. As we get into the second phase of picks. So got some ADCs to pick, some bottom lanes to pick for both sides. We get the Zeri, tried and true for a lot of LPL, a lot of LDL. And especially with the way the meta has gone, even with all the nerfs, still does not matter. Still very, very strong. Still very strong. We get the Neela. The Neela actually makes it through with the Nautilus. So we get a little bit of strength in that fashion. But now it is the Braum locked in for Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze. Oh, man. This is going to be a spicy bottom lane matchup. Very spicy. Definitely looking at some of the counter strengths, though, from both sides, right? Want to go through each composition. Love the double melee solo laners for T1 Challengers. We already saw them, really come down hard on Dam1 Kia Challengers the last game they played. And now kind of bringing out a fresh strategy here, something really strong, it feels like, for their play style towards this top trio, and then keeping Trigger as a potential late-game carry there as well. Huge stuff for the side of T1 Challengers. But for Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze, feels like they've gotten the strengths that they would want in the Zeri play, in the Braum to set up a lot of the team fights there as well. But primarily looking at the mid-jungle duo. I think it's going to be very, very fun to kind of watch how this one plays out. We also get players live for, I feel like, the first time that I've gotten to see, at least, because I haven't gotten to cast this group too much. But I love to see the Fun Plus Phoenix boys. That's not Blaze, it's the boys. No, but it is Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze. First place winners of the LJL. So the developmental league for the LPL. So big props to Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze, as they did come out swinging in this Group A at least. But in the end, right, we're tied 4-1 apiece, and one game to decide if you get to take first seed or second seed in Group A going into the quarterfinals. There's a lot of wants to be that first seed, right? Get a little bit easier matchup for yourself, especially with some of the teams coming out of other groups as well. It's always super important. And just trying to get into the game here eventually. Let's go. I'm really excited to see the Neela. We got to see you won at the end of the LPL regular season. LGD pulled it out. Won with it against RNG. So that was kind of funny. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Came at the right time. We got the hypest of hype matchups. Just going over again for everybody that's joining now. This is the final game of Group A here out of the 4 groups that we have. We already had Group D decided. Now we're deciding Group A. Winner between the T1 Challengers and Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze will take first place out of Group A, meaning they go as first seed into the quarterfinals. Should be pretty fun. Both teams, at least T1, coming out with a monumental win over Dam1 Kia in their last game. Whereas Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze themselves having just came off a win over V3. And now we're getting into game here as we see the compositions alive and well. We're getting onto the rift. See, the shopkeepers are ready to deal out the items, and we are ready to watch it all unfold. It's T1 Challengers versus Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze. Again, winner here gets first seed going into quarterfinals. We even got the Duck, Quacker McQuackerton, on the rift. And an early level 1 play from T1 here. Vision out from Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze, though. Who do I think is going to win? You know, I just hope both teams have fun. That's my cop-out answer. There you go. My non-biased answer. I mean, I think it's going to be really hotly contested. I think it can go sideways very quickly for either side. I'm hoping we get a late game banger. I hope we get a late game banger. I will say Toland, he was kind of smurfing in his game against Dam1 Kia. It was on the LeBlanc, but I feel like we've seen Silas' performances be really cutting above in this tournament so far. So we'll see how that all works out, as we do get same size starts for both junglers at least, and see if maybe a little bit of unique pathing can come out. If Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze will be able to find anything in an early advantage, because you definitely look at that top trio involvement for Forest on the side of T1. Just looking at that bottom lane a little bit more now as well. Should be pretty stable, I feel like, for both sides. I mean, obviously haven't seen too much of Neela, but it feels like it's going to be pretty simple to try to find those trades back and forth. As you see, the concussive blows definitely working out with a little bit of that fast attacking auto from Xingyi. So we'll see Trigger and Cabby. They were playing very, very strong in their 2v2 last time around as well. Really want to see how they can bring it up to the next level. And as we kind of get into this one, it is, both winners of their respective developmental leagues. And now T1 trying to make good on the top side, trying to make good on this duo. They do get Photon a couple extra tower shots, and Flash comes out from Forest. Nice little bit of recompense there for Fun plus Phoenix. Oh, no. Got to be a little bit careful there going in on 2v1, and maybe it overextended. Gets the Flash over the wall at least. Cardis now coming up here as well. They're bringing Ching as well from the mid lane. Try and get Forest down a little bit more. One auto, and first blood goes to Fun plus Phoenix Blaze, but isn't quickly followed after. The sweet spots are huge for Cardis, and here comes the damage. You'll find another one for Fun plus Phoenix, and Toland makes it out alive with the abscond over the wall. What a way it is for Fun plus Phoenix Blaze, coming out on top of those early trades, maybe even finding a little bit more here. Going to walk into the bush, the back not completed, and it's another kill. Oh my God. Fun plus Phoenix Blaze coming out swinging and blazing. 3-1 early on, 1,000 gold lead, 4 minutes in. See if T1 can find a little bit of reprieve anywhere in this map. Get Photon against Kartus. And a little bit of a 1v1, but not too much. It's going to be a little bit back and forth, the slice and dice, dodging out of the sweet spot. But again, very incredible stuff to see. In the end of the day, you would expect these two teams to be the top challengers if they're in the group, because both having won their respective splits. T1 Challengers in the LCK Challengers series, and then Fun plus Phoenix Blaze winning out the LDL. Very, very tight-knit stuff, but so far FPB rather, coming out on top so far. So we'll see if T1 can lean on their strengths, especially looking top side. Top trio, but majorly Photon, mixing it up with Forest. Trying to find a way to stem a little bit of that bleeding that we see already going down the way of FPB. We got Dragon up on the table here. Is Cloud Dragon first off, so nothing too crazy. A little bit of that movement speed. Let's see if this gank in mid. Oh, I think he got spotted out at the last second. Oh, maybe not actually. Ching maybe falling for it here. The abduct and the abscond kind of working out in Toland's favor. And a kill goes over the mid laner of T1, so huge bounce back. And exactly kind of what we expected. That top trio is going to be super potent for T1. Now we're looking at the strength of FPB. Xingyi and Lula going in the bottom lane. Trying to be the top of the top. I do wonder if we get that early aggression towards the dragon. But it looks like for FPB, it's going to be focused towards this top side. Try to maybe shut down Photon a little bit more. Try to get the CS differential back in the favor. A little bit more so for Cardis, as he is down about half the CS. But it's a lot of aggression for Photon. A little bit too early, though. Sweet spot. He is level 6. He has the Dominus. Sweet spot's not going to connect there. Maybe he gets baited back in. It's a little bit of a tension there. We'll see getting back into this one here, though. And, yep. Apologies, I misspoke. It was the winner of regular season for T1 in the LCK Challenger Series. Apologies, misread that one. But it is the first place winner of playoffs in the LDL for FPB. So huge stuff there. But it is really interesting to see kind of how T1 are playing into their strengths now and how they're going to try to get this mid lane going now, because Toland just goes all in with the Spirit Rush steal. But Forest is a little bit in trouble here on the backside of the fight. They're going to go back in with the Spirit Rush reactivation there by Toland, and now maybe following it up the red buff. It's enough. At T1, they take the lead. They find the advantage of mid lane, and they just delivered 2 deaths to FPB. It's a little bit rough in the end in that mid lane, as we'll see Photon actually laying a little bit of a bait here for Cartus. Don't know how much is going to actually come of this. World Ender is available for Cartus. He's going to go under tower, takes that last little bit, going to try to get the back. Trigger in some trouble now in bottom lane. Xingyi trying to bait out the dredge line there, has the concussive blows onto Cabby as well. Glacial Fisher going to come out, get the double knock up there as well. Trigger trying to buy him more time. The Apotheosis comes through and does buy just enough time for Cabby to get out. But now we'll see if he gets capitalized on the back end. The dredge line comes through. Is it enough? It's not enough. The burn. One more auto attack, but he has to back away. Now Trigger able to save the support and able to turn around the very aggressive stance from FPB. We'll look back at that mid lane. Toland just going all in on the Ching right at the start. Gets the Spirit Rush back out, has the charge or the availability to get right back in there with 2 more. And Ching, that red buff, burning. Forrest gets the kill. That's a really fun start to it, at least. But we do get that kind of back and forth that we were expecting between these 2 rosters. We do see the Dragon reset there, but getting back into it is FPB. Don't know if they'll actually get the contest in time for T1. At least trying to get them out of there. It does hit the clone at least. Toland trying to put some pressure on. They got a little bit of vision game as well. Good stuff from T1 to try to right the ship here. We all know Zeri does Zeri things, though. Maybe Neela does Neela things as well. But we at least have a tried and true record of Zeri things, so it's a little bit scary going further into it. Now we got Photon going at Cartus here in the top side. This has kind of been the story of the day, or story of the game so far. Huge CS differential on the top side. Just really utilizing the strength of Renekton, even crashing this wave here. TP will be available for Cartus, but Toland and Forest right into the aggressiveness of taking the red buff away from FPB. Oh, Chronicler ate chickpea curry. That sounds delicious. Picks or it didn't happen. No, I'm just joking. But into this one here, we do have that steady 1,000 gold lead for T1. And I want to see maybe we get some supportal combat between Lila and Cabby. Xingyi trying to get the roam up now as well. With a little bit of mobility from the bottom lane. Just leaving the Neela down there for now. Photon has literally set up this play like 3 times in a row. And Cartus just gets engaged on every time he comes to lane. I love it. It's the mental gap. Mental gap. See if they can kind of press this advantage a little bit more. As actually going bottom lane, it seems like, is the focus for FPB. They will get the TP from Ching in the mid lane. Reduce some of that pressure from Toland, but Forrest knows exactly where he needs to go. Just bouncing between mid and bot. Has the Glacial Prison available as well. They have the damage in one of those, CC chains to take out Ching. They do have the Rift Herald, though, looking to potentially use the top side if Photon comes back here. Forrest got around the vision here for FPB and trying to proxy the wave here. World Ender pop, Dominus pop. They got the CC there, but Forrest needs to get back out as the sweet spots are coming through. Was it a nice little attempt from T1? Not going to get too much from it. Photon had the flash. He did get the flash from Cardis. But I think they were really trying to get some extra damage down for the turret. Try to get that Rift Herald down. Looks like they're going to save it for now. Needs to use it very soon. Photon in some trouble here himself, though. Does get the Cyclone used onto him as well as the Red Smite to burn him down. And Cardis gets the kill. Big turnaround for FPB. Think Ching might be in some trouble, though. As the Spirit Rush is there for Tolan. Lila came around, though. Rift Herald actually popped in mid lane as the timer was coming down. Maybe they can get the tower. One more auto attack, but it's not enough just yet. And one more from Shelly. Can't do it. Shelly wasn't able to. We'll see if Tolan could get in there and get one more auto, or if Cabby wants to try to finish it off. It looks like FPB want to collapse around mid lane. Ultra Shock Laser comes out, but does go wide. We'll see a lot of bodies for FPB in mid lane, just trying to save this turret, but it ain't going to be safe for very long. And Ching kind of giving that one up here as he's going to be backing. Oh, no. Got stopped on his back, at least. Going to keep trying to back there. But it's the aggression for T1 that's coming through here now. We'll see. FPB actually still trying to put up a defense. I don't know why they're defending this, though. The Glacial Prison already came through. Now Ching trying to go back in. Gets flashed on. Flashes out. And actually FPB, they find a way to win the... Like... How does that even happen? How does that even happen? Oh, it all goes to hell in a handbasket for T1. As they just try to dive the tower, try to take down the tower. The Glacial Prison was huge to come out first, but FPB turned it around. Ching makes it out alive somehow. But there you go. I love it. I love it. FPB knew the way. They knew the way the whole time. Didn't matter if they were low. Ching immediately pulled the trigger on the Spirit Rush. I mean, the timing on that was huge. And Tolan just getting chunked out in the middle of the fight as well. Also, the concussive blows coming up clutch. And great collapse from FPB. See Forrest maybe taking the brunt of some damage there. His dragon is spawning up. It's the second dragon of the game. It's a Hextech dragon. And we'll see T1 actually the ones to pounce on it first. So we'll get the one dragon apiece split, but we do have the Rift Herald that went in favor of T1. So in those terms, you know, a little bit advantageous. But the gold lead, very, very tiny. Very, very even in this game. And exactly what we'd expect from, two of the top teams in the tournament. Both teams fighting for that first place here in Group A to make it to the quarterfinals. Be that first seed. Loser here will be second seed moving on to the quarterfinals. Dom 1 Kia Challengers and V3 Esports Academy have all been knocked out of this Group A. And it's fitting that it is our last game that decides it. No tiebreakers today, I guess, unless this is considered a tiebreaker. But this is regularly scheduled. We will see some towers going down. It is a little bit more of that pressure from T1. They'll have 2 towers to the 0 of FPB so far. We get the Rift Herald number 2. Kelly coming out on the stage. This taken by FPB and making sure where they're going to use that one is the next step. Where they're going to get their first tower. And who's going to get that gold. This is the last game of the day. Last game of the day. No tiebreakers today. We'll see if FPB find a response here, at least. With Mythics completed. Across the board, in all actuality, except for the supports, which is normal. Feels pretty good. Obviously waiting on those, 3-item power spikes. Or at least for the Zeri. But for Neela, still pretty new to her. So I don't exactly know the right power spikes. Got to see her a couple times in the LPL, not much. I played her once, and I went 1-19. If that says anything about me, there you go. But that doesn't say anything about me because I'm a terrible player. Anyways, FPB coming into a little bit of that vision game here from T1 around the back of the Baron pit. Just trying to have that positioning advantage. Again, Forest bouncing between Toland and Photon as much as possible. And now I guess it's going to be Trigger in the mid lane. But just making sure to kind of hover these melee laners to try to get that synergistic advantage. And I wonder if Toland has just been consistently stealing that Spirit Rush. And it's honestly working out so well for him. I always find that's the most important thing for Silas is find the advantageous ultis. Oh no, Forest. You just didn't know that they were in transition there. And FPB, all right. They capitalized on T1's mistake. What a way. You can never mess up. You can never mess up. Now it's an advantageous side on the top for FPB. They're going to use that Rift Herald as well and take down their first tower of the game. The tower does eventually fall. Kelly does get the job done. Will die immediately after Toland getting the Kelly kill. But you love to see it. You love to see it. The capitalization straight into more punishment for FPB, and that's kind of the expected result in moments like this, especially against two top caliber developmental teams. And now we get the resets on the map for FPB. The next objective's got to be the mid and bottom lane towers for them. They want to try to get some more aggression towards those. Maybe Dragon coming up in about a minute. Baron coming up in about a minute. We saw T1 able to contest a lot of the Barons that Damwon Kia Challengers was starting up in their last game. But this time around, feels like maybe they'll have to start up their own to some extent. And now with the setup around the Dragon, I think that's the most important part, seeing T1 positioned very, very early to try to find these catch-outs at least, as FPB are going to be coming in for their own vision game. Trying to play towards this top side of the river, though, of mid lane. And T1 spotted out in their baiting. Be about 25 seconds for the Dragon to spawn, and FPV know they need to just move into the mid lane, push out, and try to get as much priority there. But the engage comes through. The Glacial Prison's already used. The TP is a little bit late from T1, but they might make it just in time. Dominus is popped. The Apotheosis is huge. The grouping, though, with the sweet spots, they got to be careful because now you got Xingyi popping off in the backline as well. And FPB, they're picking apart the fight. Photon finds one, but he gets shut down. And Cart has found the backline. FPB come out on top. What a fight. What a turnaround. What an infusion of energy. It's still neck and neck in the gold lead, but FPB found a way to manage that fight. The Apotheosis was actually huge from Trigger, but in the end, the dipping and diving and ducking from FPB, Ching and Xingyi, really huge stuff. Love the re-engage there from Cabby as well. The Glacial Fisher came across just in time from Lilla, and then that Apotheosis, like, they all group up in the end, and those sweet spots from Cardis were doing work, but you got to look at the back line. And it was absolutely separation from T1. Now we see them, T1, on the Dragon here, maybe contested on the way out by FPB. They do get the Dragon, the re-engage now as well, but it was just onto the bait. We'll see Forrest go back in as well. Cardis on the back line. He's getting soloed out. World Ender taken by Toland. It's a front to back on the other side, though. Spirit Rush available for Ching. And it's still Toland just trying to take down Cardis. His whole team's getting taken out, though. Lightning Crash comes through. Toland's trying to get back in, but he can't get in there. Xingyi is trying to get them damage down, but he can't. And Cabby will be the last to fall on the other side of the fight. Toland is finally down. That's a clean ace almost for FPB. Lilla fell for his first death. But my God, it's been two back-to-back team fights that Fun plus Phoenix Blaze has dominated. They just go straight to the Baron. This is the ruthlessness of the LDL teams. They will punish you, and they will immediately capitalize on said punishments, as we see T1 having done before. But in this game, Fun Plus Phoenix, they are the ones that are finding it. They are the ones that are able to navigate these fights. And you see Cardis buying so much of Tolan's attention. Tolan needed to be with the team, but he was trying to take down Cardis, and Cabby commits there as well, so they get mispositioned on the way back into the pit. And Photon is trying. He's in the front line. He is a very big strength for T1, but it doesn't matter. The piloting from FPB has been incredible in both of these team fights. They might not have gotten the Dragon itself. The fact that it came out with such a huge swing. I mean, it was neck and neck. It was within 600 gold, and now they find themselves almost 5,000 in the lead. See them actually. Oh my God, they just catch him out. Toland has gone through the floor at this point. He was the one that carried them to victory against Damwon Kia Challengers just last game. But it's Fun Plus Phoenix plays that are making him pay, and they're making everybody pay. They get the capitalization on mid lane as well, and it's all going to hell for T1. This is a snowball coming out of nowhere for Fun Plus Phoenix. They've already taken 2 towers at the mid lane. They're working on a tier 2 in bottom lane. The Baron is still up for another minute and 40 seconds. They're finding picks. They're finding wins. They're finding everything they need. It's even more gold handed over to the Phoenix. 8,000 gold in the lead now for themselves after that Baron play. They still have a minute and 20 on it as well. They'll be able to transition that straight into the Dragon play if they want to with that lead. We'll look back at the replay here. Is just a flash charm. So devastating on the trigger. And they just follow it straight through. Chink survives as well. And it's such a good heads-up play to just continue to press the nail into the coffin of T1 and secure them, at least force them to secure second place. Xingyi is actually caught out a little bit here in the end, and Zeri does not get to do Zeri things. Toland actually surviving for a little bit longer here. Ching is into the back here with the Spirit Rush, but he gets decimated as well. And now you're starting to get the reliving from T1. There's the Cyclone coming down. Oh my God! No way! It's the sweet spots! It's the AoE! And Photon, you ain't got no hope! It's FPX! Fly, Phoenix, fly! My God, what a turnaround. What a moment for T1 to feel like they were the ones flying on the feet. It's like, we got this. But no. You forgot about FPB. That's what you did. You forgot about FPB. They're going to push down mid lane. They're going to push down top. They're going to get everything here. They don't even get the inhib tower in the mid lane, though. Cardis not able to extend too much further. They do get another tier 2, though, and that's 6 towers now back to back for FPB. They might try to catch on the outside of the return here, but it feels a little bit desperate at this point. And what a way to be. What a way to be. Cabby really, really wants it. No way he actually gets it. They're going to TP now. Oh, no. All right. Well, Cyclone is stolen by Tolan, but now Ching is here, and this is so rough because here comes Xingyi as well, and that is all she wrote for T1. They are getting blasted. Cardis has said, you got a flank? Well, hey, I got your flank. I'm going to come in and make sure this happens as Cabby gets taken down one more time. You've got Trigger in the mid lane. You got Photon back in base trying to defend the inhib turret. But it is FPB pushing down the top lane and trying to make this a quick night. This is feeling real good for Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze. Our winners of the LDL Summer Split. And here they are representing in the ASCI Invitational. Or I guess Invitational is at the end of the ASCI, so it's incredible stuff. Cardis does decide to take one of the greediest backs I think I've ever seen. goes golden, but he has his teammates here. Maybe this is where FPB get punished. They do get 1 death on the board. Now, oh, that's 2. Trigger gets a double. Now you're looking for Photon to finish it up. Cardis goes down to Photon as well, and maybe they'll give another one. Nope, it goes to Tolan. So giving some love and giving some gold back is FPB, giving away a lot of those shutdowns. We'll see this this really interesting change back for FPB, as they might get snowballed a little bit more so themselves. There's the bounty go. No, Trigger. Why, Trigger? Why did you do this? Oh my God, Spirit Rush back, and then Trigger's dead. Okay, well, you saw the Neela, you blink, and you don't see the Neela. Now, this is the 3rd dragon for T1, so at 2 Mountain Dragons in a row, they get 1 more. It's Soul, too. A lot of tankiness added to the team, to the roster of T1. It could be much to the chagrin of FPB, but they still have a big gold lead. Definitely dwindling to some extent, but we've seen team fights go so back and forth. And I think it's been now the decision-making for FPB. Look at that damage. Oh, my God. But they're just going to start up the Baron yet again. Okay. And guess what? T1 are not really in position for this. I mean, they're starting to ping it now. They're starting to bring Forest over, but I don't know if they can make it in time. And, yeah, Baron's just gone. That's even more advantage for FPB. It's those quick decisions that FPB are coming out with, and it's really working against T1. I mean, against Damwon Kia, we saw them control the map, find easy team fights, and punish Damwon Kia challengers when they went for these big objectives. But now they don't have the decision-making power. They don't have the strength. It's Fun plus Phoenix who has the strength. And they're pushing with huge minion waves into the base of T1 to secure first seed in Group A. Here we go. It's already started. The party is getting going. Photon's here a little bit late. Toland already dead after he goes golden. No way he gets out of that one. And so goes Photon. You get another kill going for FPB. Make it more. Maybe even another ace if Forrest wants to commit to the team. But FPB have come out swinging, and they will whole-handedly control first place of Group A and book their first seed into the quarterfinals knockout. We even get the bow, we get the presence, FPB in person, and they win the game. What a performance from the squad. A little bit iffy in one of those team fights, but all in all, very, very strong performance from them, making it a quick victory. And again, locking themselves into first seed of Group A. T1 Challengers will drop down to second seed. Will make it out, though, as going back over the groups. But those will be our first and second seeds coming out from Group A. Now we look back at what could have been for T1. The Neela, very bold pick in the end. Appreciated it. Had some big moments. But as we all know, Zeri does Zeri things. And they won. I did really, really like the combination of Photon going with Forest in the top side. Like, it looked so promising. And that's where they wanted to lean towards. But it just, yeah, mid lane was a little bit rough. Bot lane was a little bit rough. Turns out FPB are pretty good. They're pretty good. Again, they will be moving on. So the final standings for Group A will be Fun plus Phoenix Blaze in first place at 5-1. T1 Challengers second place at 4-2. Damwon Kia Challengers knocked out in third place at 3-3. And V3 Esports Academy 0-6. We had the LPL, 2 LCK representatives, or LDL and LCK Challenger Series, and then also the LJL Academy. They will be booked into the quarterfinals here. And I believe should be a pretty good one. It actually looks like, if I'm looking at it correctly, FPB will be going against Team Flash, and T1 will be going against the Korean streamers. So actually really, really interesting matchups there. That's actually kind of cool. If that actually does come to fruition. But we'll actually get to look at the gold graph a little bit more. Look at those damage numbers. My God. I can appreciate Photon, can appreciate Tolan, but it doesn't matter when you look at the other side. Holy cow. Love the gold graph, though. Love the gold graph. Goes a little bit back and forth. Then straight down. Got a huge, that big team fight win for T1 Challengers. You see it there. We're going right back up in the gold advantage. But then that quick decision of the Baron for Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze. That's what was the difference maker in terms of just being able to nail those final nails in the coffin. And a great performance to come out from Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze. We'll potentially get some of those highlights. Yeah, here we are. Well, look how it went down. Again, back and forth for much of the way. This was a big turnaround play from Fun Plus Phoenix, though. The tower goes down. You think it's all she wrote for Fun Plus, but they find a way, like Ching getting away from Cabby there at the last second. The concussive blows coming in clutch. And you get some of the moments from T1 where they were looking for the engage, but in this one, right, you're just seeing Zeri do Zeri things with Ching on the side on the Ahri, really piloting well. Another big difference maker was Cardis. I mean, I know Photon had his number a lot of the laning phase and even the early parts of the game, but those Aatrox sweet spots set up so much extra damage, so much extra for Fun Plus Phoenix. This was the one where Tolan kind of went out to the side. I understand he's trying to take down Cardis. Maybe that's the best thing to do here, but the repositioning back into the fight was really rough for T1. It just felt like the AoE was starting to stack up a bit. And yeah, you just see what happens in the end, as it was multiple aces in successions for Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze. Even this one where it was literally, you didn't get to see the beginning of this play, but T1 chased all the way to almost the tier 2 tower from their base, and then just got turned around on after the entirety of Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze came. And this is the end. A little bit more of those finishing touches, right? Photon tried to come in at the last second, but the damage is already done. You've got all the stacks for the concussive blows stacking up, but you've also just got Tolan down. Tolan was a very major part in their last win, but wasn't able to pull anything out this time around on the Silas. But that is, you know, the way it goes. And T1 Challengers still have a chance, right? They go into second seed into the knockout stage. As I said, they should be facing the Korean streamers team. So it could be kind of fun. Yeah, I do believe it's slotted in now. So that matchup's going to be really interesting, especially because the Korean streamer squad has definitely dominated across their matches. But I think Team Flash is going to be a really interesting one for Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze to go against. I think they themselves show a little bit of that flash in the pan. We're just waiting on MVP here, y'all. So we'll see who gets that MVP. Hopefully we'll have it soon. And we'll see who gets the final MVP for Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze before we end the night. I guess we don't have MVP. So everybody, that is it for us. Thank you all so much. Oh, we do! I got baited. So it's Ching who gets it in the mid lane. Love it on the Ahri. Appreciate the fact that he was able to pilot a lot of those fights and back up the teammates for FPB. You look at that KP, 93.3%. That's actually so gigantic. Will be his second MVP of the tourney as well. So really good stuff there. Just want to give a huge shout out to everybody that tuned in. I know it was a bit of a long day here. Thank you all. 10.5 hours in. You're all awesome. Glad we had a little bit of fun, especially this last game. Very, very fun way to end it. So just want to say thank you to everybody, and make sure you turn back in tomorrow. We'll have some more games, and it should be fun. So everybody, see you tomorrow, same time, same place, and see you on Summoner's Rift. Good night.